Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was omnipotent evil wizard king? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Harry never meant to hurt anyone. He never wanted to cause so much pain. He never looked for trouble. The problem with Harry was trouble usually came looking for him, and it always found him. When he was first found on the Dursleys' doorstep, he had caused trouble. He didn't mean to do it, but he had anyway. He could remember Vernon's shouts of, "Absolutely not," Petunia's shrieking, "How dare they?" and even his older cousin, then a baby, screaming because he wasn't getting enough attention. Maybe that's what started his 11-year hatred for Harry. He stole all the attention. 11 years. It should have been longer. It wasn't. He was only 3 when it started. Despite keeping Harry away from them as much as possible, Petunia still noticed the first time he used magic. Dudley had been crying. He always cried. But it was particularly bad one night, his screams loud enough to shatter the windows of the house had he been going at it for longer. Of course, the Dursleys usually ignored his tantrums. "He's just a sensitive little boy." Petunia would persist whilst Vernon would puff his chest proudly and brag about his son's incredible set of lungs. But it was one of the worst nights Harry could remember, and as he was making his way to the kitchen he heard Vernon mutter, "I wish he would stop, just for a minute." And Harry looked at Dudley and then, he stopped. Instantly. Small beads of tears appeared in his eyes and his cheeks became redder and redder, but no matter how much Dudley tried, his lips would make no sound. Vernon's eyes widened, a slight grin escaping his lips. But Petunia narrowed her eyes, glaring at Harry. She considered him for a moment and then snapped. "What have you done to him?" Harry looked at her in surprise, so did Vernon. "Petunia." "He did something to Dudders, made him stop crying, something weird." Vernon went pale. "You don't think it couldn't be?" They exchanged a look and their expressions darkened. "Go to your room, Harry," Petunia said softly. Harry just looked at her innocently. "Did you not hear her?" Vernon shouted. "Go to your room, now." Harry continued to stare, confused. "What's wrong with you?" Vernon snarled, storming over to Harry. "Go to your fucking room." Harry looked up at his towering uncle, but, slap. The sound rang out like a gunshot. Petunia let out a small cry and even Dudley stopped whimpering and turned to face Harry. Harry clutched his cheek, his lip quivering as he stared at his uncle in shock. What had he done wrong? Vernon wanted Dudley to stop, so he made him stop. Why wasn't he thanking him? No sooner had he opened his mouth to protest was Uncle Vernon dragged him out of the kitchen, shoving him inside the cupboard under the stairs and angrily slamming the door shut. The light was switched off, leaving Harry alone in the darkness with nothing but his thoughts for company. And that was what started it. The chain of events that would soon lead to the end of the boy who lived and the beginning of the monster who followed. Backquote. When Harry was 5, more signs of magic started to show. His glasses were fixed every time Dudley broke them. His hair grew back in a day whenever Aunt Petunia gave him a short haircut and, on one memorable occasion, all the food from the Dursleys' plate had vanished after Petunia had given Harry a particularly small portion. Every time Harry would be questioned, shouted at, threatened and usually beaten before being locked in the cupboard for the rest of the day. Sometimes he told himself it was worth it just to cause them the trouble. Most times he fell asleep crying. Much to his displeasure, when Harry turned 7 his magic had become stronger. He tried to hide it as best as he could, but there were always moments when he wasn't quick enough for Petunia's sharp glares. Every time he showed a sign of magic he would be punished accordingly. By the time Harry was 9 he could trace each wound on his body to the exact moment he had used magic. A dark bruise on his leg he was given for accidentally exploding a jug of water. A small patch on his forearm from when Petunia pressed a boiling kettle against it after he had caused a fire to erupt from a small candle. An ugly scar that ran across his back after he hurled one of his Aunt Marge's beloved dogs over the garden fence. And every time Harry would cry and beg for forgiveness but to no avail. The Dursleys made it clear that as long as he continued to use magic he would be punished. He lay awake one night, sniffling and holding back sobs as he nursed a deep cut slashed across his palm. "You're unholy," Aunt Petunia had hissed at him whilst holding a belt, Pray for redemption and perhaps then you can lead a moral life. She tightened her hold on Harry's palm and raised the belt higher. It wasn't like Harry tried to use magic, in fact, he frequently tried not to. But it was unstoppable, running through his veins like a river and exploding out of him without warning. He told himself that maybe if he stopped the Dursleys would finally love him. He muttered countless prayers to himself that night. Please take away my magic, please take away my magic, please take away my magic. He repeated the phrase again and again, but nothing happened, or rather, something worse did. Backquote, not another fucking letter. Vernon grabbed Harry's hair and dragged him to the cupboard, throwing him on the bed and ripping the letter he had tried to hide into pieces. I just wanted to see what it said, Harry muttered, tears streaming down his face. Shut up, Vernon snarled, punching Harry hard in the face. Do you understand the trouble you're putting us through? It should have been straight to the orphanage with you the minute you arrived at our doorstep, but no, out of the kindness of our hearts we took you in, raised you, gave you a place to stay, and this is how you repay us. He hit Harry again, ignoring the pained shout he let out. We'll be going away tomorrow, to escape this madness. Do you see what you're doing to us? Another slap, another cry. Now listen, boy, he hissed, voice laced with venom. I don't want to see another letter like this again. Okay, if I do I'll make you wish you were never born. Understand? I said, do you understand? He slapped Harry hard across the face. Arg, yes I understand, sir, Harry gasped. Vernon gave him one last look of pure disgust before slamming the door shut and switching off the light, leaving Harry once more in darkness. Backquote, Harry shivered where he lay, hugging his knees to his chest and curling himself into a ball. Beside him, Dudley's loud snores filled the shack as he lay comfortably on a big mattress, a thick blanket covering his large stomach. Vernon and Petunia occupied the only bed, leaving Harry to make do with the hard floorboards of the shack. As a storm wailed loudly outside, Harry used the dirt-covered floor to trace himself a message, "Happy birthday." He smiled in spite of himself, knowing it would be the only birthday message he'll receive. He had been 11 for 10 whole minutes and was already miserable. Suddenly, the door of the shack flew off its hinges, causing rain to pour in and the Dursleys to wake up shrieking. Gusts of wind flew inside, bellowing and screaming as a giant-like figure stood by the door. Harry shrunk against the wall, terrified. He expected to see a great beast loom over him, perhaps even let out a roar. The man stepped closer and Harry imagined his teeth were snarling, saliva dripping out of his open mouth. Sorry about that. Harry stared as the man lifted the door as if it weighed nothing and popped it back onto its hinges. He had a rather normal voice. It sounded apologetic, not evil. OD in here, do you mind? A pink umbrella was withdrawn and the next moment the shack was lit up by a warm fire, allowing Harry to get a good look at the stranger. He was larger than anyone Harry knew, wearing a stained coat and sporting bushy black hair. He towered over everyone in the shack, but Harry was not afraid, because he could see his eyes were warm and kind. That you, Harry? Dudley whimpered as the man turned to face him. I'm not Harry, he stuttered. The man frowned. Then where the ruddy hell is he? Harry nervously stepped forwards. I'm Harry. The man whirled around, beaming. Ah, there you are, Harry. I'm a bit peakier than I thought you'd be. Here. He produced a white box from his coat and handed it to Harry. Might have sat on it on the way here, but I reckon it'll taste all right anyway. Harry could hardly believe his eyes as he opened the box and saw a delicious-looking cake greeting him. Tears welled in his eyes. It was the only birthday present he had ever received. Thank you, he said quietly. Hey, there's no need to cry, the man said, looking startled. Here you go, wipe those away. He gave Harry a dirty handkerchief and smiled at him. Excuse me, but who the bloody hell are you? Harry jumped, forgetting his uncle was in the shack. It seemed he had gotten over his initial shock at seeing the man and was now glaring angrily at him. The stranger turned to face him, frowning as he did so. Hagrid, gamekeeper for Hogwarts, who are you? Vernon puffed out his chest. I happen to be Vernon Dursley, thank you very much, and you? Are currently on my property. Hagrid rolled his eyes and waved a hand dismissingly in his direction. Ah, so you're Dursley then? A horrible vein in Vernon's forehead bulged. Yes, I am. And you? What's Hogwarts? Harry wondered out loud. Vernon froze where he stood. Hagrid slowly turned to look at Harry. What is Hog? What do you mean, what's Hogwarts? He roared in disbelief. Harry nervously took a step back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Did you not tell him? Hagrid angrily pointed a finger at Vernon and Petunia. Petunia whimpered and clutched Vernon's arm. Vernon stiffened. I will not be talked to like that. Hogwarts is the place where Ergo-Ter learn magic. Harry, surely you've got Ter no? A wizard after all? Hagrid interrupted. Harry's eyes widened. I'm what? A wizard. Capable of performing magic. I bet a thumpin' good one as well, once we train you up a little. Harry's blood turned cold. No, surely there must be some mistake, he stammered. None at all. Here. He thrusted a letter into Harry's hands. No, Vernon shouted. He will not be attending that ridiculous school. Quiet. Hagrid growled, pointing his umbrella in Vernon's direction. Go on, he added kindly to Harry, who held the letter in his trembling hands. Slowly, he opened it and read in his head, Dear Mr. Potter. We are pleased to inform you have been accepted into Hogwarts, School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find the enclosed list of all the necessary books and equipment. Term begins September 1st. We await your reply no sooner than July 31st. Yours sincerely. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry looked up. Is this real? Hagrid laughed. Course it is. He glanced at his watch. Right, well, it's getting late and we best get going. I'll explain everything these two. He threw a withering look at Vernon and Petunia. Missed out, and then we can go and get things. Hagrid was saying more, but Harry couldn't focus. As badly as he wanted to be free of the Dursleys, something didn't feel right. Harry. He glanced at Vernon and Petunia and gulped. They had tried so hard to rid him of his disease. And now there was a man here saying he could go and learn how to properly use it. But Harry didn't want that. Magic scared him. He wanted to be free of it. What if something bad happened? What if he hurt someone? Petunia said witches were creatures of darkness, but Hagrid spoke of this school for witches and wizards like it was a good thing. Surely being a wizard was a bad thing? He thought of the Dursleys' insistence that he become pure, and dread filled his stomach. Going to Hogwarts would certainly banish any chances he had at seeking their approval. How could he lead a moral life if he was surrounding himself in darkness and chaos, as they so put it? Petunia said his parents died because of magic. It had become too unholy, too evil. It had torn them apart and destroyed them entirely. Harry was scared. He didn't want it to kill him too. Vernon's shouts dragged him away from his thoughts. He will not be going. We have spent a lot of time trying to rid him of that nonsense. How dare you? Shut it, Dursley. Hagrid snarled. Harry Potter will attend Hogwarts. It is his every right. He looked at Harry, ignoring Vernon's enraged scowl. Right then, Harry, are you ready? I sue. No, Harry said quickly. Hagrid blinked. Sorry? I don't want to go, Harry responded, lowering his gaze. Hagrid stared at him blankly. You don't want to? Do I have a choice? Harry asked. Hagrid looked dumbfounded. Well, of course you have a choice, but then I don't want to go, Harry said firmly. Hagrid gaped at him in shock, but Harry looked away, telling himself he was doing the right thing. Well, there you have it. Vernon cleared his throat awkwardly. If he says he doesn't want to go, then why should he? I said shut it, man, Hagrid said angrily. Harry, sure? He asked him softly. Harry looked down and nodded. Hagrid stood there, staring at Harry as if he had just sprouted an extra head. Right, well, okay then. Guess I'll just be going then. He shuffled out of the shack, giving one last glimpse at Harry before disappearing into the night. The Dursleys gawked at Harry for some time before Vernon strode over and clapped him across the back. Well done, boy, he said quietly. One step closer to becoming normal. Good for you. Harry just continued to stare at the door Hagrid had exited, unsure as to whether he had made the right decision. Backquote, it didn't take long for things to return to normal. The letters had stopped arriving and the Dursleys' house was no longer being bombarded by owls, but even then the Dursleys found ways to punish Harry. He was too loud, he was too quiet, he answered back. He ignored them. He still made weird things happen. He was too lazy, he did nothing at all. And Harry tried. He tried, over and over, day after day. He tried to be a better nephew, a better cousin. He tried to cry less when getting punished. His uncle hated it when he cried. He tried to stop using magic, to get rid of it entirely. But he was never good enough, and he was never going to be good enough. So one night, when Vernon slapped him across the face for burning their dinner, something inside Harry snapped. The Dursleys were lounging on the sofa, watching some cheap television show, expecting Harry to bring them their food. Harry, who hadn't slept for hours. Harry, whose hands were sore from all the work. Harry, who was falling apart with no one there to pick up the pieces and mend him. And then Vernon slapped him and no one did anything, even though he yelped and clutched his face and beads of tears formed in his eyes, no one did anything. And so Harry broke. Something dark exploded out of him, something bad and powerful. It oozed out of his body, wreaking havoc everywhere, curling around the Dursleys' throats and squeezing hard, sucking the life out of them. They were screaming as they were lifted into the air, attacked from all directions, whilst around them Number 4 Privet Drive was being destroyed. Books flew off their shelves, pages ripping out of them and flying aimlessly around the house. Picture frames shattered against the walls, the frozen portraits of the smiling Dursleys becoming slashed and slit, as if an invisible knife was at hand. Taps exploded, leaving water gushing out like blood from a stab wound. Pillows were lifted into the air and ripped into pieces, feathers erupting out of them, and then the now flooded floor. The Dursleys themselves were dropped onto the mess, bodies disfigured, eyes widened in fear, mouths letting out silent screams, dead. The windows were smashed by the invisible force, glass piercing every surface of the house as the obscurial slithered away from the havoc, not looking back at the damage it had caused. Harry Potter had killed his only living relatives, and destroyed the only place where he was safe from Voldemort. Volume 1. The beginning chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It was a clear night. Aside from an occasional breeze or the low hoot of an owl, the outside of Malfoy Manor was unusually quiet. The inside, not so much. The remaining Death Eaters sat around a long table facing Lord Voldemort. Some looked excited, others nervous. Most just stayed silent. There were far fewer now, with many being caught and sent to Azkaban after Voldemort's initial downfall. Though their master had eventually grown stronger and returned, he was not yet powerful enough to break them out, and the long table that once seated so many was now filled with empty seats. "What news have you to share on the boy Severus?" Lord Voldemort asked. His voice was raspy and low, but no one could deny the hint of danger entwined in it, enough to make anyone who heard it stiffen, and that, of course, was everyone. Severus Snape bowed his head. "My lord, I have just arrived from Hogwarts, where no less than 3 hours ago, Aurors informed Dumbledore personally of a situation surrounding the boy." Several Death Eaters hissed at the mention of Dumbledore, but Snape ignored them and continued. "The boy, it seems, has vanished entirely, leaving behind a trail of destruction on his former residence." "Destruction?" Voldemort asked, amused. "His only relatives were found dead and his house entirely obliterated. It seems, my lord, that the only dwelling keeping Harry Potter safe from your wrath is now gone." To this, a few of the Death Eaters let out low cheers or exchanged smiles. Voldemort's face remained impassive. "And the boy himself? There are no signs indicating he has perished alongside his relatives, but as of now no one knows where he is." Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Snape hesitated. "Forgive me, my lord, but you do not seem pleased to hear this." "What use is this to me, Severus, if we do not even know where the boy is?" Voldemort's voice remained the same, but there was a dangerous sense of anger that flowed through it. Several Death Eaters shivered in their seats, sensing their master's growing fury. "But my lord," Antonin Dolohov spoke, "surely this is a good thing now that the boy has nowhere to hide?" "There will always be places for Harry Potter to hide," Voldemort said, and Dolohov immediately fell silent. "I suppose Dumbledore is looking for him," he added bitterly. Snape bowed my head. The headmaster seemed quite distressed about the boy, although one would think it was not a concern for his own safety but rather for others around him. Voldemort turned to look at Snape sharply. "What do you mean by that, Severus?" "Dumbledore believes that the reason for the destruction caused is because the boy is in obscurial," Snape replied. "He has yet to inform the Ministry of his theory, but thinks they will soon come to the same conclusion upon looking at the attack in a further investigation." "An obscurial?" "Yes, my lord, he says he recognizes the signs." Several of the Death Eaters began murmuring among themselves. Then they jumped upon hearing Voldemort's voice. It was soft this time, almost a whisper, and yet loud enough to carry itself across the room. Harry Potter, an obscurial. Everyone in the room held their breath. Some tensed, thinking Voldemort would explode with fury. Others shrunk back onto their chairs, worried at seeing their master so silent. But then Voldemort just laughed, and laughed, and laughed. But it was not a laugh that made others join in, nor did it make anyone less nervous, only. Severus Snape stood upright, staring at his master straight in the eye before Voldemort finally spoke again. "This is good, Severus, this is very good news, my lord." Voldemort turned away from the Death Eaters, watching Nagini as she slithered closer to him. He stroked her scales for a moment, lost in thought. "I want you to find the boy," he said suddenly. "All of you, find the boy and bring him to me alive." "My lord," it was Raoul who spoke this time. "I don't understand, we should kill him now." He's defenseless. "Harry Potter will not die," Voldemort commanded, his voice blazing with vehemence. "Not yet, I want him here, understand? An obscurus can be incredibly powerful in the right set of hands. Go now, all of you." The Death Eaters bowed their heads and swiftly departed. Nagini hissed as they left, curling herself around Voldemort's shoulders. And Voldemort himself held up his head and laughed once more. When Harry woke up, the first thing he registered was the throbbing pain in his head. He put a hand to his temple and his fingers came away bloody. Blinking back his confusion, he tried sitting up and then had to bite back a scream as the sudden movement sent a sharp pain straight into his skull. Black stars danced around his vision and he had to swallow down the urge to be sick. Slowly, he shuffled backwards so he could lean against a rough wall, each little movement sending spikes of pain across his body. Harry opened his eyes wider and looked around him. He noticed he was in a park he didn't recognize and had to bite back his fear, not used to being so far away from Privet Drive. "How did I get here?" Harry thought to himself. He strained hard, trying to remember the events from the previous night, but his memory was fuzzy and he could only remember bits of it. Vernon had slapped him, he was sure of it. And then Harry remembered feeling angry, and feeling his anger surge through him like a tidal wave, almost as if it was going to explode out of him, and then, nothing. A few flashes, a distant scream, and Harry could remember nothing else. Pushing down the rush of panic that had welled in his chest, Harry vaguely took in his surroundings. He was all alone in the park and a few flecks of sunlight appearing over some trees told him it was very early in the morning. Harry shivered and it was only then did he notice that his jacket was missing. His baggy t-shirt, once belonging to Dudley, was stained with dirt and his trouser leg had a large rip running across it. There was dried blood on him, splattered across his arms and face. Harry didn't know who it belonged to. He ran a hand through his hair and it came back covered in dust. Harry gulped. Something bad had happened to him and he couldn't remember what. Suddenly, he froze. A few feet away from him, he heard a loud rustle coming from one of the bushes. Then, two eyes were staring right at him. 2 weeks earlier. "I don't believe it, I just don't believe it. Calm down, Hagrid." Hagrid paced up and down in Dumbledore's study, shaking his head as he did so. "Harry Potter, James and Lily's son, not go tear Hogwarts, it just doesn't make any sense. Are you sure he really meant it when he said no?" "I told Professor McGonagall, I asked him a number of times, he refused to come with me." "But why?" McGonagall sounded anxious. "I don't understand why he wouldn't want to go." "I bet he was frightened into it," Hagrid said darkly. Those relatives of his seemed like bad news. If Harry Potter was being threatened by his aunt and uncle, I am sure he would have jumped at the opportunity to leave, Dumbledore said quietly. "Albus, please," McGonagall said desperately. "He is a wizard, he must attend Hogwarts, do something." Dumbledore looked up from his desk and let out a deep sigh. "Hogwarts is not compulsory, Minerva, there is no law stating wizards must go." "Yes, but surely he must receive some form of magical education?" McGonagall persisted. Paragraph 3, Section 12 of the Ministry's Law on Education clearly state that a witch or wizard has a choice to either attend Hogwarts, study abroad, or if they so choose society, Dumbledore said automatically. If he or she chooses to deny their magical education, they will then attend a Muggle school and continue their schooling there, in a Muggle environment. "Yes, but for goodness sake, he is not just any wizard, he is Harry Potter," McGonagall said angrily. What the wizarding community would say when they realize the boy who lived has rejected his wizarding roots as completely. Perhaps he is afraid, Dumbledore said thoughtfully. Afraid? What is there to be afraid of? McGonagall asked impatiently. I am sure that any child would have some fear of magic upon learning it can be abused against you, Dumbledore replied simply. The boy's parents were killed by it. I think it would be foolish to assume he isn't somewhat fearful of ending up with the same fate. Yes, but he can't. Rest assured, Minerva, I will look into the matter myself. If Hagrid is correct in assuming the boy is being threatened in some way, I shall personally take him to Hogwarts and have a careful word with his guardians. McGonagall sank into the nearest chair, defeated. Hagrid stopped his pacing and looked worriedly at Dumbledore. What if something's wrong, Professor Dumbledore, sir? He asked, with Harry. Oh please, I'm sure the boy is fine, Snape muttered loftily. He was leaning against the corner of the office, watching the scene in front of him with a bored-looking face. He just wants attention, no doubt the same as his father. Hagrid turned to face Snape angrily. Show some respect, Ter James, he growled. McGonagall frowned. I agree with Hagrid, Professor Snape. You should not let your jealousy cloud your judgment on what could be a very serious issue, she said reprimandingly. Snape scowled. I am merely suggesting the boy was just alarmed by Hagrid and said no out of panic. Dumbledore considered him. Why would he have any reason to fear Hagrid? Snape scoffed. With all due respect, a half-giant arriving in the middle of the night can possibly frighten a young child. Hagrid turned very red. I wasn't trying to scare him, he muttered. Of course you weren't, McGonagall reassured him kindly. Though I think perhaps Severus is not entirely wrong, Albus. It was possibly not the best thought-out plan. They all turned to face Dumbledore, who was sat deep in thought. Upon seeing them stare, he cleared his throat. We can stand here discussing theories all night. Like I said, I will look into it. For now, let's just focus on preparing Hogwarts for another school year. McGonagall nodded curtly and walked out of the office, Hagrid and Snape following her lead. She muttered something under her breath as she did so, and Hagrid warily said, "Good night, Professor, sir." Snape hesitated at the door, turning back to face Dumbledore, who was looking down at some papers on his desk. What is it, Severus? Dumbledore asked, sensing the man's gaze but not taking his eyes off his desk. Snape seemed to struggle with himself for a moment. Then he said in an unusually tactful voice, Are you sure you made the correct decision when placing Harry Potter in the care of Petunia Dursley? Dumbledore looked up and his blue eyes seemed to pierce Snape so much that he took a step back. Do you not think, Severus, that I took every possible precaution before leaving Harry in the care of his aunt? He asked coldly. Of course not, I only meant, as I have said before, Harry Potter is only safe in the place where Lily Potter's blood resides, Dumbledore said, looking away from Snape and back at his papers. If that is all, I bid you good night, Severus. Snape seemed to struggle with himself for a moment before nodding and leaving the office, his long robes trailing behind him. When Dumbledore heard the door click shut, he looked up. His face was indifferent but his eyes were stricken in worry. You seem worried, Dumbledore, said the sly voice of Phineas Nigellus. As of now, Phineas, Dumbledore replied. We should all be. Present time. Harry shrunk against the wall, his breath becoming shallow as the eyes continued to stare at him. Then slowly, a large black dog emerged from the bushes, barking happily. Harry let out a sigh of relief as the dog bounded over, licking his bloody fingers. There was something odd about it, although he couldn't quite put a finger on what it was. The dog let out a low whine, as if to ask what's wrong. Why, you scared me, Harry said shakily. The dog barked in what seemed to be a mild acknowledgement and continued licking his fingers. I haven't got any food for you, I'm sorry. The dog looked at him almost inquisitively. Harry sighed. Forget it, I'm talking to a dog. The dog let out another bark and then began chasing its own tail, seemingly trying to amuse Harry. Harry felt himself smile in spite of himself. What are you doing out here anyway? Are you lost? The dog yapped and then tilted its head. Harry chuckled. Yeah, I think I'm lost too, I don't even know how I got here. The dog whined and Harry swore that its eyes looked concerned. Don't worry, I'm sure my aunt and uncle will find me soon. And then another memory flashed onto Harry, and he clutched his head in agony. The dog yelped and ran over to him, licking his forehead as if it were trying to soothe Harry. Harry held his head in his hands. His memory was still hazy, but for a split second, he thought he remembered seeing the Dursleys being lifted into the air. Then someone screamed in his ear and Harry covered them, trying to stop the sound. Suddenly, he heard a loud crack. He looked up to see two men wearing odd robes standing in front of him, both holding what appeared to be well-polished wooden sticks. The dog suddenly growled and darted in front of Harry, baring its teeth at the strangers and letting out a snarl. One of the men laughed and the other flicked his stick lazily. The dog was lifted into the air and hurled onto a street lamp where it let out a low whimper and then fell silent. With great difficulty, Harry stood up and began nervously backing away from the men. They seemed to notice his fear and one of them held out his hands. "Don't worry," he said. "We won't hurt you." "I haven't got any money," Harry said timidly. One of the men let out a small chuckle. He was large and blond. "We only want to help you," the other said. He had short, dark hair and a rather twisted face. "Look kid, you're bleeding. See?" The blond man gestured to Harry's forehead. "Let us clear that up for you, He raised the stick and Harry tensed. "Don't worry," said the man and he waved it across Harry's head. Immediately, Harry stopped feeling so lightheaded. He slowly reached out to touch his temple and noticed the skin was healed. "See?" The man smiled. Harry looked at the stick he was holding. What is that thing?" he asked nervously. The man with dark hair answered, slightly bemused. "It's a wand kid, we wizards use it to perform magic." Harry tensed. "You're wizards?" He gulped. The blonde wizard frowned. "Well yes, but you should know all about us, right? After all, you're a wizard yourself." "I know, someone told me. So why are you afraid?" the man with dark hair asked. Harry looked down. "My aunt said it's a bad thing to be," he mumbled. This caused the man to start laughing, although the blonde wizard's expression darkened. "Muggle filth," he muttered. The dark-haired wizard peered at him. "There's nothing wrong with being a wizard, Harry," he said. Harry froze. How do you know my name?" The two men exchanged nervous glances. "We cast a spell to find out," the dark-haired wizard said, although he didn't seem very confident in his answer. The blonde wizard cleared his throat. "Listen kid, it isn't safe to be wandering around alone. Why don't you let us take you somewhere safe?" "You still haven't explained how you know my name," Harry said accusingly. The blonde wizard cursed under his breath. Harry suddenly realized he was backed into a corner and felt his heart begin to quicken. If you don't mind, I think I'd like to leave now," he said, taking a step forwards. "No," said the dark-haired wizard, so quick as beginning to feel very frightened, wanting nothing more than to be back in Privet Drive. His fear summoned something in him, and as he clenched his fists, something odd was happening, something both very familiar and very foreign. A powerful feeling surged through Harry, and he saw the blond man's eyes widen in fear. "Look," said the blond wizard, taking a step backwards and raising his hands. "Look," he said again, nudging his partner to do the same. "We're not here to cause you trouble, all right, we promise. We've been sent here to get you, that's all." "By who?" Harry asked, the dangerous feeling in him not quite leaving. The blond man looked at his friend who nodded. He took a deep breath and continued. "There's a man who wants to meet you, Harry. He has been for quite some time. He knows that you're scared." Harry's fist clenched tighter. "But we promise he only wants to save you before they get to you." Harry felt the surge of power leave him. "What are you talking about?" he asked, confused. "There are some bad wizards out there," said the dark-haired wizard. "They're dangerous, they like to target young wizards such as yourself. The man we work for, he's heard about you, he believes you're in danger, and he wants to help you," finished the blonde wizard. Harry stood there considering their answer. On one hand, what they were saying seemed far-fetched. On the other hand, they clearly knew far more about magic than himself, and they had healed his head. The blond man reached out his hand. "Come with us," he said not unkindly. "Where are we going?" Harry asked. "Somewhere where you will be safe, I promise." Harry took a step forward and then hesitated. "My aunt and uncle. They won't be able to protect you," the dark-haired man said quickly. "Not properly, trust us." Harry stalled, looking at their outstretched hands and kind smiles. It looked odd on them, as if they weren't used to making such a face. Harry shrugged in his head. How much more danger could he put himself in? Slowly, He reached out and grasped the blond man's hand. Then there was a crack and the three of them vanished. Chapter end notes. Yes, the dog was serious green and red. Harry landed with a jolt on the outskirts of a large estate. He wobbled on his feet for a bit, biting down the urge to throw up. "Steady there," the dark-haired wizard said, gripping Harry's shoulder to keep him from falling. "Where are we?" Harry asked, light-headed. "Our master's headquarters. He'll want to see you now." The blonde wizard kept one hand firmly on his back as he led him towards the manor. As they passed the gate, Harry saw a pure white peacock staring at him in interest. Harry looked at it in awe. The dark-haired wizard followed his gaze and scoffed. "Malfoy's showing off as usual," he muttered under his breath. They led him inside and Harry struggled to contain his astonishment. The manor was beautiful, unquestionably one of the nicest places Harry had ever been in, which was easy to come by since he spent most of his time in a spider-infested cupboard. Soft morning light streamed in through vast windows, allowing Harry to see a large chandelier waving at him from the ceiling and a rich rug that rested at his feet. The pair seemed to have no time to enjoy the luxury, quickly leading Harry up a grand staircase and swiftly walking down a long, lavish corridor. Several large paintings adorned the walls, each showing off an impressive but regal-looking man or woman. Harry stared at one of the paintings for a while, gazing at it in wonder. It was a painting of a young boy, seemingly around Harry's age, with silvery blonde hair and light blue eyes. There was something about him that intrigued Harry and he continued to stare at him until a hand rested on his shoulder and he was made to stop. "This is it," the blonde wizard said, coming to an end in front of a door at the end of the corridor. "You ready?" he asked his companion. The dark-haired man nodded and knocked 3 times on the door. "What is it?" came a raspy voice. "It is Dolohov and Raoul, my lord. We have the boy. Send him in." The blonde wizard opened the door and gestured for Harry to get in. Harry stood there nervously. "Don't be afraid," said the snake-like voice. "Come inside." Harry slowly walked into what appeared to be a large office and the door swung shut behind him. He froze suddenly, seeing the man before him. There was no way for Harry to describe him other than snake-like. He had red eyes and slits instead of a nose and was wearing a long, dark robe. He had no hair either, his pale skin appeared to be scaly and dry. The man laughed upon seeing Harry's face. "Do not fear, Harry Potter," he said in a cold, high voice. "You are safe here, I promise." Harry looked around him. The office was a dark room, the only light coming from a crackling fire pushed against the wall and a few stray candles. There was a large desk in front of him, covered in newspapers and mysterious-looking books. Surprisingly, the pictures in the newspapers seemed to be moving and Harry had to blink twice to realize he wasn't hallucinating. A sudden hiss startled him. He jumped and saw a large snake behind him, curled in the corner. It hissed again and slithered towards him, making its way next to Harry and twisting its body so that it was shoulder level with him. For a reason he couldn't explain, Harry was not afraid of the snake, instead slowly reaching out to touch the side of its head. The snake curled to the touch, like someone might do to an old friend, and Harry smiled. "It seems Nagini likes you," said the man, and Harry looked up with a start, forgetting he was still in the room. The man looked thoughtfully at Harry. "She doesn't usually like people," he said. "This one SSS seem SSS all right," the snake hissed. Harry blinked. Thank you," he said nervously. The man stared at him. You can understand her?" he asked, shocked. Harry nodded. Then he asked, Is it a wizard thing?" The man blinked and seemed to regain his composure. "Yes, but it's very rare," he said. He seemed to be deep in thought and Harry felt nervous to speak up. Excuse me, but what's your name?" The man looked surprised. "Did my Death Eaters not tell you?" He gave a small grin. "I am Lord Voldemort, Harry Potter. I have been wanting to meet you for quite some time." "Why is that?" Harry asked anxiously. "You are quite important to me, though I'm afraid I cannot elaborate further at this current time. Just know that I am pleased to have met you." Harry nodded. Then he frowned. "What are Death Eaters?" he asked curiously. Voldemort waved a hand carelessly through the air. "My followers," he explained. "They work in answer to me. They told me you're going to protect me. They said there were dark wizards about." "Did they now?" Voldemort asked amusingly. "They are right, of course. There are dangerous people in the world, Harry, But do not worry, you are safe with me. Harry gave a small nod and continued to stroke the side of Naginus's head. Voldemort seemed to hesitate for a moment. How long have you known you were a wizard, Harry? Harry stiffened. A few weeks now, a man came and told me. Voldemort smiled. You do not seem pleased by that. Harry bit his lip. Don't really like magic, he mumbled. So I noticed, you appeared to have rejected the idea of going to Hogwarts. Harry nodded. May I ask why that is? Magic's bad, Harry said automatically. And why is that? My aunt and uncle say so. Do they now? Yes, they say it's evil, impure. And you believe them? Harry shrugged. Why is it evil, Harry? Because it's not normal. Voldemort laughed. Funny, I would think it's perfectly normal to have magic. Harry stared at Voldemort with large eyes, unsure whether to answer back or remain silent. Do you know how you got your scar, Harry? Harry nodded. My aunt says it's a witch's mark. Voldemort laughed. Harry could feel himself fluster. I'm not sure why this is so funny to you, he snapped. Power surged at the end of his fingertips and slowly made its way to his hands. Vold. You are a very powerful wizard, Harry, he said quietly. I'm not, don't say that. But you are. I'm not, I don't want to be, I don't want to have magic. My boy, you speak as if it is as simple as removing a stain. Well, why can't it be? You can't remove magic, Harry, you can only let it grow. The powerful feeling spread past his hands and Harry felt something inside of him darken. Something ready to explode out of him and wreak havoc. Something bad. You can't change who you are, Harry, but I don't want this, I don't want it, I'm afraid you have no choice. Harry was struggling with himself, trying desperately to stop the darkness from escaping. Oh God, what's happening to me? Calm down, Harry, you must calm down. I can't, you can, just try. No, I really don't think I can, Harry gasped. Nagini suddenly curled around his arm, hissing. Don't be afraid, just control yourself. Harry felt the dangerous feeling leave his arms as if Nagini was a sponge sucking the darkness out of him. His breathing slowed down and gradually, the darkness had vanished altogether. He collapsed onto a chair, exhausted. Nagini slithered over and curled herself on his lap. Is that normal for a wizard? He managed to ask. Voldemort, who looked rather excited, cleared his throat. No, Harry, it isn't. Most wizards your age can control their magic. What are you saying? Harry asked, confused. Harry, do you know what an obscurus is? Voldemort asked. Harry shook his head. When an underage witch or wizard find themselves under pressure to suppress or remove their magic, it can sometimes lead to a certain effect taking place. What sort of effect? It is not natural for someone so young to try and stop their magic, and so something called an obscurus forms inside the body, and the wizard or witch it has inhabited then becomes known as an obscurial. Harry gulped. You're saying I'm in an obscurial, yes. Voldemort said calmly. But that sounds dangerous, isn't it? Obscurials can be dangerous, yes. They are capable of causing mass destruction at times. But isn't there some way to remove it? Harry asked desperately. To get it out of me? I'm afraid not, Harry. There is no safe way of doing so. So then what can I do? Harry asked, close to tears. Am I just doomed to be some sort of monster? An obscurial is not a monster. It is simply an untrained being. However, like all beings, they can be trained, controlled. You can use your obscurus to your own command, Harry, if you so choose. How? Harry asked. I will teach you how. Harry looked up, eyes widening. You will? Of course, but there will have to be some conditions. Yes, of course, anything, Harry said quickly. Voldemort smiled. He had Harry exactly where he wanted. The boy was a Parseltongue. A Parseltongue and an obscurial. It was rather ironic, really. The boy who lived, beloved by all, being the two things that were despised by millions. He sent Harry away to get some rest. He looked awful. It was clear to Voldemort that he could barely control his obscurus. He would soon fix that. For now, he had to work out how Harry could speak to snakes. It was unlikely he inherited it. As far as he knew, the boy had no known roots to any famous Parseltongues. And he couldn't have learnt the language from anywhere. So that left one option. Somehow he, Lord Voldemort, the darkest wizard of all time, gave the boy his proudest gift. But how? He consulted every book he had on the topic. Nothing. He spoke to Nagini and she was as clueless as he was. And then he thought back to the night 11 years ago, at Godric's Hollow. After he had killed the boy's parents, he had turned his wand against him. He had to. The prophecy stated that the boy would be the only one who could destroy him. So he had cast the killing curse and watched as the green light flashed onto the child. It was a familiar sight, something he had witnessed hundreds of times. It felt like a scene that had curled itself behind his eyes and jolted him to reality every time it was played. But something was wrong this time and he had no time to react before his own curse rebounded and hit him instead. And Voldemort was weak, gone, half dead, forced to run away from the boy and seek help from his loyal followers. And the boy had been laughing. Voldemort grew stronger over time, eventually able to regain his strength and take back his rightful place as the greatest Dark Lord of all time. But he never forgot what was nearly taken from him. He never forgot how he almost lost everything, all because of a small child. And suddenly he realized what had happened, like a long-lost memory finally being remembered. Lord Voldemort had made the boy his seventh Horcrux. Voldemort felt himself laugh in spite of himself. By trying to remove the one thing standing in his way, he had created his own worst enemy, a problem threatening to ruin everything. There was no letting go of the boy now. He had planned to remove his obscurus and use it for his own benefit, but that was now impossible. It could kill him, and Harry Potter could not be killed. Not now that he was so important to Voldemort. He would have to make good on his word and help him control the obscurus. The boy must be able to use it to his command because by doing so, he ensured Voldemort could use it for his own command. It would be an easy feat to accomplish now that the boy was so vulnerable and clueless. Voldemort could easily play the supporting mentor, if that was what he required. He just had to make sure that Dumbledore wouldn't mess everything up. But the boy was willing to do anything he said, and he was sure if he ordered him to not be seen he would comply. Lord Voldemort smiled. Everything was going according to plan. Wand Course chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. This is a problem, Dumbledore, a serious problem. Cornelius Fudge paced up and down in Dumbledore's office whilst the headmaster remained seated at his desk, calmly watching the man panic. "I can assure you, Minister, Harry Potter is not a threat," he said, unperturbed. "I wouldn't be so sure about that, Dumbledore," Fudge said, stopping his pacing and turning to face the headmaster. "The boy killed his own family and completely annihilated his house. I mean, you should have seen the wreckage, never seen anything like it even after all the trouble you know who's been causing. And do you know how difficult it has been for the Ministry to try and cover this up? 17 Muggles had to be obliterated, Dumbledore, 17. I understand, BU, and that's not even the least of my troubles," the minister continued, waving a hand in the air dismissingly. "People want to see some action, Dumbledore. The Wizengamot are looking to bring Harry Potter in as fast as possible given all the trouble he's caused. As Chief Warlock, I'm sure you've heard." "Yes, I have received the letters," Dumbledore said politely, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Not to mention the Daily Prophet has been sniffing around all week, hoping to get a glimpse of this whole mess," Fudge said, oblivious to Dumbledore's discomfort. "I won't be able to keep this a secret for much longer, you know. Sooner or later the wizarding community will have to be aware of the danger they're in. It'll be absolute chaos, let me tell you, an obscurial and you know who at large. They'll be calling for my resignation next. Minister, as long as you handle this correctly, I am sure you will be able to keep your post," Dumbledore said smoothly. "For now, you must not let it appear that Voldemort is any less of a threat now that there is also an obscurial loose. People must still be aware of the danger he poses." "As if they need reminding," Fudge said miserably. "You know, I'm sure no other minister has had to deal with as much trouble as I. Your job is to show strength not just against dark forces, but for everyone who cannot be strong for themselves," Dumbledore said firmly. "I am sure the wizarding community would sooner admire a man who was able to deal with countless threats during his time. I did nothing at all." "Yes, well," Fudge hesitated. "Look, I can't just ignore what's happening. Harry Potter must answer for his actions. And he will, Cornelius, in due time, although for now, I would think your main priority is to actually find him first." "I've got half the Auror office out searching for him," Fudge said warily. "Left Moody in charge. He should be good at this considering the amount of Death Eaters he caught. As long as he knows the difference between a Death Eater and an 11-year-old boy," Dumbledore said quietly. "Yes, well," Fudge looked uncomfortable. The thing is, Dumbledore, most would view an obscurial as posing more of a danger than a simple Death Eater. Harry Potter is not dangerous, Dumbledore said sharply. He is a young boy, scared out of his mind no doubt, in dire need of our help. I'm sure you would have told your Aurors to be gentle when they find him, did you not? Fudge frowned. Now see here, Dumbledore, this is still my problem to deal with. People must be protected, and if Harry Potter is capable of killing his own family, there's no telling who else he could hurt. An obscurial is not a killer, Cornelius. It is simply someone who has been forced to repress everything natural about them for so long. It has destroyed their ability to control their magic properly, Dumbledore reprimanded. Surely you have worked out by now that his aunt and uncle were trying to stop the boy from using his magic. So much so they created an obscurus which, when provoked, acted out of defense for the boy's safety. Fudge looked uneasy. Whatever the case is, Dumbledore, I must think of others before I think of the boy. Harry Potter must be taken into the custody of the Ministry as soon as possible, he said, clearly trying to regain authority over the headmaster. Dumbledore sighed. I understand you feel compelled to protect the wizarding community, Minister, he said tiredly. I only ask you to think of the boy and the horrors he must have gone through to become an obscurial. Fudge hesitated. If when we find him, Dumbledore, I'll make sure you can have a word with him, he said. Dumbledore gave a sad smile. Thank you, Minister. Let us just hope Voldemort hasn't reached him first. He looked away from Fudge, staring out of the window nearest to him. If he gets to him before we do, I fear that could mean the end for us all. The minister's face fell. Somewhere, Fawkes gave a sad cry. Harry woke up to something sliding around his arm. He blinked and realized it was Nagini, who now curled herself into a tight ball on his lap. USS slept for a long time, she hissed. Sorry, Harry said, stroking her scales absent-mindedly. You fell asleep on the floor, she commented. Yes, Harry said, and nothing more. Can I ASSSKY? Harry leaned against the edge of his bed and sighed. He had been given a large room to stay in, much bigger than the cupboard under the stairs. It was beautiful, with rich furniture and a vast window allowing him to get a good look at the gardens outside. It also came with a king-sized bed, adorned with soft pillows and fluffy blankets. But it was too nice, and Harry felt wrong sleeping on it, as if he was a piece of filth invading something pure and perfect. His own mattress in the cupboard had been hard and uncomfortable, only coming with one tiny pillow and a rough blanket. Harry guessed he had grown used to it in the 11 years he spent there, and as such preferred sleeping on the hard floorboards. At least there he felt at home. Harry shrugged. It's comfortable. Nagini seemed to narrow her eyes. You're ASS strange boy, Harry Potter. Sorry. Don't apologize, she said. Never be SS sorry for who you really are. Harry nodded. I won't, he murmured. Nagini slithered off him. He wants us to SSC you now, she hissed. Harry got up nervously and attempted to flatten his messy hair. Lead the way, he said. He followed Nagini out of his room, abandoning all attempts to make himself look smarter. It had always been a failed effort. They were heading for the office, he realized, after walking down the same corridor as the day before. He stopped outside the door, looking again at the painting of the boy. His eyes were more of a silvery blue, Harry noticed. What ISSS it? Nagini asked. Nothing, Harry said, and knocked on the door. He heard Voldemort say, come in, and stepped inside the office, Nagini right beside him. She slithered towards Voldemort and curled herself around his shoulders. Voldemort himself was standing by the fireplace, looking Harry up and down. I take it you slept well? Yes, thank you. Good, we have a lot to do today. He strode over to his desk and held something up. Do you know what this is? He asked. Harry nodded. It's a wand, he said. Voldemort's wand resembled a long, weathered bone, pale white, with a curved handle. Correct, Voldemort said. Every witch or wizard receives their wand when they turn 11. It's time you had one too. Harry stiffened. Don't be afraid, said Voldemort, walking over to where Harry stood. I'm not, Harry said. You are, Voldemort replied. You are worried about embracing your wizarding roots. Harry met his gaze. I tried so hard to ignore them, he said quietly. Yes, Voldemort said indifferently. Spent 11 years trying, Harry continued bitterly. Suppose it was all for nothing. My boy, what you did was not your fault, but rather the ignorance of the muggles around. You, Voldemort said, looking Harry determinedly in the eye. He seemed to struggle to keep the anger from his voice. Muggles. What we call those without magic, they're ignorant, foolish, happy to live their miserable lives and punish those of us who they deem different. Voldemort was brimming in fury and Harry shivered where he stood. Voldemort sensed his fear and regained himself. You must not punish yourself for being different, Harry Potter, not when your only crime is being normal. Harry nodded, knowing this was something he would never be able to argue against. Now then, come along, we must get you your wand. Where are we going? Harry asked, curious. You will see, hold on to me, Harry. Voldemort held out his arm and after a moment's hesitation, Harry grasped onto it. There was a crack and then a familiar feeling of being broken apart and put back together again. Harry landed with a stagger somewhere unfamiliar, Voldemort appearing right beside him. He got out his wand and waved it around them once. Immediately, the doors locked and the blinds closed. No one could see in or out. Someone there? Came a wheezy voice. A moment later, an old man came into view, carrying a few narrow boxes. He froze at the sight of them, eyes moving first to Voldemort and then to Harry before finally resting on his scar. Harry covered it with his hair. Uncomfortable with the scrutinization. I say, this is quite an unusual pair. I have come here for a wand, Ollivander, Voldemort said coldly. Do not make this difficult for yourself. He held out his own wand threateningly. You know what will happen if you do. Harry saw the man flinch. Oh, of course not. I assume the wand is for Mr. Potter? Voldemort nodded. Very well then, step forwards please, Harry. Harry looked at Voldemort, who nodded. Slowly, he made his way to the counter, looking around him as he did so. The shop was small, filled with dozens and dozens of boxes which Harry assumed could only contain wands. They were everywhere, either stacked neatly in rows or else sprawled over countertops. Harry wondered how the man didn't feel claustrophobic in his shop and then realized he was probably used to it, just as Harry had grown used to his tiny cupboard. That's it, now why don't you try this one? The man handed Harry a short, dark wand. Harry carefully reached out to take it, holding it as one might hold a grenade. He shuddered, thinking of what the Dursleys would say if they saw him hold something so unholy. 7.5 inches, ebony and a dragon heartstring core, unyielding. Give it a try, the man said. Harry looked at him blankly. Just a small wave will dove the wand in the air, trying to copy the movements he had seen the blonde wizard do when he healed his head. Immediately, a set of books near him burst into flames. Harry jumped, throwing the wand back on the counter and staring at the fire in horror. Don't worry, he felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up to see Voldemort nodding at him reassuringly. It happens to everyone. The man, Ollivander, waved his own wand around the fire and it extinguished immediately. He waved it again and the burn marks on the books vanished. Clearly not. How about this one? He handed Harry another wand, lighter than the first, and Harry reluctantly took it. 9.25 inches, cherry with a single unicorn hair, fairly flexible. Give it a wave please. Harry waved it in the air with less enthusiasm than before. It didn't stop a nearby vase from shattering into pieces, 1,000 tiny shards of glass flying through the air. Harry winced. He dropped the wand and clutched his head. More memories flashed onto Harry, the images zooming in and out of focus. An invisible force smashed into the windows of Privet Drive, glass piercing every surface of the house. Glass fell onto the Dursleys. The Dursleys? Harry. A hand on his back brought him back to the present. What's wrong? Harry looked up. It was Voldemort. Nothing, he mumbled. He turned away from Voldemort to see the man eyeing Harry with great interest. He turned away from him too. How much longer will this take, Ollivander? Voldemort snarled. The wand chooses the wizard, Tom. Patience is a virtue, the man replied. What did you just call me? Voldemort flicked his wand and a deep cut slashed across the side of Ollivander's face. Harry's eyes widened as the wandmaker let out a shout of pain. Apologies, I forgot myself, it won't happen again. Make sure it doesn't, Voldemort growled. Yes, oh of course. Now then, Mr. Potter, let's try again. He searched for some time before producing another wand. Ah yes, I believe this could be it. 11 inches. Holly paired with a phoenix feather core. Nice and supple, give it a try. He handed it to Harry, who at once felt something warm emerge from his fingers as they clasped around the wand. An odd sensation filled Harry, and when he waved the wand a shower of golden sparks erupted from it, shimmering in the air before dissolving into nothingness. "Yes, I believe we found our match. Are you sure, Ollivander?" Voldemort asked. "Quite sure." Voldemort looked at the man for quite some time. "You are keeping something from me," he said softly. "I assure you I am no. Do not lie to me." Voldemort's eyes flashed dangerously. "Speak the truth or I will make you." Harry shivered where he stood. Ollivander tensed. It is just as strange that such a wand would choose Mr. Potter. Holly is, after all, a notoriously difficult wood to team with such a core, not to mention the core itself is unusual. "And why is that?" Ollivander hesitated. "The phoenix that gave the wand its core has only produced one other feather, just the one. I find it odd that this particular wand chose Mr. Potter when it was his brother who gave him that scar." "Enough." Ollivander fell silent at once. Harry stood there, confused. "What's he talking about?" he asked Voldemort. "It is nothing. Forget you heard such a thing." Harry felt his anger rise, an anger that spread throughout his entire body. "You're keeping something from me," he said. "Why?" The feeling became darker, more dangerous, and Voldemort eyed Harry carefully. "Control yourself," he said quietly. "Remember what we talked about." Harry blinked and felt the anger leave his body. Ollivander watched him, wide-eyed. "My boy," he breathed. "I have heard the rumors, but I never imagined." "Silence." Voldemort hissed. "You should know better than to listen to petty rumors, Ollivander." Ollivander shrunk back, terrified. Voldemort gave him a scathing look and then turned to Harry. "I will explain all to you, Harry," he said. "But you must be patient. Can you do that for me?" Harry nodded. "Good." Voldemort took a small glass orb from his robe and waved his wand around it, muttering something under his breath. "This is a portkey, Harry. It will take you back to the manor." "Aren't we going together?" Harry asked. "I will need to have a word with Ollivander. I'd rather you not be here." Ollivander let out a small cry of fear which Voldemort ignored. "Take the orb, Harry. I will be with you soon." Harry stalled, unsure whether to listen to Voldemort or not. "Trust me," Voldemort said, seemingly noticing his resistance, "and make sure to take your wand." Harry gripped onto the wand tighter and nodded. How wrong it felt in his hands, the ones that were burnt countless times in an effort to make himself normal, the ones belonging to a freak, a monster. He had endured so much only to regress back to impurity. Harry didn't want to think about what his aunt and uncle would say if they could see him now. He took the orb from Voldemort and at once the portkey was activated. Harry felt sick, getting dizzier and dizzier as Voldemort and Ollivander became more and more distant. He could see Voldemort's office coming into view, Nagini perched on his chair like a throne. But it didn't stop him from seeing the flash of green that hit Ollivander straight in the chest, nor did it block out his scream. Chapter end notes. Thought it would be interesting to look up some of the wandwoods when I was editing the chapter and was surprised by what I saw. This was a really weird coincidence. I chose the wand wood before I looked them up. Ebony. First wand Harry tried. Ebony is happiest in the hand of those with the courage to be themselves. The ebony wand's perfect match is one who will hold fast to his or her beliefs, no matter what the external pressure, and will not be swayed lightly from their purpose. Cherry. Second wand Harry tried. The wand ought never to be teamed with a wizard without exceptional self-control and strength of mind. Taken from the Wizarding World website, so yeah, probably not best suited for Harry lol. Dreams. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Don't walk away from me, Potter. Leave me alone, Dudley. Quit telling me what to do. Come back. Stop it, Dudley. Potter. Harry turned around, exasperated. Dudley had his fists clenched, glaring at Harry with a deep hatred. "What do you want, Dudley? I said don't walk away from me." Dudley stormed over to Harry, punching him hard in the stomach. Harry let out a shout of pain and fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. Dudley hit him in the face. "Not so tough, are you?" He kicked him. "I bet you're just as pathetic as your dead parents." A cry of pain. "I heard they died because of you, Potter." Another kick. "That true?" Dudley continued to hurl insults and abuse at Harry, who lay on the ground in agony, completely helpless. "You gonna answer me, Potter?" "Well?" Harry coughed and sat on his knees. "What the fuck, Dudley?" Dudley sneered. "Yeah, I bet it's all your fault. Your parents probably killed themselves. Because they didn't want to deal with you. Honestly, who could blame them? You're a freak, Potter. It happened so quickly that Harry had no time to react. One moment Dudley was standing over him, smirking. The next something sent him flying backwards. It was like magic, and he landed harshly on the ground, letting out a howl of pain. Harry froze. Then he quickly ran over to his cousin, clamping a hand over his mouth. "Shut up," he hissed. "Shut up or you'll get me into trouble." But it was too late. Vernon Dursley stormed out of the house, furious. What the bloody hell is making all that racket? Then he froze, catching sight of his son lying on the ground, letting out muffled screams with Harry's hands clamped over his mouth. "Potter," he whispered. Harry gulped. He tried to run away, but Vernon was too quick, grabbing him and dragging him inside, throwing Harry in the cupboard and locking the door. Harry began trembling. He was going to be in so much trouble, and he knew it. Sure enough, the door unlocked and Petunia wasted. She slapped Harry across the face, his cry echoing off the lonely walls of the cupboard. "How dare you touch him?" she hissed. "You sinful boy." She punctuated each word with a sharp slap. I don't know how I'm sorry." She ignored his rambles, leaving the cupboard and returning with a thick belt in her hand. "Face the wall." Harry gulped and slowly faced the wall of the cupboard, shaking as he did so. "I'm sorry." "Silence," she said, whacking the belt across his back. Harry flinched as tears rolled down his cheeks. "Kneel down. I want your hands together. Pray for redemption." Harry did as he was told, clasping his hands together and looking up at the ceiling. He gritted his teeth as again and again the belt slammed down on his back, sobs and yelps escaping his pursed lips. He deserved it. It was his fault. He should have tried harder to control himself. And Harry prayed. He prayed and begged and pleaded the whole time, for his magic to be gone, for him to be normal. His head was filled with his prayers, some of them rolling down his cheeks as the strikes got harder. And above all else, Harry prayed for a swift death to take him in the night, so that it could all be finally over. Backquote, "Have you seen this?" Hermione threw a Daily Prophet on the long dining table and took a seat opposite her fellow Gryffindor. Ron took one look at the front cover and sighed, turning back to his toast. "Yeah, Dad sent me a letter yesterday. Apparently the ministry tried to keep it quiet for as long as possible." "I don't believe it, I just can't." Hermione picked up the newspaper and began to read out loud. "The Minister of Magic regrets to inform the magical community that Harry Potter, famous for being the only person to survive the killing curse and also known as the boy who lived, has been confirmed as an obscurial. In an exclusive interview last night, the minister reveals that as of now, Harry Potter, age 11, is at large and thought to be working with he who shall not be named, often seen as the greatest dark wizard of our time. The ministry believes that Potter is extremely dangerous and urges everyone to be cautious when traveling alone. I heard the rumors, we all did, but I never thought. This is Harry Potter we're talking about. There's more they're not saying." According to Dad, the ministry was called to investigate Harry Potter's residence weeks ago after they received a report of underage magic. Dad said it was worse than anything they'd been expecting. He said his house was completely wrecked and Aurors found his relatives lying dead in the rubble. "Oh, stop, that's just horrible. Why are they telling us all this now?" Ron shrugged. According to Dad, the minister was forced to come clean after Ollivander was found murdered in his shop. "It's clear you know who was behind it, but they think Potter was somehow also connected. I just don't understand. Why would he even consider working with you-know-who? He killed his parents." Ron looked nervous. "Dunno. Everyone's really worried though. We haven't had to deal with an obscurial since 1926, and now that you-know-who's back to his full power, Dad says it's going to be complete chaos." Hermione shivered. "I just hope they find him. I never thought we'd be viewing Harry Potter as a threat." "Me neither. I grew up seeing him as a hero and now they're telling us to treat him the same as a Death Eater. It's completely mental. What do you think, Neville?" Ron turned to his friend seated next to him. Neville Longbottom looked up from his cereal. "My Gran thinks the Daily Prophet is being too harsh on Harry. She thinks there's more to the story." "Like what?" Hermione asked. Neville leaned closer. "She says obscurials are made, not born. If Harry Potter really is an obscurial, there must be a valid reason." Ron looked thoughtful. "You know what? That actually makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't mean to cause any damage. He killed his family, Ron. It could have been an accident, Maybe it's hard to have an obscurus. Yes, but that still doesn't explain why he would join you-know-who. Maybe he's just confused, Neville suggested. Yeah, that's probably it, said Ron excitedly. Maybe he was scared after all the chaos he caused and you-know-who came around and promised he would help him out only to lie and keep him captive instead. If he is being held captive, why not just break free? If he's an obscurial, it should be easy enough, Hermione said coldly. Ron's face fell. Oh yeah, he sighed. If only we knew more about what's happening. That's something you'd probably be wishing for the rest of your life, Weasley, said a snide voice. I expect it must be difficult when your father's not as well connected in the ministry as mine is. I found out about this ages ago. Ron's ears turned red. Shut up, Malfoy, he muttered. You just heard the rumors, Malfoy, like all of us, said Neville. Yeah, or you heard you-know-who boasting about it during one of your family dinner parties, Hermione said fiercely. Draco flushed. How dare you talk to me like that? You don't know anything about my family. Ron snorted. Yeah, except they're all Death Eaters. Well, at least we don't all sleep in one room like yours, Weasley, Draco sneered. I hear your father's a Muggle lover. Imagine being so pathetic. Then again, he did marry your weasel mother, so I guess he always had poor taste. Ron sprang up, fist clenched. Crabbe and Goyle stepped in front of Malfoy, grinning nastily. Be quiet, Malfoy, Neville said quietly. Sit down, Ron. Ron ignored him, glaring at Malfoy with deep loathing, one hand snaking to the inside of his robes where his wand was kept. Okay guys, really, let's all just calm down, Hermione said anxiously. Say that again, Ron spat. Go on, I dare you. Draco smirked. Have I hit a sensitive spot, Weasley? Go on, try and curse me. We both know you're about as useful with that wand as Longbottom is, and that's really not saying much. Is there a problem? Percy Weasley strode over, frowning. Ron, put your wand away or I'll give you detention. You three, what's going on here? Draco eyed Percy, seemingly debating whether it would be worth it to be rude to a prefect. Nothing at all, Weasley. Why don't you just run along? Mind your attitude, Malfoy, Percy said sharply, or I'll put all three of you in an hour's detention. Draco glared at Percy. Come on, boys, there's nothing interesting for us here. He flounced off, Ron watching him leave with narrowed eyes. Oh, sit down, Ron. Breakfast is nearly finished, Hermione said nervously. Slowly, Ron stored his wand back in his robes. You didn't have to intervene, he told his brother. Percy puffed out his chest. As a prefect, it's my job to. Yeah, whatever, Ron said, sitting down and ignoring Percy. Percy strode off affronted whilst Neville and Hermione watched their friend apprehensively. I hate him, Ron said suddenly. I bet you his parents know what's happened to Harry. Everyone knows they're right old pals with you-know-who. Who's he to criticize mine when his are in league with the Death Eaters? I know, Ron, Neville said sympathetically. Just ignore him, he's not worth it. Ron took a bite of his toast, munching angrily and muttering to himself. Hermione hesitated. Then she sighed and looked at Neville. Can I tell you something ridiculous? Neville nodded. If what the papers are saying is true, I think I might be more scared of Harry Potter than I am of you-know-who. Ron froze. Neville looked down sadly. Yeah, he said, I think we all are. Harry woke up with a start. He was slumped on the floorboards again, his bed remaining wistfully ignored. Panting slightly, he sat himself up, wiping the sweat off his neck as he did so. His dreams were crazed, muddled and confusing and often resulted in him waking up abruptly. He still did not remember what had happened on the night he left the Dursleys nor how he had ended up alone in the park. He received glimpses of the events as he slept, each new memory slowly drifting with nothing. Tonight he was tormented yet again, so close to the truth and yet so far away. Something had been falling, he was sure of it, like rain from a cloud. They were pages, he remembered, ripped from their books and drifting slowly to the floor. There was water too, splashing onto the floor and mixing with something red. He didn't want to think what it was. He had looked down on the pages as they lay on the ground, swirling with water and redness and debris. Despite it all, they were dry, still intact, and on every single one there was one line repeated over and over again. Wake up, he shuddered, not knowing what it meant. What else had happened? He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to cling onto the dream, but already it was escaping, leaving the mess of his mind and running away into serenity. Harry looked up, miserable, and his gaze rested on his bedside table. There lay his wand, untouched since he had brought it back. He had no idea what happened to the man in the shop, yet somehow, he felt responsible for the scream he had heard moments before he landed back in Voldemort's office. There was something else bothering him too, although he had not yet told anyone. For a reason he could not explain, Harry felt an odd sense of déjà vu when seeing the flash of green, as if he had witnessed it before. But he was just as in the dark about that as he was with everything else. Harry was quite literally in the dark too, as the light drifting in from his closed curtains lingered away from him, like it was afraid of Harry. For an odd reason, Harry felt that this too was his fault, as if he was too drenched in the darkness to allow the light to be near him. His aunt would make him pray for forgiveness, but somehow, Harry felt he was beyond that. After all, no one would forgive a monster. Backquote, "There are several branches of magic. I think as of now it is a good time to teach you the basics, yes?" Harry nodded absent-mindedly, staring at the wand in his hands. "Look at me." He looked up to where Voldemort stood across him, green eyes meeting the red. Then he looked away quickly, the color reminding him of the red stuff in his dream. "You have a gift, Harry, a very powerful, very rare gift. I would hate for us both to have our time wasted if you do not listen properly and learn how to use it." Harry stood straighter on his chair. "I'm listening," he said. "Good." Voldemort took out his wand from his robes and gestured for Harry to stand up. "The dark arts are the most powerful branch of magic I can teach you, paired with an obscurus, and you could become quite unstoppable." Harry gripped his own wand tighter. "They don't sound very," he hesitated. He knew Voldemort wanted him to ignore the Dursleys' warnings about dark magic, but Harry still clung onto them, unable to forget 11 years' worth of beatings. "Good?" Voldemort asked. Harry nodded and looked down. Voldemort sighed and made his way over to his desk, grabbing a newspaper and hurling it at Harry. "The Ministry of Magic, that's our form of government, has declared you a dangerous person, seeing your obscurus as a threat to others. They want you in their custody as soon as possible, and I doubt they would ever think of letting you go." Harry stared at the newspaper, the heading reading, "Harry Potter named as dangerous obscurial," and below that a short paragraph that said, "The Minister of Magic informs the wizarding community that rumors of an obscurial loose are regretfully true and more regrettably named as Harry Potter, who is as of now wanted by the Ministry and is being searched for by Aurors. The Minister says that Potter is dangerous and—" "I'm not dangerous. The Ministry says otherwise," Voldemort said coldly. Harry read on, this time out loud. "And should be seen as a threat to all, especially since he is believed to be working with he who shall not be named, also known as the greatest Dark Lord of our time." Hang on. Are they talking about you? Voldemort snatched the newspaper away, throwing it in the fire with a scowl. "But I don't understand. I thought you were one of the good guys?" Voldemort sighed. "I am Harry, but the way TTE Ministry sees it, I am dangerous, evil even. My views have made me presented as a threat to everyone around me." Harry looked at him apprehensively. Voldemort met his gaze with a small smile. "My dear boy, you can't possibly believe what they say. Look at how they paint you to be. You're wanted by the Ministry when you yourself have done nothing wrong." "But why? Surely being an obscurial isn't a bad thing. They're acting like I've murdered someone." Voldemort paused, choosing his words carefully. "Harry, the Ministry hates those who do not align themselves with their laws, their idea of what is the norm. An obscurial is not ordinary, it is not supposed to be made. You go against everything they believe to be right, to be good. So your Death Eaters lied then? There weren't really any dark wizards after me? Just this Ministry of Magic," Harry muttered. "Harry, they are the dark wizards. They just hide their true nature behind fancy titles and petty laws. My side only wants to fight for the freedom denied to us by muggles, just as yours was by your aunt and uncle. If they're going to tarnish your name and brand you a villain, let them. It shouldn't change anything. But I don't want to be seen as a villain. I don't want any of this. I just want to go home," Harry said. "I'm sorry, Harry. You ask the one thing I cannot give you," Voldemort said quietly. "Your name will be slandered. There will be a price on your back. There's no going home now, it's too late." Harry sighed, turning his gaze to rest towards the burning newspaper sadly. "Forget the past, Harry. This is your home now." Harry looked up to see Voldemort gazing firmly at him. "And one day they will change their minds, you'll see." Harry nodded. "Now, let's continue." Voldemort had Harry hold out his wand and try to channel his obscurus through it. They soon found out it was hard to summon unless Harry felt overwhelmed or angry, so instead Voldemort focused on teaching Harry some basic spells, insisting that as his magic grew stronger so would his ability to control his obscurus. After Harry had relit the fireplace for the 10th time, Voldemort finally gave him an approving nod and allowed him to leave for the day. "Well done, Harry," he said quietly, "very well done." Harry nodded and made his way to the door, pausing as his hand rested on the handle. "What is it?" Voldemort asked, sensing Harry's hesitance. "That man the other day, is he?" "Don't worry," said Voldemort quickly. "I just had to make sure he would not inform the ministry we had been around." Harry nodded and then hesitated again. "Yes?" Voldemort said expectantly. "He said something to you, something you didn't quite like." Harry paused, waiting for a reply. When there was none, he continued. "He called you Tom." Something in Voldemort's demeanor changed slightly. A flicker of annoyance, perhaps. "That man is a fool, Harry," he said, his voice bitter. "Forget that name." Harry stared at him disbelievingly and Voldemort sighed. "I had many names before Voldemort, Harry. I won't deny that I was a different man years ago, powerful yes, but not quite as respected as I should have been." "And Voldemort is?" "It is a name that holds respect, power and in some cases, yes, fear. It is the only one you need to know." Harry nodded. Voldemort had not raised his voice or made a gesture, yet somehow, Harry knew he was being dismissed. He opened the door. "Until next time, Harry." Harry left the office, clutching his wand in his hand. He had grown closer towards it, still nervous whilst using it, but somehow more connected than before. He knew Voldemort was probably right. He was safer here than with the Dursleys, and soon enough, the ministry would realize they had been wrong all along. Yet for some reason, Harry couldn't help but feel that there was more Voldemort wasn't telling him, and wondered yet again, whether he had made the right decision when he turned down Hagrid all those weeks ago. Chapter end notes. I'd your thoughts on the series so far. Feel free to drop a comment. Less than 3 change. Harry spent the next few weeks following the same schedule. He would wake up with a start, try in vain to remember his latest dream, and then begin his lessons with Voldemort. More often than not, these were held in his office, where Harry would watch Voldemort perform complicated spells and try his best to copy him. It took a while, but Harry, much to Voldemort's delight, found himself getting better and better at casting the various hexes and jinxes, something he told himself was a good thing despite the Dursleys' many warnings. Occasionally, Voldemort would take Harry to the gardens and try to get him to summon his obscurus. Once or twice, when he was able to slowly feel the darkness in him grow stronger, Harry would hear a scream or a shatter of glass or a flash of something being broken and quickly send the obscurus away, afraid of what it meant. Voldemort would be disappointed, of course, but for now, he seemed content in teaching Harry different spells and theories, insisting that the obscurus, for the time being, could wait. On the days that Voldemort was too busy to teach him, Harry often wandered around the manor, usually to visit the boy's portrait and take in every detail. The small glint in his eyes, the exact shade of his hair, the redness in his cheeks. He would look at other portraits too, although he didn't like them as much, with their sinister grins and dark eyes. To his initial surprise, some of the paintings could talk, and Harry slowly found himself having long conversations with the inhabitants, asking them more and more about this new world he had discovered. He learned about the currency wizards used, how students took a train to get to Hogwarts, wizarding traditions and important values, and mostly, the jobs or roles each wizard or witch held during their time alive. They usually had what seemed to be important positions in the wizarding world, although Harry was sure some were exaggerating their greatness. He also thought they were limited on what they could and could not say to him, as sometimes they would freeze in the middle of a sentence and quickly walk out of their frames. Sometimes not returning for days. Best of all, Harry liked going to the garden, or more specifically one corner of the garden. It was half hidden amongst trees and bushes, a small patch of shaded grass where dainty flowers would grow, and sometimes an odd bird or two would visit. He stared at the flowers for ages, stroking their delicate petals and watching them grow day after day. The Dursleys had never let him near their garden, insisting he would cause all their luscious plants to wither and die with his disease. There had been one occasion when he was a child that made him quickly learn to steer clear of Petunia's flowers. It had been on her birthday, after he had seen Dudley grab a huge bunch. of daisies, pull them violently from their bed and throw them on the kitchen table where Petunia sat, along with flecks of dirt and mud. Happy birthday, Mummy, he grinned, pushing the flowers towards her. Petunia smiled, ignoring the mud staining her precious kitchen. Thank you, Dudley, darling, she said to her beaming son. Harry watched jealously, wanting to please his aunt too. He ran to the garden and spent a long time wandering through it, trying to find the right flowers to pick. Eventually, he had settled on a clump of pretty lilies. He had picked them carefully, choosing the best ones and gently wiping any dirt off them. Pleased with himself, he ran back to the house, neatly setting the lilies by the kitchen table. Alongside Dudley's messy daisies. Happy birthday, he said, giving his aunt a toothy smile. Petunia had stared at the lilies for a long time, eventually until small tears formed in her eyes and Harry smiled, thinking they were tears of joy. Then, hard and without warning, she slapped Harry across the face. What do you think you're doing? Don't ever touch my flowers, she had hissed to a startled Harry. Go to your room. Now, Harry had run off, clutching his cheek and crying, vowing never again to go to the garden. Harry loved his corner of the garden, how there was a perfect balance of sunlight and shade, how if he lay on the grass and stared at the sky, he could see pictures in the clouds, but he never went near the lilies. At certain points of the day, Harry would return to his room and find all his meals waiting for him outside the door, kept in neat trays for him to bring into his room and eat by his desk. It reminded him of how the Dursleys used to feed him, often locking him in his cupboard for long periods of time and throwing a can of food at him every now and then. They wanted to minimize contact with him, as Petunia once put it, in case his sickness spread. Harry knew. The main reason was to try and forget he existed, as if he wasn't a stain that had tarnished their otherwise perfect lives. But the food in the manor was good and plentiful, and much better than before. Then again, it wasn't that hard to be better than the times he had cut his fingers open trying to prise open a can and was left hungry the whole day. In fact, Harry sometimes found that they would give him too much to eat, but he didn't dare leave a morsel of food, for it was so precious to him, a luxury he was never able to have. So Harry would sleep, learn, eat and relax for weeks. It became a routine, repeated day after day. Until one day it wasn't. He woke up with a jump, rubbing his eyes and sitting himself in a more comfortable position. He had slept longer this time, exhausted from the previous day's work. Harry stifled a yawn when a voice made him jump. Oh, you're finally awake. Harry's head shot towards the door and he saw a woman standing by it. She had blonde hair, darker at the roots, and pale blue eyes. She seemed slightly familiar, although he didn't know why. I was on my way to wake you, the woman said, walking closer to where Harry sat. She smiled. Then it hit him. He had walked past her portrait on his way to Voldemort's office many times. She was with two other women who each slightly resembled each other. Harry assumed they were sisters. She looked older now, but still managed to maintain the same regal look she had in the painting, and her smile was exactly the same. The woman frowned upon seeing where Harry sat. What's wrong? Is the bed not to your liking? Harry shook his head. No, it's fine. The woman was waiting for him to elaborate, but he said nothing else, so she just cleared her throat and changed the subject. We're about to have lunch. The Dark Lord wishes for you to join us. Dark Lord. Voldemort told Harry he was embracing the nickname given to him by the vermin in the ministry. He was proud of it, he said. Harry thought it was odd but chose to ignore it, as well as the bad feeling he got hearing people call him that. Harry nodded. Then he looked confused. We, myself and my husband Lucius. Oh, and my son Draco, he arrived yesterday from Hogwarts. You know what Hogwarts is, right? Harry nodded. Yes, well, it's the October holidays for him, so he's back for a few weeks. It's so lovely to have him home. I do miss him when he's at school, the woman said happily. Harry wondered if Petunia missed him as much. Probably not. The woman gave a sly smile. I must admit he's quite keen to meet you. He hasn't stopped asking to see you since he arrived. Harry nodded politely, although he wasn't very interested. Then he realized he didn't even know who this woman was. He asked her. The woman looked surprised. Oh, have I not introduced myself? I'm Narcissa Malfoy, though you may call me Mrs. Malfoy. I thought it was time I introduced myself, seeing how you've been living in my home for 2 months. I thought it belonged to Voldemort. Harry was confused to see Narcissa flinch when hearing his real name. Yes, the Dark Lord. Uses it for our meetings and wishes for you to stay here, but the house is in the Malfoy name. She said it like it held purpose, and Harry was reminded of how the Dursleys used to act, holding their heads high and to be better than the rest. But the woman seemed kinder than the Dursleys, giving Harry a motherly sort of look as she helped him up, so he thought nothing of it. "Why does he want me to join you?" Harry asked as they set off towards the dining room. "You've been staying here for over a month. He believes it is time for you to get properly acquainted," Narcissa replied. "Excuse me, Mrs. Malfoy, but if I've been here for so long, how come I haven't met any of your family?" Mrs. Malfoy stiffened. Only for a moment. Then she spoke carefully. "The Dark Lord has told us of your condition. He believes it is wise to give you some space in case you—" She trailed off, unable to finish her sentence. Harry frowned. "In case I what?" "Nothing. He just didn't want you feeling overwhelmed. Besides, both myself and my husband are very busy, and of course Draco has been in school all this time, so we're hardly ever around. It's not much of a home when you really think about it." She gave a small laugh, clearly trying to lighten the mood. Harry didn't smile, confused as to why she had avoided his question. Soon enough they had arrived. The dining room was large and impressive, decorated just as lavishly as the rest of the house. A long table was complete with expensive-looking food, and several chandeliers hung above it, bathing the room in a dim glow. In the center of a wall was a vast fireplace, above it a huge painting. Despite the table being able to seat dozens, only 3 people occupied it. But before Harry was able to get a good look at them, a high voice spoke out. "Harry, you have arrived. I take it you slept well?" Harry nodded, looking meekly at Voldemort. "Good, sit. It was an order, not a request." Voldemort gestured for Harry to take a seat beside him, whilst Narcissa sat next to a man who could only be her husband. Harry slid into his seat, aware he was being watched. He looked up to see a boy his age staring at him, and then a look of surprise etched onto his face. "Oh, I know you." The boy's eyes widened and he quickly looked down. Narcissa, her husband, and Voldemort stared at him. Harry blushed. "He has a portrait outside your office," he quickly explained. It was him. Harry was sure of it. He just looked older now. Still, Harry would recognize his features anywhere. His hair was still the same shade. His cheeks were just as rosy. He was only disappointed to see his eyes didn't have the same glint they did in the painting. "Ah," Voldemort said, uninterested. He began to engage in conversation with Narcissa, who thought just as little of Harry's comment. Only her husband looked suspicious, shooting him a glance before turning back to his food, his eyes kept firmly on his plate. Harry avoided looking at him, instead resting his gaze on the painting above the fireplace. It was the Malfoy family, he realized, looking proud and haughty in the picture. It clearly had to be taken just a few months ago, because they looked more alike this time, the painting capturing the whites in Narcissa's hair that had not been there before. Draco was seated in between his parents, his blonde hair sleek and his silvery eyes narrowed. Harry had to do a double take because directly in front of him was the real Draco, looking very much the same as he stole another glimpse at Harry. When his eye met Harry's, he quickly looked away, as if he was both intrigued and terrified of the boy. Harry looked down at his food shyly, then hastily began eating, still slightly embarrassed from his outburst. He thought Voldemort might talk to him, but he was engrossed in a conversation with Narcissa, talking about things Harry didn't understand. And when Voldemort finally finished, it was not him he spoke to next. "And how are you finding Hogwarts, Draco?" "Good." Draco jumped, shocked at being addressed so suddenly. He gulped and nodded quickly. "Why don't you discuss it with Harry elsewhere? I believe we have some things to discuss, Lucius." Harry understood he was being dismissed and rose to leave. "We will talk later, Harry," Voldemort promised. "For now, go with Draco. Perhaps you can take him to the garden. I hear you are so fond of it." Harry swallowed and nodded numbly. Draco practically jumped out of his seat in his hurry to leave, nodding swiftly at Voldemort and quickly walking out of the dining room, Harry hot on his heels. When they were outside with the door firmly shut, Draco let out a sigh of relief. "He scares you." It was not a question, it was a statement. Draco glanced at Harry. "What? Why are you afraid of him?" Draco stiffened. "I'm not afraid, right?" "I'm not," Harry nodded. "My mistake." Draco looked like he wanted to say more, but instead just bit his lip and looked away, running a hand through his hair. "I'm surprised you recognized me," he said in a small voice. "That painting was done nearly 5 years ago." You haven't changed much. That's not what Harry wanted to say. He wanted to say, how could I not? I spent so long looking at you. But of course that would sound creepy, and Harry already feared he was making a bad impression, so he kept silent. Why did he say you like the garden? It's nothing special. Harry blinked. He loved the garden. It was where he felt free, alive, happy. Did Draco feel none of that? Harry hesitated. Would you like me to show you? He asked shyly. Draco looked surprised. Now? Harry shrugged. Okay, sure. Harry smiled. He led the way to the garden, excited. He didn't know why it pleased him so much, to take a boy he barely knew to a garden. Perhaps it was because he was the first person his age not to treat him like a freak. Maybe it was because it had been so long since he had met someone other than Voldemort taking an interest in him. Whatever the reason was, it put a wide smile on his face, all the way to the manor's garden. When they stepped outside, he gulped down the fresh air as someone who had been starved of oxygen might do. He instantly felt calmer as the air filled his lungs, all traces of lingering darkness evaporating on the spot. I still don't get it. Harry rolled his eyes. Come on. He grabbed Draco's hand and led him to his special corner, the place no one was allowed. It was the same as always, except now several huge bunches of flowers had grown around it, making some kind of colorful wall surrounding the pair. Draco gaped. Wow, he said softly. Harry grinned. He didn't really know how the flowers had emerged. He just remembered sitting there one night, his hands spread on the grass, wishing there could be a bit more color, and suddenly, small flowers shot up from between his open fingers, growing bigger and bigger every day he visited the garden. It's better if you look at it from here. Harry walked to the center of the garden and lay flat on his back. Draco hesitated before walking up to Harry and lying next to him, staring at the sky above him. Except it wasn't just the sky. There were rich orange leaves of a nearby tree hanging over them, and a few petals, which had been blown off their flowers, twirling in the air. Harry laughed and pointed at some birds who danced above it all, and Draco giggled when Harry pointed out the birds resembled them. One had dark black feathers, the other pure white. I've been coming here more since October started. The garden's very pretty in the autumn. Well, this part is. It's beautiful. Draco breathed. Harry smiled. You know, I always found it funny when people say that. Draco turned to face Harry, his eyes shining. Why's that? Harry turned his head so he could look Draco in the eye. It looks very beautiful, and yet, everything around us is dying. Draco's smile faded, replaced by a confused expression. I mean, look around you. Those leaves are turning brown, and those flowers are slowly losing all their petals. They're all dying, and they still look nice. Draco sat up, looking quite disturbed. Harry also sat up. Oh no, I'm sorry. What for? I've done it again, haven't I? Dudley said I always creep people out. I didn't mean to, truly. Draco frowned. Dudley? My cousin. Your cousin to right, obviously. I've scared you. Draco's face softened. No, you didn't mean to. You were just pointing out the obvious. Harry's gaze crumpled. No one likes the obvious, he muttered. Draco reached out as if he meant to grasp Harry's hand. Then he paused midair. Harry turned to look at him, confused. Draco quickly ran his outstretched hand through his hair. I'm not bothered really, you just took me by surprise. He looked around him. I suppose all pretty things have to come to an end eventually. Harry blinked. Yes, I suppose they must. Draco smiled at him. Harry smiled back. It was the start of something beautiful. Harry only hoped it wouldn't die like Draco said it would. Harry had a different routine now. As soon as he finished his lessons with Voldemort, he went straight to Draco, who would show Harry each room in the manor, giving him time to learn more and more about the wizarding world. That's an order of the Merlin, given to my late grandfather Abraxas Malfoy, completely deserved of course. And that's a lunoscope. It shows the phases of the moon. Mother sometimes likes to use it. Don't mind that, it's just Father's cane. He likes to conceal his wand in there. Draco was keen to show Harry every bit of his house. Harry was happy enough to let him, although sometimes when he would go on and on he found himself just staring into his eyes and blocking out everything he would say. Then Draco would say, "Isn't that cool?" And Harry would nod and say, "Amazing." Harry had every meal with the Malfoys, although sometimes Lucius or Voldemort would not appear. On the occasion when they were both absent, Narcissa liked to check in with Harry, often asking him about his adjustment and seeing if he needed anything. She still had not mentioned Harry's refusal to sleep in his bed, and Harry only hoped that if she did, it wouldn't be around Draco. He was the first friend he ever had, and he didn't want him to think he was weird or strange like the Dursleys so often had. On the days when it was warm, they usually went to their secluded section in the garden, sometimes staying there for hours. Harry especially liked to go during the sunset, where they would usually lean against a tree and watch it together. Harry had never been able to see a sunset before, and he loved every minute of it, gazing at the sky with his mouth wide open. Draco laughed at his reaction but never teased him, a kindness Harry had never been dealt. When it got dark, Draco would like to point out each star in the sky, often telling him about their positions in their constellations and what it meant. When it was time for Draco to return to Hogwarts, Harry saw him off with the rest of the Malfoys, sad that he was not able to spend more time with his new friend. He watched Draco hug his mother and exchange a few words with his father with a glum expression on his face. When Draco had leaned in for a hug, he whispered, "I'll write to you loads, just don't let father catch you." Then he winked and departed, leaving Harry smiling on the spot. The watchful eye of Mr. Malfoy turned to face him sharply, and Harry quickly wiped the smile off his face, waving goodbye to Malfoy with a blank expression. Lucius's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing, and inside, Harry grinned. "Pay attention." Harry jumped as Voldemort's angry voice snapped him back to reality. "I was," he said unconvincingly. Voldemort sneered. "Were you? Okay, please tell me the names of the 3 spells I have just mentioned." Harry looked at him blankly. Voldemort sighed. "Harry, if you're not even going to focus, I may as well stop teaching you. How will you control yourself if you don't listen to what I'm saying?" Harry looked down guiltily. Voldemort always knew how to make him feel bad. "I'm sorry, I'll pay more attention," he mumbled. Voldemort considered him. "What is on your mind?" he asked. Harry paused, unsure what to say. The real reason he had been so preoccupied was because he had been thinking of Malfoy's most recent letter, but he could hardly tell Voldemort that. So instead he said, "I'm just tired." Voldemort looked at him for a moment. "Yes, I thought that could be the case," he said slowly. "Narcissa tells me you do not sleep on your bed, is that correct? Why is that?" Harry's stomach flipped over. What should he say now? That it was too nice? That the floor suited him better? He racked his brain, trying to come up with an excuse. When he could find none, he just looked at Voldemort and shrugged. "Is it because of them? The Muggles?" It took Harry a few seconds to realize he was talking about the Dursleys. No, he lied. Voldemort narrowed his eyes. "This will not work if you lie to me, Harry. I'll ask again. Did the Muggles do something to make you unable to sleep properly?" Harry swallowed. "They haven't done anything." Voldemort looked at him for a long time, scrutinizing Harry with his glare. Although he was uncomfortable, Harry looked back determinedly until Voldemort sighed and looked away. "I am sorry to see you do not trust me well enough to tell me the truth. I am also sorry you are still unable to embrace who you really are. I hope in due time, both of these things will change, yes?" He left no time for Harry to answer, immediately picking on from where he left off. "The 3 spells I mentioned are often called curses by those arrogant enough to not see their full potential. They are known best as the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperious Curse, the use of which is strictly forbidden. This is a foolish decision by people who argue they are dangerous and immoral." "But why would people say that if it's not true?" Harry asked, feeling slightly ashamed after lying to Voldemort, a man who had done so much for him. "Because they are afraid and weak-minded, unable to see the full effect these curses can cause. If used properly, you could gain whatever it is you desire." Tell me, Harry, does that really sound so bad? "I guess not." "Exactly. Now I won't go into any detail just yet, however. I want you to remember these spells and what I have told you, understand?" "Yes." "Good, you may go." Harry nodded and made his way to the door. "Oh, and by the way, please do not mention this to Draco in your next letter, Harry." Harry froze. Voldemort laughed at seeing his expression. "You cannot hide things from Lord Voldemort, Harry. Do not worry, I am not angry. It is good you find comfort in Draco. He is a useful person to have as an ally." Harry nodded, unsure as to what he meant by ally. "I do warn you not to let yourself get too attached, though. In this world, people only hold you back, do they not?" "Yes," Harry replied, because if Voldemort said so it must be true. He was right about everything else. "Good, Off you go. Harry left Voldemort's office and made his way back to his room. He was unsettled that Voldemort knew what he thought was a secret. Harry grew worried. How many more secrets of his did Voldemort know? Truth chapter notes longest chapter yet, and I had to rewrite half of it because I forgot to save it the first time. Loudly crying, see the end of the chapter for more notes. 3 weeks after the Obscurus attack. The Order of the Phoenix sat around the long, rounded table, whispering anxiously amongst themselves. It was the first time in years that they had all been gathered, and despite Dumbledore only sending out the message an hour ago, the Black family kitchen had never been busier. They exchanged low greetings and subtle nods as they waited for one more member to join them. A Daily Prophet lay in the middle of the table, the headline reading, "Harry Potter confirmed as obscurial. Where is he now?" Dumbledore sat at the head of the table, his blue eyes somehow able to look at everyone and no one at the same time. A few people shifted uncomfortably, glancing at the discarded newspaper and then quickly looking away. Some looked nervous, others bored. Most were impatient. Dumbledore himself was as mysterious as ever, not showing even a trace of acknowledgement of the restlessness in the group. He was the only one who did not start, and Looky Kitchen burst over and the dark figure of Severus Snape strolled into view. Snape walked forward, his eyes betraying no emotion at the looks he received. He saw Dumbledore seated at the end of the table and Minerva McGonagall next to him on the left. She gave him a small nod he knowingly returned. Next to her sat Arthur Weasley and his wife Molly, who shot him a look that plainly said about time, Hestia Jones, Emmeline Vance and Sturgis Podmore, the latter of the two looking at him with narrowed eyes. To Dumbledore's right was Kingsley Shacklebolt, looking solemn in his navy blue robes, and, Snape's heart jolted slightly, Sirius Black, his former school rival, the only person in the room not looking at him. He had his head buried in his hands whilst Remus Lupin rubbed his back, a mixed expression of pity and sadness etched across his face. Standing behind Dumbledore with his back to the table was Alistair Moody, resting his head on his long staff and throwing Snape a look over his shoulder alongside Hagrid, who was squeezed into a corner and looking nervous. "Severus," it was Dumbledore who spoke. "I take it you have news." Snape nodded. Dumbledore gestured for him to take a seat on the other end of the table, directly opposite him. "As much as I would like to wait for the others, I'm afraid this matter is too important to wait. Have you done as I asked, Severus?" Snape didn't respond. He did not want to repeat the words spoken at the latest Death Eater meeting, did not want to look Dumbledore in the eyes when they exchanged looks meaning nothing to everyone but themselves. They had failed. "Well?" It was McGonagall who spoke. Snape looked up and saw he was being watched impatiently. He sighed. "I am afraid to report that the Dark Lord, he has the boy," Lupin swore under his breath. "He is being held in Malfoy Manor." He saw Sirius's fists curled. I don't know what they're doing to him." The atmosphere in the room seemed to deflate. The Weasleys exchanged looks of despair whilst Moody's expression darkened. Once again Dumbledore was the only one to remain expressionless. "Do you know of his motives?" Snape bowed his head. "I do not." "Then what use are you?" Sirius snarled. He was glaring at Snape, his clenched fists gone white at the knuckles. "Sirius," Lupin began. "I was there," Sirius yelled. "I was there. I could have stopped them. I could have." He trailed off, looking more defeated than Snape had ever seen. "No one blames you, Sirius," Dumbledore said quietly. "You had no wand on you. Trying to stop the Death Eaters could have resulted in your death." "But I was there," Sirius muttered. I was there. He repeated the words quietly to himself as if it could change anything, as if saying it enough times would enable him to go back and save the boy. Lupin wrapped an arm around his shoulder, murmuring comforting words in his ear. He was so pitiful even Snape couldn't bring himself to sneer. He hesitated. "If it is any consolation, I do not think the Dark Lord wishes to harm Harry, merely use him." "What do you mean by that?" Emmeline Vance asked sharply. "It is no secret that after his downfall 11 years ago he lost most of the armies he had worked so hard to build. He's already admitted he wants to rebuild his forces, so why not have an Obscurus at his disposal too? It would place him at a higher advantage than he ever had before." "But surely Harry would see past him?" McGonagall asked desperately. "He must know who he is?" Several people around the table nodded. Dumbledore looked down. "I am afraid to say that the boy knows nothing of our world, nor his place in it, From what I was able to infer when I visited the wreckage of his home, his relatives told him nothing. He refused to meet Severus's eyes as the members of the Order exchanged shocked looks. Hagrid looked furious, knew they were no good, he grumbled to himself. Snape bit back his tongue. It was not the right time to say I told you so. Albus, is there anything we must know between him and the boy? Everyone in the room turned to face Dumbledore. Even Sirius lifted up his head. Dumbledore's blue eyes stared at Snape with such intensity he was tempted to look away, but he refused to. He needed answers. Dumbledore hesitated. I agree with your theory, Severus. It only makes sense he would see fit to use the Obscurus. Then why not rip it out of him and kill him right away? Why is he letting him live? Emmeline Vance hesitated. How do we know he hasn't already killed him and is keeping quiet about it? If the Dark Lord wanted to kill the boy, he would make it as public as possible, Snape said dismissingly, ignoring the sudden intake of breath from Sirius. He is keeping him alive. Why? He directed the question at Dumbledore, glaring at him determinedly. Dumbledore met his gaze, but he did not seem angry at the accusation in Snape's voice. Just a bit hurt. He looked around the table and saw everyone's eyes on him. Something changed in Dumbledore's demeanor. He suddenly seemed very small and weak, as if he had given up entirely. I have my suspicions on an ulterior motive, but I cannot be certain. Tell us, Sirius said at once. Tell us, we deserve to know. I deserve to, you must. His words became muddled, his anger and fear making him sound less and less coherent. Lupin rested a hand on his shoulder that put an end to Sirius's babbles. You cannot keep everything a secret, Dumbledore, he said quietly. We're in this together. Dumbledore bowed his head. I fear some of you would not like what I have to say. We faced worse, Moody said gruffly. We are a team, Kingsley acknowledged. We cannot stand a chance of defeating the Dark Lord if we do not work as one. The Order exchanged reassuring looks and nods. Dumbledore looked at each and every one of them, and something of a smile flickered in his eyes. Yes, he said softly. I suppose we are. He blinked and suddenly became more serious, his strong demeanor returning in an instant. Many of you would have heard that Voldemort, he ignored the shudder that rang out, has found ways to make himself immortal, unkillable, eternal. These, I'm afraid to say, are true. The Order tensed, silent, straining to hear what Dumbledore had to say. The man continued. Voldemort has indeed managed to safely secure his soul onto objects that keep it safe from harm. These are called Horcruxes. All around the table, people sat up straighter in their seats, all their focus turned towards what Dumbledore was telling them. It was why he was able to survive his own killing curse, and why for the past 11 years I have been so busy and occupied. I have been trying to hunt them down. It has not been easy. Horcruxes are notoriously difficult to find and even harder to destroy, but I am trying. I have heard of Horcruxes, Kingsley said, but it is the most immoral act a wizard could commit. It destroys the soul entirely, rips it apart. Few who seek immortality would even dare try it. So naturally he would do it, interrupted Moody with a scowl. How many Horcruxes has he made? Hestia Jones asked carefully. It is my belief that Voldemort intentionally made 6, said Dumbledore. His response was met by a sudden outcry. 6. Lupin exclaimed in disbelief. How could he? Gasped Emmeline Vance. Sick bastard, growled Moody. Mrs. Weasley's eyes widened. But wait, you said if we destroy these Horcruxes we destroy Voldemort, Dumbledore finished. The Order exchanged looks. Some looked relieved at the possibility of having a way to kill Voldemort. Some slumped in their seats, knowing how difficult the task was. Of course, he would make it nearly impossible, Moody muttered. But at least we have a way of stopping him, Kingsley said. But Harry, Sirius croaked. What does this have to do with my godson? Dumbledore looked away from Sirius's tear-stained eyes. The atmosphere in the room stopped buzzing, the brief moment of excitement ending as realization slowly dawned on the group. It is my belief, my strongest belief, that when Voldemort turned his wand against Harry 11 years ago he had, unknowingly, transferred a part of his soul towards him. The boy is his 7th Horcrux. No, cried out Lupin. It can't be true, it can't, yelled Hagrid. Moody's expression darkened. The Weasleys looked worried. Dumbledore lowered his gaze. Severus was the only face to remain impassive. Are you saying that to properly kill Voldemort, to truly defeat him we must? Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. The boy must die. No. Sirius stood up suddenly, knocking his chair to the floor. There must be another way. There must. Sirius. You are not killing my godson, Sirius snarled. You can't sitting here and discussing it, how dare you? Lupin tried reasoning with him. Sirius, please calm down. He reached for his arm but Sirius pushed him away. No. No. He stormed out of the kitchen, swearing loudly and slamming the door shut. Hagrid was sobbing quietly in the corner. McGonagall looked appalled. Albus, she whispered. We can't, but if it would stop him. We can't kill a child, poor Harry, poor kid. One life against. Dumbledore raised his wand, showering golden sparks out of them that caused everyone to turn and stare at him. Please, he said quietly. Please, he said again. The order fell silent, some looking ashamed, others worried. Rest assured, I have no intention of letting the boy die, Dumbledore began slowly. But I do fear that if we leave him with Voldemort for too long it will be too late to save him. What can we do? Asked Lupin immediately. We'll do anything you want, anything. I'm afraid for now nothing, Dumbledore said. I assume Malfoy Manor is under the Fidelius charm? He asked Severus. Snape nodded. He is the secret keeper, naturally. Then there is no more we can do. It is up to Severus now. Lupin looked up sharply. Him? He asked in disbelief. He is the only one of us close enough to Voldemort to find out more, said Dumbledore indifferently. It is up to you, Severus. Voldemort will manipulate Harry, make him believe he will be doing the right thing to unleash his obscurus against us. He could see through it, Emmeline Vance began. No, he is cunning. He will be able to turn Harry against us all if you don't manage to stop him, Severus, Dumbledore said, sounding more serious than Snape had heard him be in days. You must get him to trust you, Severus. You must be able to get close to the boy, if not, we could lose him forever. Every eye in the room turned to face Snape. He saw their looks. Doubt, encouragement, pity. He knew what they thought of him, what he made them think of him. He didn't want to go near Voldemort. He never wanted to see him ever again. But the boy was her son, the only part of her he would ever get. Snape nodded. I understand. No more was said between them, but when Snape's eyes met Dumbledore's for the final time he knew he was making a promise he would rather die than break. Present-day Harry was bored. It was by no means a new feeling to him, except that he had not felt this way for several weeks. But with no new letters from Draco and Voldemort insisting they take a break from their practical lessons, Harry found it difficult to not feel bored as he sat in the Malfoys' library, flipping through the dry books that Voldemort was making him read. He longed to read in his garden, where the air wasn't dry or stuffy and the light didn't come from a dim chandelier glowing on the ceiling, but Mr. Malfoy was very strict about the conditions of his books and he point-blank refused to let Harry take them outside. He flipped the page and sighed loudly. A hiss sounded behind him but did not start, instead smiling to himself. Nagini slithered towards him, curling herself around his armchair so that the end of her tail was pressed against his arm and her head was on his shoulder. She did not talk to him, instead letting out what he assumed was a yawn and closing her eyes. Whether she was resting or sleeping Harry did not know. He embraced the touch, finding it as comforting as one might find a hug. He did not fear the snake and she did not fear him. They were connected, each part of a whole, feeling more comfortable around each other than they did anyone else. A voice behind him made him snap out of his comfort. You two seem to get along well. Unlike the snake, Harry did not hear him coming. Voldemort made his way to the armchair opposite Harry so that they were facing each other directly. It is expected, of course. Why is that? Voldemort did not answer, apparently lost in thought. Then he said, she knew one, like you, a long time ago. He sounded thoughtful. What an obscurial? Harry asked, surprised. Voldemort nodded. He was so similar to you, scared to embrace who he really was, racked with guilt by those who deemed him different. They found comfort in each other through dark times. I believe she loved him as one would a brother, perhaps more so. What happened to him? Harry asked, curiously. Voldemort's gaze turned cold. He left her, settling in the hands of a great wizard before betraying his kindness for another. She speaks bitterly of him now. It is hard to find out more. Harry looked uncomfortable. Did she ever see him again? The obscurial? Voldemort shook his head. Not to my knowledge, as I said, she finds it hard to speak of him. Harry looked at Nagini, her head still on his shoulder, and thought about what she meant to him. I won't do the same, he said confidently. I do not expect you to, Voldemort replied. You are bound together by more than just friendship, Harry, a lot more than you would think. You are two parts connected to a whole. Harry nodded, not entirely understanding what Voldemort was saying but knowing somehow he was right, as usual. Have you finished your reading? Harry looked guiltily at his book. He hadn't even read half of it. Well. Voldemort smiled. I did not like theory either. I always preferred the practical lessons when I was at Hogwarts. Harry looked at him in surprise. You went to Hogwarts? Oh, nearly everyone went to Hogwarts, Voldemort said with a careless wave of his hand. It is an esteemed school known throughout Europe. It is, however, outdated, old-fashioned, unwilling to embrace new ideas. An obscurial, for instance, would never be allowed to attend. They teach their students weak spells in the hope they cannot overcome Britain's narrow-minded ideals. He seemed angry and Harry was worried to see his eyes flash dangerously. But a second later he was back, unclenching his jaw and sighing deeply. It is a shame of course that you cannot attend, but no matter, I can teach you more than they ever will. He turned to face Harry, looking serious. Have you had any luck controlling your obscurus? Harry had not, but he refused to admit it. Lately, his dreams had been getting worse, the flashes lasting for longer and becoming more and more violent. He still had no idea what it meant, only that it had to somehow be connected to his obscurus. When he awoke, he found himself feeling dark and powerful, that power settling on the edge of his skin as if it wanted to burst out of him. It took a long time to return to normal and it was becoming harder and harder with each passing day. I think I still need more time, he admitted. There was a flicker of annoyance on Voldemort's face, but it was gone as soon as it started. Very well, but I want you to try harder, yes? Harry nodded. Say that you will. I'll try harder. Good. Voldemort stood up and started to walk out the library. Halfway to the door he stopped and turned back. Ah yes, I nearly forgot. Draco will be returning home for the holidays as the term comes to an end. Am I correct in thinking that pleases you? It did, but Harry remained calm. Yes, I look forward to seeing him, he said formally. Voldemort smirked as if to say I know how excited you are and walked out of the library. Harry's heart hammered. He would finally be seeing Draco again. ANL have 9 long weeks together. Harry grinned and began reading his book with more enthusiasm than he had the whole week. It was a strange feeling to see Draco after so long. The boy had changed drastically since the last time Harry saw him. The Easter holidays to be exact. He had now grown several inches taller, with longer hair and a more defined face. It was a cruel reminder for Harry of just how fast time flew by. He expected he looked different too, probably older now that he was nearly 12. It felt odd knowing he had been living away from the Dursleys for nearly a year. He did not miss them, but he could not deny there was a small gap in his life from not being around them. There was no one yelling at him for being too slow, no one hitting him for showing signs of magic. He was not underfed or bullied, and he was not permitted to stay in a cupboard for hours at a time. He was not allowed to leave the manor, one of the conditions for accepting Voldemort's help. But this was a massive improvement to his tiny, spider-infested bedroom. Harry had also become used to magic, much less afraid to use it. Sometimes he would still remember Petunia's shrill warnings or Vernon's angry beatings, but now he found it easier to push those thoughts from his head, sometimes forget about them for days at a time. He grinned at Draco, who smiled back from across the table as they ate their dinner. It was a full house this time. As always, Voldemort sat at the head of the table, Harry seated to his immediate left whilst Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy sat next to Draco opposite him. Harry thought they would be happily chatting to their son now that he had returned, but they sat in silence, looking down at their plates and not at each other. This was a strange occurrence Harry had noticed. No one talked to each other at meals. They only spoke if Voldemort engaged them in conversation or if he was absent from the table. It was as if they were waiting for his permission. Sometimes they ate in complete silence. Harry noticed this happened when Voldemort was angry about something. He could hear his shouts from the drawing room when he held meetings with his Death Eaters. The next day at breakfast the Malfoys would look terrified, barely glancing at anything other than their plates. Mr. Malfoy's hand tended to shake quite a lot, so much so his wife would have to clamp hers down on his to get him to stop. Voldemort was the only one who seemed calm, greeting Harry as normal and helping himself to some of the exquisite dishes laid out. He made no angry gestures at the Malfoys, but when he got up to leave, Harry would see them tense. Voldemort ignored this. Tonight was no different. Harry guessed Voldemort was displeased because once again he could hear him yell at his followers for a good 20 minutes last night. The Malfoys, however, were seemingly trying to hide their fear from Draco. Mr. Malfoy's hand had not shaken once. Whether Draco was only pretending or just generally oblivious to his parents' discomfort, Harry did not know. He ate his dinner as normal and often gave Harry a small smirk every now and then. Draco. Harry jumped at hearing Voldemort speak so suddenly. He saw Draco look up at Voldemort nervously and Mr. Malfoy stiffen. Narcissa just looked down at her plate and continued eating. "How did you find your first year at Hogwarts?" Draco blinked. It was fine," he stammered. "My lord," Lucius began in barely a whisper. Voldemort held up a hand which immediately silenced him. "I expect you missed Harry quite a bit," Voldemort smirked. Harry looked at him, confused. Then again, "Not too much, I hope. You did send him an incredible amount of letters." Narcissa looked up sharply from her plate. Lucius gaped at his son. "You what?" Draco's eyes widened and he quickly looked down at his food. Harry saw his dad stare daggers at him. Now he understood Voldemort was punishing the Malfoys in the worst way he could. Whatever they had done to displease him, he was taking it out on them by telling them one of the few things they couldn't bear hearing, clearly enjoying himself as he did so. Harry was no stranger to people's discomfort. He could see the way Lucius's eyes narrowed every time he came down for a meal, how he gave a sharp intake of breath every time he opened his mouth. Despite his best efforts to hide it, Harry knew Lucius did not like him. Narcissa wasn't as bad, she at least did not dislike him, but Harry saw the way she tensed every time she saw him with Draco. Harry knew for some reason she was afraid of him, he just didn't know why. Harry was certain neither Mr. or Mrs. Malfoy wanted him near his precious son. Draco had explicitly told him not to let his dad catch him writing letters. It was a secret to everyone but Voldemort. "My lord, may we go?" It was Lucius. Voldemort responded with a lazy nod and all three Malfoys rose to leave, a hand firmly on Draco's shoulder. He shot Harry a miserable look as he was escorted out, Narcissa glancing back at him as she left. Harry waited until he heard the door was shut. "You didn't have to do that," he said quietly. Mention the letters, he didn't want his dad to know," Harry snapped. Voldemort looked at him amusingly. "Do not tell me you have grown to care for the boy?" "He's my friend," Harry retorted. "Friends only hold you back, Harry," Voldemort said quietly. "Not sure I want to be taking advice from someone who has none," Harry retorted. Voldemort only smirked. Harry found his anger rising. "How did you even know we wrote to each other? I never told you." Voldemort laughed. "Harry, you don't think I have ways of knowing? You can't keep secrets from me." Harry scowled. "Good to know I have privacy." Voldemort ignored him. "Unless you wish to continue eating, you may leave, Harry. I'm sure you have lots to discuss with your friend." Harry shot him a look and stalked off. He could feel Voldemort watching him as he left, but he kept his back firmly to the older man as he walked swiftly out of the dining room. As he closed the door, he could see Lucius walk down a flight of stairs. He looked angry when he saw Harry. "Where's Draco?" Harry asked innocently. Lucius tensed. "In his room. Do not disturb him, Potter," he said curtly. "Where's that?" "I want to see him." "You are not to go near him. Understand?" "I want to see him," Harry said, enunciating each word slowly. Something dangerous flashed in his eyes, something that made Lucius's face morph into fear. Harry blinked and it was gone. He walked past Lucius, the man seemingly frozen in fear and making no attempt to stop him, and walked up the stairs. "Draco." He called out for his friend as he walked down the narrow corridors. "Draco." He was met by silence. He turned right. Nothing. Walked down a different corridor. Nothing. Left. Nothing. He opened a door. Nothing. Another door. Nothing. Harry could have torn his hair out. "Where are you?" he muttered. It was almost embarrassing that he had known Draco for nearly a year and still didn't know where his room was. He blamed the manor. It was too big. "Draco. Harry suddenly fell silent. His gaze landed on something hovering a few feet away from him. He stepped closer and saw that it was a small sphere of silvery blue light, twirling slightly in the air. It drifted slowly away from him, stopping just outside a door. Harry hesitated and then walked towards it. The orb suddenly vanished, leaving Harry standing in its place. Draco. He paused, waiting for a response. When none came, he gently opened the door. Draco was sitting on a large four-poster bed, holding his wand in his hands and looking down at a trail of silver coming out of it. It was the same shade as the mysterious orb. Patronus, he said without looking up. I've been practicing. It's beautiful. Draco looked at Harry. They're not happy with me, he said softly. I'm sorry. Harry stepped inside and closed the door. Don't be, Draco replied bitterly. We've done nothing wrong. They don't like me, Harry said simply. Draco frowned. Harry, they're afraid of me, why? Draco said nothing. Lupin's sort of expression. Have I done something to offend them? No, did I say something wrong? No, of course not. Then why? Why are they so afraid of us being friends? Do they think I'm going to kill you? He meant it as a joke, but for some reason, Draco flinched. Harry felt his smile slide off his face. They don't actually think that, right? Draco struggled with himself. Look, it's just, you're an obscurial, okay? And they can be dangerous if they're not controlled properly. Harry felt his face fall. The obscurus. Of course that was the reason. It seemed everyone was afraid of it, afraid of him. If only he could get rid of his darkness. All his troubles would be over. If only the light could shine on him now. Perhaps he could see. Harry looked upset because Draco said quickly, I know it's not your fault, just ignore them, okay? I don't care about it. He didn't care. But Harry did. I'll work harder, he promised. I'll try my best to control it, Harry. And when I do, your parents won't be afraid anymore, and then you can write me all the letters in the world. Harry flung open the door and ran out. Harry, wait. Where are you going? I'll talk to you later, he called out, running back downstairs without looking back. He was going, of course, to see Voldemort. No sightings of Harry Potter for nearly a year. What do you make of it, Dad? Arthur Weasley glanced at his son, his eyes briefly reading the title of the Daily Prophet in his hands. Is the obscurial gone for good? Where is Harry Potter now? Couldn't tell you, Ron, he said briskly. Everyone's painting a different picture out there. Do you think they could be right? That Harry's dead? Of course not, Arthur said sharply. You know who would never hide something like that. Trust me, Ron, if Harry Potter was dead, we'd all know about it. Then what do you think he's doing with him? You reckon he's locked Harry up somewhere? Arthur stiffened. Then he sighed. I don't know, Ron, we can only speculate. Hermione says it's too difficult to hold an obscurial against his will. Ron continued eagerly. But this is, you know who we're talking about, right? He must have ways to do it. Ron, morning, Dad. Fred Weasley strolled into the kitchen accompanied by his twin brother George, who yawned loudly. What's going on? He asked. Oh, reading the Prophet, are you? George asked, having caught sight of Ron's paper. Let's take a look here. Ah, Harry Potter, should have known. Fred snorted. Bless him, George, he's got a little crush. You're obsessed with him, aren't you, Ickle Ronikins? After all the warnings too? Mum'll really hate that? What about me? Molly Weasley asked, walking into the kitchen. Ron's ears went red and he quickly tried to hide the paper. Unfortunately for him, Molly was faster. Ronald Weasley, I thought I have made it clear I want you to stop reading about this, she fumed. I only want to know what's happening, Ron said in a small voice. You don't need to know what's happening, you'll only worry yourself more. Arthur frowned. Now Molly dear, surely it's important for the kids to be kept up to date on the situation. There is no situation. As far as we know, neither you know who nor Harry Potter have done anything in the past year to cause any real panic. The Prophet is just trying to reopen old wounds to make money, Molly said angrily. Now put that away, Ron. I don't want to see any more of this rubbish again, understand? Yes, Ron muttered. Mrs. Weasley strode out the kitchen, complaining under her breath as she did so. What's he want to know? Trying to make a fuss over nothing, as if Ginny isn't scared to death already. Arthur gave Ron a sympathetic look. She does have a point, Ron. There's no reason to worry about Harry Potter when he hasn't even been sighted for a year. 11 months, Ron correctly quietly. Arthur frowned. Either way, there's no reason to worry, okay? Why don't you go to your Room? Perhaps you can send Neville and Hermione a letter, see how their holiday is going, Ron nodded despondently and walked towards his room. As he closed the door he heard Fred ask, "What do you think's happened to him, Dad?" Arthur sighed. "I don't know, Fred, but I've got a feeling we haven't seen the last of Harry Potter." "Well done, Harry, truly well done. 8 weeks. That's how long it took him to start controlling his obscurus, by which point the summer holidays were nearly over. He was not fully in control, but no one could deny the improvement made. He was able to summon it sometimes, let the darkness rest on his hand, once or twice direct it at an object to phenomenal damage. Harry, so caught up in his excitement, did not notice the way Voldemort's eyes gleamed when he saw the obscurus, nor the look he gave Harry as he targeted it at something. The excitement lingered in his eyes long after the obscurus had been put away. He was transfixed by the obscurus, like a moth to a flame, his attention solely on Harry for the first time in weeks. "Enough now, Harry, you've worked hard." Harry collapsed into a chair, exhausted but beaming. "You're doing it, Harry," Voldemort smiled. "A few more months and you will be fully in control." Hearing this was music to his ears. Voldemort may have been thinking of the opportunities this opened for him, but all Harry heard was "a few more months and everyone will stop being afraid of you." "I'm proud of you, Harry, truly. We'll pick off the same time tomorrow. Go get some rest." Harry nodded and left Voldemort's office. He went straight to Draco's room, excited to tell him about all the progress he made. When he got there, however, the room was empty except for a note. "Meet me in our garden." Harry grinned and ran outside, making his way to their tiny corner of the garden. Draco was lying there, under the stars, his eyes closed. The large tree that stood at the edge of the garden leaned over him like a guardian angel, the leaves now a bright green. Harry smiled and walked over to him, lying down beside him and closing his eyes as well. He gulped down the cool air as once again any tension or excess darkness immediately left his body. Somehow, the garden was always able to calm him down. How was it? Harry opened his eyes to see Draco looking at him. He turned his head to face him. "Really well, he thinks in a few months I'll have complete control," he said happily, his eyes glittering with excitement. Draco smiled broadly. "That's amazing, Harry. And just think, when I do, no one will have any reason to fear me, not even your parents." He looked back at the stars, beaming. "They never had a reason to in the first place," Draco said softly. They stayed like that for a while, lying on the soft grass and watching the sky sparkle. After a while, Draco sat up, smiling at Harry as he lay next to him. Harry grinned back. He had not felt this happy for a very long time, perhaps not ever. Something bright had shone onto his life, lighting everything up. He knew that really, it was thanks to Draco he was so happy. It was he who had pushed him to try harder to control his obscurus. It was he whom Harry saw as his best and only friend. Draco was still smiling as he got up. "Hang on, I'm going to get my wand, I want to show you something." Harry watched him retreat back inside. He closed his eyes again, basking in the peacefulness of the garden. Then a voice made him jump. "I don't like this, Narcissa, I really don't." Harry opened his eyes and sat up. He could see 2 figures in the distance, concealed slightly by the wall of flowers he had grown. "Be patient, Lucius. How can I? Have you seen the inhabitants of our home?" Harry crawled closer to the edge of the garden, peering through the flowers. He could just make out the outlines of Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, huddled on the outskirts of their garden. Harry frowned and listened carefully. Were they talking about him? "Do not forget it was your idea, Lucius," he heard Mrs. Malfoy say. "And it's worked as well as you'd hoped. We are in the Dark Lord's favor by granting him access to stay here, and we will continue to be so long. Stay calm. How can I when there's an obscurial sleeping under our roof?" Harry's mouth went dry. There was no doubt they were talking about him. "He is learning, he is getting better. He will destroy our home." "Nonsense, he has done nothing but improve it from the look of things." She gestured towards the flowers and Harry was grateful it was so dark, or else they may have seen his figure eavesdropping. "Do not fool yourself, Narcissa, with every rose comes its thorn. We both know what he is capable of." There was an impatient sigh, and then Harry thought Narcissa had folded her arms. "You are being too harsh. Do not act like you were better, you were just as displeased as I was when you learned of his friendship with Draco. That was before I realized how happy he makes our son. Surely that is enough to outweigh any concerns we have." Narcissa see reason. The boy destroyed his home and killed his only family. What is to say he won't do the same to us? Harry felt like someone had punched him in the stomach. His eyes widened as he stumbled away from the flowers, crawling backwards until he was leaning against the tree. They were lying. They had to be. He could not have killed them. The Dursleys could not be dead. Harry buried his head in his arms. It couldn't be true. It could not be true. But what if it was? It would explain the screams he heard when he summoned his obscurus. The visions he got of something being broken or smashed. He thought back to his dreams, the damage he was surrounded by, the blood-red stuff on the floor. Was he really the cause of it all? Was he just reseeing past events that he had created? No, Voldemort would have told him. But Harry's heart sank as he realized how little he truly knew about the man, how he would hint at things but never really reveal the truth. He thought of the newspaper he had shown him. He had twisted the report into a false attack against him, but what if it was true? What if he really was dangerous, evil, violent, every bad word they used to describe him? Harry began hyperventilating, hugging his knees to his chest and curling himself up as small as possible. He rocked backwards and forwards trying to make sense of it all. For once the garden did not calm his nerves, it did not help the bubbling feeling inside him dissipate. He was so caught up in his thoughts that he did not hear the Malfoys leave the garden nor Draco return. "Harry, are you okay?" Harry jumped, looking up to see Draco looking at him with concern. No, not him too. Draco would tell him the truth, he was sure of it. "Fine," he said shakily. Draco frowned. "You seem upset." "Don't worry, I know what will cheer you up." He seemed too excited to pay proper attention to Harry, too eager to realize his friend was not what he claimed to be. "Watch this." He cleared his throat and held up his wand. Expecto Patronum. Something silvery shot out of his wand, something vague but animal-like. Harry could not make out what it was, but it shot across the garden, running around in circles before gently fading away. "I've been getting better. Isn't it pretty?" Draco beamed at Harry. Harry did not beam back. He felt sick by the display, disgusted by it. Draco was so pure, so good. What would have happened if Harry had reached out to touch the shimmering light? Would it have shrieked and died out? Would it have curled itself up into a ball and become as dark and impure as the obscurus resting on his hand? Would he have killed it the same way he killed? He could not say it. He didn't want to. He needed to hear it from him. "Is it true?" he whispered. Draco's smile faltered. Is what true? Did I kill them? My family?" Draco stared at Harry, his smile wiped fully from his face. He didn't say anything, but the look on his face said it all. "Oh God. Harry, it wasn't your fault. It was the obscurus." Harry stared at him, shocked. "You knew? You knew all this time?" Draco fell silent, staring at Harry guiltily. "Oh no. No. I wasn't allowed to say. Why didn't you?" "Harry, I thought you were my friend. I promise you. I wanted to tell you I did, but he made me swear not to." "Who?" Harry whispered. "Who made you?" Draco didn't answer, his face stricken with worry and concern. "Tell me," Harry yelled. Draco flinched. "It was him, Harry, it was him," he whispered. Harry screamed. Something exploded out of him, something dark, dangerous, powerful. It reverberated across the garden, destroying everything in its path. The grass was ripped violently from the ground. Above them the green leaves turned brown and crumpled into nothingness. Draco watched in horror as all of Harry's precious flowers withered and curled, turning black and impure, dying, dead. Harry's scream grew agonizing, forcing Draco to cry out in pain and clamp his hands over his ears as he watched his friend in horror. Harry slowly vanished, becoming hidden under layers of oozing darkness, replaced by a powerful, unstable force that shot into Draco, throwing him backwards. He gasped, coughing and clutching his stomach, looking up just in time to see the dark force shoot upwards and disappear into the night. "Oh Harry," he whispered. No. Chapter endnotes. Hope you enjoyed the chapter. Less than 3. Sorry for the delay, although I think you might understand my reason for it. Cold sweat smile. Volume 2. Pain and Anger chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. A horrible feeling of déjà vu crept across Harry when he awoke. He was lying on his side, with half his face slammed into the dirt and a dull pain throbbing at his head. He slowly blinked his eyes open, each blink sending sharp spikes of light into his vision. He gingerly tried sitting up before letting out a gasp of pain and clutching his ribs. Gritting his teeth, he slowly sat upright, ignoring the urge to scream in agony. Harry tried looking around him but found that everything was blurry. Trying his best not to make any sudden movements, he groped around blindly until he found his glasses, skewn aside and badly cracked. He put them on and immediately regretted it. He must have been in a forest, although whatever beauty it once held had been long gone. Trees were ripped clean from the earth, lying around him like giant coffins, whilst black dead leaves showered the ground alongside what Harry thought looked horribly like small dead animals. It was as if a giant had used the forest, if you could still call it that, as a playground. It was completely destroyed. Harry pushed down the surge of panic that had welled in his chest and tried to remember how he got there. He was soon distracted by the damage caused to himself. His hoodie was dirty and burned, his jeans were badly ripped and his hands made him sick. Cut, bruised and covered in dried blood. There was blood everywhere, under his fingernails, smudged against his palm, rubbed against his knuckles. And the worst part was Harry didn't know whose they were. Breathe, he tried telling himself. Just relax and remember what happened. But he could not do it. He could not stay calm. Only one thing could have caused this, and Harry knew what it was without having to try. Hello. Even his voice was damaged, croaky and shaking, and not at all what it was usually like. Is anyone there, please? I need help, Harry cried out desperately. Hello? Someone please. I need help, Harry couldn't continue. He broke down slowly, letting out choked sobs and digging his hands into the dirt, determined not to be ripped from it again. He cried for what felt like an eternity, desperately wanting someone to be there and hold him, to be strong for him and piece him together, someone to come just to show him they cared. But no one did. Eventually, his sobs subdued, becoming sniffled and faint. He could not stand, every movement sending spasms of pain throughout his entire body, so he sat there on the ground, counting down his prayers, remembering the ones the Dursleys taught him. The minute he thought of the Dursleys, he began panicking again, remembering something and instantly wanted to forgetting down, and someone told him, whispered in his ear that the Dursleys were dead and that it was his fault, it was all his fault. He remembered last time, waking up and not knowing of the damage he had caused. Had he done it again? Harry did not know. Just as he didn't know how he ended up in a destroyed forest or what happened last or where he even was. But Harry was spared the trouble of thinking by the sudden crack that sounded in the air. 10 people suddenly appeared out of nowhere, surrounding him and raising wands in his direction. Don't move, someone yelled. We have you surrounded, don't even think about trying anything. Harry sat there, stunned. He made an attempt to get up and was quickly shouted at. I said freeze. His ears hurt. Vernon always used to yell in his ears, stay exactly where you are. His body began to tremble. Petunia always used to order him about. He could still hear her screeches, coming closer and closer. You useless boy. Hands up. You deserve to be punished. I repeat, hands up. I'll kill you, boy, if it's the last thing I do. I said hands. Harry's trembles turned to shakes, something dark slowly vibrating in him, reaching the surface slowly, ready to burst out. And then something hit Harry and everything went dark once more. Harry's body ached. Whatever spell those people hit him with left him numb and in more pain than ever as every bone in his body screamed. He was in a dark, damp cell, caged like an animal, and treated like one too. A few bits of scrap paper and a wooden stool made up his new accommodation alongside stone walls and one small, barred window. The prison made him slowly feel more and more lifeless, as though something was sucking what little happiness he had left and replacing it with nothing but darkness. His memory was returning to him in flashes, a brick wall collapsing, a scream, the sound of something exploding. Each new memory sent a burst of pain to his head and caused 1,000 tiny stars to dance alongside his vision. He leaned against the wall of his cell, trying to piece together his fractured memories as a few drifts of moonlight shone from his window. He did not want to remember what had happened, did not want to think about the people he may have killed nor the damage he must have inflicted. But he knew he had to. He could not go for nearly another year without knowing. Now more than ever Harry wanted to be back in his cupboard where at least he recognized the 4 blank walls surrounding him. It was a cold and lonely place, but it was much, much better than wherever he was now. Harry would have chosen it over anything, including Voldemort. The man had lied to him, pretending Harry was not the dangerous person the papers painted him to be when in reality they spoke only the truth. Harry Potter, good for nothing but chaos. It had a nice ring to it, he thought. The only person Harry really thought he missed was Nagini. Somehow, he felt she would be the only thing able to comfort him. But she was not here, no one was. Not Voldemort or the snake or Draco. What happened to his best friend after Harry found out the truth? Did he run away in fear? Did he try to reason with Harry? Or was Harry responsible for yet another death, another murder? He quickly pushed the thought from his mind. The idea that he killed the only person he could call a friend made Harry more terrified than anything about his situation put together. Draco Malfoy could not be dead, Harry would not let it happen. As the storm clouds thundered outside, a dark ghost-like thing glided slowly towards his cell. Harry shuddered. Every time they passed he felt a horrible, clenched feeling in his stomach, as if they were the ones responsible for draining every positive feeling he ever had. He expected the thing to pass by him as usual, but it stopped this time, waving a bone-like hand and unlocking the door to his cell. Harry's heart leapt up. Were they going to release him or take him somewhere worse? Harry could barely stand as it was, let alone move. Before Harry could do anything, however, a man came into his view, standing beside the thing guarding his cell. He was tall and thin, sporting long white hair and light blue robes. His piercing blue eyes surveyed Harry from top to bottom, softening slightly behind his half-moon spectacles. "Leave us," he said softly to the ghost-like thing. It ignored him and the man sighed and took out a wand, muttering something under his breath and pointing it at the thing. A burst of silver blue light shot out his wand and the guard was quickly repelled. Harry winced. The spell looked horribly similar to the one Draco was practicing, the memory sending waves of nausea over Harry. "Are you okay?" Harry blinked and saw the man peering anxiously at him. Harry didn't reply. "Here." The man waved his wand and Harry's cracked glances were fixed instantly. The boy's eyes widened and he quickly took his glasses off to inspect them. "Can you stand?" Harry looked at him suspiciously from his corner. "Who are you?" he croaked. The man bowed his head. "Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts." The name was familiar to Harry, but he couldn't remember why. He strained hard and a memory came rushing towards him. Sitting in a library with Voldemort, the older man telling him about something outdated and old. Harry shot the man a look. "You mean the school for witches and wizards?" "Yes," Dumbledore said quietly. "I know that place, he told me about it." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "By him are you perhaps referring to Voldemort?" "Yeah, him." Harry looked excited for a second. Then he frowned. "You're the only person I know not afraid to say his name." Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself, wouldn't you agree? Harry looked confused. "Yes," he said slowly. "Yeah, I guess so." The man, perhaps realizing he was going to be looking down at Harry if he continued, sat himself on the small wooden stool, so that he was directly opposite Harry. "Do you know what happened, Harry?" he asked. Harry shook his head. "Not a thing." Harry shrugged. "I've been getting some flashes, glimpses, you know." Dumbledore nodded. Harry hesitated. "Why are you here?" The man blinked. "Well, I suppose there are several reasons. I have a lot to ask you, Harry Potter. However, I sense you are in no fit condition to be questioned. I'll ask you one thing though. Why did you reject your place at my school?" Oh." Harry was brought back to the night he turned 11, when Hagrid showed up with his letter. He could still remember the way the Dursleys had looked at him when they found out he was a wizard. It's kind of a long story," he mumbled. Dumbledore nodded. "I understand. I hope you will be able to tell me one day though. I only want to help you, Harry." Harry nodded, although he still had his reservations. After all the lies Voldemort spewed at him, he was reluctant to trust someone else so quickly. "Did I hurt someone?" Dumbledore blinked. "Why do you? Is that why I'm here? Did I do something bad?" Dumbledore looked at him with pained eyes. "Harry, it's because of that thing, isn't it? The one inside me? The obscurus? You know of it?" Harry nodded. "He told me all about it," he said miserably. Dumbledore sighed. Yes, I thought he might. He says it's a gift, that I should be proud of it." The man nodded. "I see. He also said people won't recognize it for a gift, that they'd be afraid. Old-fashioned ways are hard to forget," Dumbledore said sadly. Are you afraid of it? Of me? Harry asked him, his voice slightly desperate. The man looked at him with thoughtful eyes. No, he said. I don't believe you want to hurt anyone, Harry. Harry slumped against the wall. But I haven't I? I did it again. Dumbledore chose his words carefully. Whatever you have done is not your fault. You have been manipulated, wrongly influenced. For this, I take full credit. I should have kept him from you. Harry's head jerked up. What are you talking about? Dumbledore bowed his head. I am afraid Voldemort has been using you, Harry. Your it is much more of a gift to him than it will ever be to you. Harry's eyes widened. Why would he do that? Dumbledore looked sad. There is a lot I want to explain to you, Harry, but I'm afraid there isn't a lot of time. The Minister of Magic has granted me permission to see you for 5 minutes only, and I'm afraid our time is nearly up. If you want to get out of here, I only ask you to trust me. Harry hesitated. It was not too long ago that Voldemort had said the same thing. Please, Harry, I only want to help you, Dumbledore said, his voice kind and honest and so different from Voldemort's. A likely story, said a cold voice. Harry jumped and saw Voldemort standing right outside the door, appearing out of thin air. Dumbledore sprang to his feet, his wand out. Do not come any nearer, he said quietly. Voldemort sneered. I think you've had long enough, don't you, Dumbledore? I'm afraid I can't let you twist his mind any longer. With great difficulty, Harry pushed himself up and leaned against the corner of his cell, his eyes shaking slightly. It was foolish of you to think I would let you take him, Dumbledore said. We both know you are not the friend you pretend to be, Riddle. Voldemort's eyes flashed at the word, Riddle, but he quickly regained himself. And you are? Voldemort scoffed. I know you keep your secrets well hidden, Dumbledore. Do not try and fool the boy into thinking he will be any different from the hundreds you lie to. He will not go with you, Dumbledore said, raising his wand. I can't let you stop me. I will not allow it. Since when have I cared about what you allow? Voldemort snarled. Harry's eyes darted nervously between them, unsure of who to look at. He had known Voldemort for nearly a year, and knew him well enough to know he would not hurt him. But there was something about the way Dumbledore looked at him that made Harry want to trust him completely, more than he had done with Voldemort. A loud hiss startled him. A large snake slithered around the door, past Dumbledore and Voldemort and towards Harry. Nagini, Harry said quietly. Don't be afraid, she hissed, coming to a stop in front of him. And don't trust him. She jerked her head towards Dumbledore, who stood frozen, staring at the snake. Why? Harry demanded. He does not speak the truth, he is using you. But he has too, hasn't he? Voldemort? Harry looked fixedly into her night-black eyes. I can't trust anyone. You can trust me, the snake responded. I am your friend Harry Potter, and if I am then SSSOISSS he. Trust her, Harry, Voldemort said quietly. If not me, then her. Harry looked distressingly at the wizard. One part of him wanted to scream at the man for all the lies he told him. The other part, the one he was ashamed of, wanted to be back with him, protected and safe, learning once again how to control his obscurus. Harry, he turned to see Dumbledore looking at him, his piercing blue eyes locked into Harry's. Please. Harry began. But he had no time to finish, for at that moment Voldemort appeared behind and in the blink of an eye. One spidery hand firmly on his shoulder and the other wrapped around Nagini. There was a familiar jolting sensation, a large crack in the air and a feeling of being torn apart very quickly. The last thing Harry saw before he was apparated away was Dumbledore lung out, his eyes desperate, a ruby-encrusted sword in his hand. Harry landed with a jolt in Voldemort's office. It was the same as ever, a dark room illuminated by low candles and a crackling fire. The only thing that had changed was the large newspaper taking up the entire desk. Harry did not need to look at the title to know what it was saying. He turned his back to Voldemort, pretending to be looking at the bookshelf. They were lined with various, expensive-looking books, a few catching Harry's eyes. Nature's Nobility. A. Wizarding Genealogy. Secrets of the Darkest Art, a beginner's guide to understanding obscurials. The latter made Harry swallow and look away. Are you okay? He nodded, his back still turned. Now that Harry was back with Voldemort, he did not feel any conflict between trusting the man and hating him. Now he was just angry. Whatever he said, I implore you to forget, that man is not to be trusted. Harry gave a small shrug and continued looking at the bookshelf, trying to contain the bubbling anger rising within him. What is wrong? He heard Voldemort ask. Nothing. Look at me, Harry. Harry turned and saw Voldemort peer at him through his red slits. A slight frown appeared on his face. Someone's upset you. Harry shook his head. No one has. Was it Dumbledore? No, Harry said a little too quickly. Voldemort's frown got bigger. Have I? Harry's silence gave him his answer. I see, Voldemort said quietly. Harry expected him to break out into an apology or at the very least offer him a good excuse as to why he had kept so much information from him during the past year. But instead the man took a seat at his desk and said nothing more. Harry scoffed. What, is that it? Voldemort looked at him impassively. What would you like me to say? It's clear you no longer trust me. Why do you think? At last Harry lost his temper, furious at the man for not saying more, for not doing more. You lied to me. You said I did nothing wrong. You said all the papers were lying. Voldemort did not seem fazed by his outburst. He merely continued surveying Harry at the end of his desk. Harry, I told you the truth. You had done nothing wrong. I killed them. Harry howled. I killed my uncle, my aunt, my cousin. They're all dead. He felt his fists clench and his white knuckles begin to turn darker and darker as though something was slowly making its way to the surface. How could you possibly say I have done nothing wrong? Voldemort stood up, narrowing his eyes at Harry. They were Muggles, Harry. Muggles. They were beneath you in every form. They were my family, Harry yelled. Voldemort snarled. They abused you, it's no excuse. They would have killed you had you been with them longer. You acted out of self-defense, not pure violence. Then why didn't you tell me? Harry yowled. Why did you pretend nothing happened? I didn't want to risk upsetting you more, Voldemort said carefully, eyeing Harry's hands growing steadily darker and shakier. You did not know how to control your obscurus. I feared telling you might risk setting you off again. Harry scoffed. Oh, of course, the obscurus. How could I forget? The only reason you brought me here in the first place. That's not true, Voldemort said at once. I brought you here because I knew you were in danger, Harry. Oh yeah? Then what the fuck is this? He grabbed the book titled A Beginner's Guide to Understanding Obscurials from Voldemort's shelf and hurled it at the man. It hit him in the chest and fell to the floor, the cover shining up at them. What am I? Your fucking study case? You were using me. You were using the obscurus. And as he said the words, his hands became embodied in the darkness so that the obscurus rested at his fingertips. No, Voldemort said, shaking his head. I only got that book to properly understand what an obscurus is. It helped me teach you to control it better. Stop lying to me, Harry screamed, his obscurus flickering in and out of him, hovering at the edge of his body and delving back in him like a beating heart. Voldemort looked at him calmly, showing no traces of fear. Dumbledore has manipulated you into thinking I have been using you for my own personal gain, Harry. I beg of you not to listen to him. I admit I should have told you immediately of your family's passing, but I feared you would lose control again and cause more damage, something the Ministry would use as an excuse to put you away forever. Harry's anger never left his face. He glared at Voldemort, who dared to take a step forward. You hated it there, didn't you? That cell they locked you up in, treating you less like a human and more like a creature, a thing. That is what they want to do to you, Harry. You seem like a monster needing to be contained. You are not a person to them. You are a weapon. He took another step forward and Harry felt his fists loosening, his eyes growing softer. I am all you have, Harry. I am the only person who sees your worth, your struggles. I see the young boy they have broken and labeled a threat. I care about you, Harry, more than anyone else ever will. Slowly and hesitantly, Harry felt the obscurus leave, slowly sink back into the depths of his body, and felt a tear trickle down his face. But you should have told me, he whispered. Yes, Voldemort said quietly. I should have. Harry looked away from the man, wiping away his tears and instead looking at Nagini, who was hidden in the corner, half obscured by a shadow. She gave him an approving nod and slithered out of the room, Harry watching her leave with a slight twinge of longing. Harry turned to face Voldemort. Can I have that? He said miserably, gesturing at the newspaper on his desk. Voldemort made no objections, silently handing Harry the newspaper where a bold headline immediately caught his eye. Catastrophic. Obscurus attack. Ministry reassures wizarding community of extra security at Hogwarts. Harry let in a sharp intake of breath. Trying to remember what Voldemort had said about the Ministry painting him a villain, he read on. The Minister of Magic has reassured the wizarding community that several extra security measures will be implemented at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry effective immediately after a devastating attack a few days prior. In a meeting with the Wizengamot last night, Cornelius Fudge revealed that the majority of the Wizarding High Court voted for the decision, with results expected to begin as early as tomorrow. This comes after the sudden Obscurus attack in London last week, with many believing this to be the cause of Harry Potter and he who must not be named. Potter, believed to have been working with you-know-who since last year, has kept relatively quiet until last week, with many in the Ministry believing this to be a well-thought-out plan from the Dark Lord. I mean, it just makes sense, said a Ministry representative, who asked to be unnamed. Let us all lower our defenses for a while and then bam, hit us at our most vulnerable. Indeed, Potter caused plenty of disruption last week with 12 muggles needing to be obliterated and 1 confirmed dead. It was mayhem, says Louisa Bridge, 38. There I was doing my weekly shop in Diagon Alley, and all of a sudden something behind me exploded. I heard a loud shatter and then the sound of screaming. I looked back and nearly fainted at the sight of it. Windows smashed. Roofs caved in, stone and rubble everywhere. Potter, left a clear trail of destruction, slamming straight into the wall of Diagon Alley and unleashing his power everywhere. I turned around and saw him going from shop to shop, completely annihilating all of it. It was completely catastrophic. I count myself lucky I survived. It seems that Potter first attacked several Muggle buildings, hitting them at random before bursting into the leaky cauldron and slamming into the wall that separates Diagon Alley from the Muggle world, unleashing his Obscurus onto the innocent witches and wizards posed there. Several shops were destroyed and 5 were injured, although thankfully, no one was killed. Potter then went on for several more miles before Aurors were able to trace him and arrest him where he was previously awaiting trial in Azkaban. However, it seems you-know-who himself came to the rescue, somehow entering past the Dementors of Azkaban and whisking Potter away, much to the anger of the wizarding community. I can assure the wizarding community that Potter will not stay in hiding for long, said a tired but triumphant-looking Fudge last night. We will be better prepared this time. If we can catch him once, we can catch him again. There have been rumors that Albus Dumbledore was present at the time Potter was broken out, however this has yet to be confirmed. The family of the Muggle killed has been visited and has had their memories modified to suit the gas leak story planted by the Ministry. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was available to comment. This is just another example of the unlawful killings so often seen by those supporting you-know-who, she said, speaking from her Wilshire Manor. It is clear to me that Potter has clearly fallen in line with the Dark Lord's beliefs and as such must be viewed as a criminal and a heavy threat to all of us. The latest attack has also sparked the interest of the International Confederation of Wizards, who have called a meeting in order as soon as possible to discuss the dangers of an obscurial loose as well as the correct measures that must take place to ensure he is brought in as soon as possible. This echoes the previous meeting in 1926 when the last known obscurus was wreaking havoc in America. Destruction is clearly a trend found within each obscurial. Anxious parents voiced their concerns to Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts, who has agreed to work with the Ministry to provide extra security for Hogwarts. This includes many defensive spells and charms, a complex array of counter curses and a small task force of Aurors dedicated solely to the protection of the school. We will make sure that neither Potter nor you-know-who will come anywhere near our young witches and wizards, Fudge said confidently. Safety and security are one of my most important priorities during these dark times. And indeed, safety and security are what we all seem to be needing, since it seems that no one can escape the trail of bloodlust that follows Potter wherever he goes. The only question now is, where will he strike next? Harry stopped reading, feeling sick. He handed the newspaper back to Voldemort without saying a word, who immediately tossed it into the fireplace. Forget them, he heard Voldemort say. They do not understand the pressure you were under. I killed someone, Harry said in a hollow voice. A Muggle, Voldemort said simply, as if that made it okay. Harry nodded, feeling slightly dizzy with nausea. A strong hand gripped his shoulder and he glanced up to see Voldemort looking at him firmly. What is done, Harry, do not dwell on the past. He patted him slightly on the back and returned to his desk, quickly becoming absorbed in a stack of important-looking papers. "Sleep, Harry, you need it," he commanded, without looking up. Harry nodded again and made his way out of the office. At the door he paused, quickly remembering something. "Draco?" Voldemort looked up at him from his papers. For a second Harry thought he looked slightly annoyed, but when he blinked the look was gone. "Alive," Voldemort said. "Shaken up from what I hear, but not badly enough to stop him worrying about you. You can visit him once you rest." Harry nodded and walked out of the office, making his way back to his room. Several paintings let out low gasps and pointed at him as he passed, but he ignored them. Somehow, after everything that happened today, he felt a small twinge of happiness. He had not hurt Draco, and better yet, the boy was not angry at him for nearly getting him killed. He was worried for Harry. He did not hate him after all. Smiling slightly, he walked into his room and collapsed into his bed, instantly falling asleep under the soft covers. He was too tired to notice, but it was the first time he had even touched his bed since the moment he was brought into Malfoy Manor. Chapter end notes. I like to think Harry finally sleeping on the bed signifies him no longer rejecting his wizarding roots. It's sort of the start of his dark Harry path. Reunion. Harry awoke late enough to see the afternoon sunlight streaming in from his closed curtains. He sat up gingerly and glanced around him. His room was the same as always, rich and lavish, the kind of thing he would spend ages dreaming about as a child. Nothing had changed, not the furniture or the decor or the wallpaper. Everything was exactly how it seemed. That the only thing that had really changed was Harry. He no longer felt like the naive, shy boy from a year ago. With the Dursleys ending up dead and half the world seemingly hating him, Harry no longer felt he had anything to be afraid of. He was in greater trouble than he had ever been with the Dursleys, and the punishment threatening him was much more severe. So why bother anymore? He wanted to be loved as a child, and he had been beaten daily. He wanted someone to help him in the forest, and they had thrown him in a cell. If that was the kind of world he was living in, Harry wanted nothing to do with it. A sudden crack made him jump. A small, elf-like thing, that appeared to be wearing a dirty pillowcase as a shirt, stood by the door, his green tennis ball-sized eyes staring meekly at Harry. "Master Harry has woken up," it squeaked. "Would Master be liking some breakfast?" Harry stared at the creature in shock. Who are you?" "Dobby, sir, Dobby the house elf," the house elf said, sinking into a low bow. "House elf?" Harry asked. "Born to serve the noble house of Malfoy," the elf answered, his eyes shining up at Harry. Right," Harry said, slowly getting out of bed and standing by the window, Dobby's eyes following him intently. "Forgive me, sir, Dobby has heard a lot about you. Dobby has been wanting to meet you for quite some time," the house elf squeaked excitedly. Harry, who did not quite know how to reply to this, nodded politely. The elf merely gazed happily at him, his large eyes scanning Harry as if he were trying to take in every detail. Feeling slightly uncomfortable, Harry cleared his throat. "Sorry, why are you here?" The elf jumped. "Pardon me, sir, Dobby forgot he was sent here to give you breakfast." He snapped his fingers and a tray of food appeared on Harry's desk instantly. A flicker of recognition swept over Harry as he looked at the tray, and he soon realized who had been leaving the trays of food outside his door during the first few weeks he had stayed in the manor. "Thank you," he said appreciatively. Dobby's eyes widened. Suddenly, without warning, he burst into tears. Harry looked startled. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to offend." "Offend?" The elf howled. "No one has ever thanked Dobby before. Harry Potter truly is a magnificent wizard." And with another large crack he vanished from the room, leaving Harry staring at the spot he was standing in seconds before in slight amazement. Slowly, Harry made his way to the desk and sat down, realizing just how hungry he truly was as he looked down at the food Dobby had brought. He wolfed it down in seconds and then spent a few minutes trying not to vomit. It really had been a while since he had last eaten. There had been no message or note for Harry instructing him to do anything, so he decided to make himself a hot bath and get properly cleaned up. The bathroom attached to his room was equally lavish, putting the Dursleys' expensive, sterile one to shame. As a child, he was never allowed in. Aunt Petunia always used to snap that he would get dirt everywhere. Instead, he had been hosed down in the garden until he turned 6, where he was only allowed to have only brief showers when his guardians decided he smelled too bad. He was forbidden from having a bath, and the shower water had always been ice cold, sometimes leaving Harry with a nasty cold or shiver for days. He took his time making his bath, adding a generous amount of soap and ensuring that the water was a tad hotter than it needed to be. It was only when he undressed and looked in the mirror did Harry realize how badly in shape he truly was. It seemed that Harry's clothes had concealed the worst of it. His arms and legs were covered in many painful, red cuts with a few purple bruises dotted around them, as if his body were the canvas of some horrific masterpiece. A dark slash was ripped across his chest, leaving behind an ugly mess Harry desperately wanted to clean. It was like someone had tipped a bucket of red paint over his chest and smeared it across him, except it wasn't paint splattered on Harry, it was dried blood. Harry practically jumped in the bath, ignoring how the water was scalding his skin raw or how the bubbles were entering his open mouth. He grabbed a nearby sponge and furiously scrubbed every inch of his body clean, determined to rid himself of every cursed mark upon him. His anger led to half-healed cuts being torn open, bruises becoming darker and darker, blood returning once more, staining him, becoming him. Harry burst into tears, hugging his knees to his chest as the water exploded out of the bath, leaving the walls and ceiling dripping wet with hot, soapy water. The obscurus was gone as quickly as it came. Harry blinked and removed his hands from his head. Blood was slowly gathering at the bottom of the now empty bathtub, and Harry sighed and turned on the tap, washing it clean off him and stepping out of the tub. He didn't know any healing spells, so instead he just grabbed a nearby towel and did his best to close up his wounds. Hugging the towel against his body, he made his way back to his room, not looking back at the mess he had caused, and picked out a set of plain robes from his cupboard. The second he had finished putting them on, there was a knock on the door. Narcissa Malfoy peeked her head around, looking anxiously at Harry. "Are you okay?" she asked softly. Harry nodded because it was the standard thing to do, the normal thing. She stepped inside the room, the worry in her eyes not quite leaving her face. "You scared us," she said quietly. "We were worried you might have been hurt." "Oh yeah?" Harry asked, not bothering to keep the rudeness out of his voice. He could hardly see Lucius Malfoy stressing out about him. "I understand you're upset with us," Narcissa said gently. "And you have every right to, of course, but we promised we wouldn't say anything." "To who?" "Voldemort," Harry asked loudly, ignoring the way Narcissa flinched. "Yeah, I get that's a thing around here. Tell me, why do you people never do what you want? It's your house, not his." Narcissa seemed to struggle with herself. "You cannot argue against the Dark Lord." "Or what? He'll hurt you. He'll kill you. Why even associate yourself with someone who scares you half to death?" Narcissa's eyes widened in horror. "Please," she whispered. "You cannot speak like that here, not with him so near." Harry scoffed. "I'll speak however I want to. I'm not afraid to say the truth, unlike you. He's a fucking liar." Narcissa flinched as though Harry's words had stung her. He cares for you," Harry sighed dismissively. "Yes, so he told me." "No," Narcissa said firmly, her quivering voice becoming stronger. "No, Harry, he does care for you. He is protecting you at this very moment. Do not think he was not justified in doing what he did. The Dark Lord always has a plan. It doesn't matter if it doesn't suit everyone." Harry glared at her for a moment, but she did not flinch again. She met his glare determinedly until he felt it fade from his face. "I'm sorry," he mumbled. Narcissa sighed. "Don't be, you're just a child," she said it like it excused any of his actions. Narcissa gave him a small smile, though her eyes remained sad. "Why don't you go outside? The weather is lovely at this time." Yeah, I'll do that," Harry nodded, looking for any excuse to be away from the people who had kept the truth from him for a whole year. He made his way outside, the portraits on the wall once again gasping and whispering as he walked by. Determined to ignore them, he stepped into the entrance hall and walked outside. Harry's eyes widened the second he set sights on the garden. No longer was it the beautiful, perfect garden from before. Something, Harry, had caused it to be unimaginably damaged. The once trimmed grass was partially ripped and covered in dead leaves, with some of the trees they had belonged to turned over in agony. Parts of the fence had been pulled apart, the concrete steps smashed, all the windows looking out at the garden cracked and dirt-stained. Harry blinked and saw a figure standing garden he used to go to frequently. A boy with platinum blonde hair and dark robes. Feeling his heart pounding against his chest, Harry made his way over to Draco, staring in horror as he went. The small section of the garden he had called his own had been ruined beyond repair. The flowers he had grown were dead and withered, the large oak tree that stood at the center had lost all its leaves, a deep dent fracturing its trunk as if someone had punched it with immense force. Harry had loved this place, cherished it. But in the end, it had been Harry who had killed it, just as he had done with the Dursleys. Draco turned around as he heard him approach. Shock flickered across his face for a moment, and then he rushed to Harry, engulfing him in a tight hug. "You're okay," he half yelled, gripping Harry so tightly as if afraid he was going to disappear again. Harry stood there, stunned. You're not mad?" he asked shakily. No, of course not, I'm so glad you're okay." Harry stood motionless for a moment and then hugged back, remembering just how much he had missed his friend. When Draco finally pulled away, Harry got to have a good look at him. Stifling a gasp, he stared at the boy. The relieved smile on his face could not hide the dark cut that ran along the side of his face or his badly split lip. "I did that?" Harry asked, subconsciously reaching up to touch Draco's cut lip. "It's fine really, it doesn't hurt," Draco said softly. Harry drew his hand back suddenly, as if he was afraid he might hurt him again. "It's okay, Harry, I promise, I'm not mad or anything, it doesn't even hurt anymore." "Anymore?" Harry nodded, although a deep feeling of shame welled up inside him. Turning away from Draco, he walked forward so he could get a proper look at what was left of his garden. "What have I done?" A hand gripped his shoulder. "Don't blame yourself, Harry, none of this is your fault." Harry didn't respond. He knew that nothing Draco said would make him feel better. He had never felt so disgusted with himself in his life. "What happened after I left?" he asked without looking at his friend. Behind him, he felt Draco tense. Are you sure you want to know?" Harry turned to him, his eyes desperate. "Please, I need to hear it from someone other than him." Draco sighed and nodded. He sat down on the damaged grass and Harry followed suit, hugging his knees to his chest. "After you left, no one heard from you for an hour. Mother found me on the ground. She was worried when she saw me. She helped me into the study and was slowly healing me when we got an emergency broadcast from the ministry on the wireless. Father came in and we heard there was an obscurial. Damaging a number of Muggle buildings and some of the Muggles were injured. We didn't know if anyone was killed at the time and Mother and Father didn't really care about the Muggles so we didn't think much of it. Then we heard you had attacked some of the shops in Diagon Alley, and from there no one really knew where you went. A few minutes later we heard someone had phoned the Muggle law office to tell them that they could see commotion coming from a forest where they lived nearby. From what we heard next, the Aurors had intercepted this call and were on their way to the forest. We didn't hear anything else from the wireless for about 3 hours, but then the ministry said they had taken you in and there was no need to panic." Harry closed his eyes, trying to take deep breaths. "And where was Voldemort during all this?" he asked, his voice shaking slightly. "I dunno, I assume in his office. It was just me and Mother and Father listening to the wireless. After they said you have been taken in, we heard him come down the stairs and he said he was going to get you. Then he just apparated out. I don't know how he did it, since the manor's wards are supposed to stop you from apparating in and out of the building," Draco added somewhat bitterly. "Bet you your dad loved that," Harry muttered. "As a matter of fact, he got into a fight with Mother. He said, well, it doesn't really matter," Draco said hastily. Harry raised his eyebrows. Draco sighed. "Okay, well, he said that he didn't want you here anymore, that you were a threat to all of our safety and he wanted you gone. And then Mother reminded him that you were just a child and you couldn't control your powers yet and that he wasn't helping in any way, and then she said that having the most powerful dark wizard in our house was already a threat to our safety and that it was his clever idea in the first place, so he should stop complaining," Draco said very quickly, looking slightly embarrassed. Harry felt himself smirk in spite of himself. Then he felt that smirk slide off his face as he remembered how rude he had been to Narcissa earlier. "I'm sorry. If you're going to apologize for what he said, don't. I told you, you have nothing to be sorry for," Draco said somewhat fiercely. "Besides, Mother's right, it was his idea in the first place." Harry bit his lip and nodded. They sat in the grass for a while, watching the wind swirl the remaining fragile leaves in the air and crumple them to dust immediately. As the sun started to set, Harry leaned his head against Draco's shoulder and shut his eyes, wishing he could go back to the night he had lost control and take back what he had done. He felt Draco's head turn towards him, but the boy made no objections, so Harry continued to lean on him, replaying the events in his head over and over again. Someone had died. He reminded himself. It didn't matter what Voldemort or Draco's parents thought of them. That was now 4 people Harry had killed. 4 lives he would never be able to get back. 5 if you count the garden. And still, throughout all this, there was still a question clawing at Harry's head, a possibility that made his blood run cold. What if he had killed Draco? He pushed this thought away, because it was worse than any other thought combined. Harry could not kill him, he just couldn't. He would learn to control himself properly, and if he didn't, then he would never see the boy again. "But will you?" asked the small voice at the back of his head. "Will you truly stay away?" "Of course I will," Harry told himself firmly, but even as he thought it, he knew deep down that he couldn't stop being friends with Draco. He would never. And that left him with only one choice: he had to control himself. "What are you thinking about?" Draco's soft voice snapped Harry away from his thoughts. He looked up to see the boy looking at him, the last wisps of sunlight shining off his light blue eyes. "I'm not thinking of anything," Harry lied. "Don't lie, your face gave it away," Draco said, a small frown appearing on his face. "What's wrong?" "I was just thinking about what I did," Harry fibbed unblushingly. Draco's face fell and Harry felt a twinge of guilt for lying to him. "Don't, Harry, just don't. You can't change what happened, you can only move forward," Draco said seriously, not taking his eyes off of Harry's once. No, please." He grasped Harry's hand, looking more desperate than Harry had ever seen him. "I don't want you to disappear again, okay? Please just promise me you won't feel guilty for what happened. It wasn't your fault, Harry. If anything, it was ours for lying to you." Harry looked into his pleading, large eyes. "I promise," he said softly. Draco let out a small sigh of relief. Then, seeming slightly embarrassed by his outburst, he stood up. "Come on, it's getting cold." They walked back into the house where Narcissa called them for dinner. The routine started once more, picking off as if nothing had happened to disrupt it. Harry noticed that neither Voldemort nor Lucius were present at the table. After dinner, Harry excused himself to go rest. As he made his way back to his room, a familiar snake slithered towards him. "Nagini," Harry said, stopping in his tracks. "He wants us to SSC you," she hissed. "Right now." The snake nodded. Harry sighed and followed her lead to Voldemort's office, K&D entering at the sound of, "Come in." Voldemort was not sitting when he arrived, but standing in front of the fireplace, twirling his wand in his long, spider-like hands. Nagini did not stay as usual but instead slithered out of the room, not looking back at Harry as she left. An odd feeling settled in the pit of his stomach and he did his best to keep the accusatory tone out of his voice as he addressed Voldemort. "You wanted to see me? Yes, I'm glad you came. No, don't sit down, it would be easier standing." Harry, who had been in the midst of settling into a chair, looked up sharply. "What would be easier standing?" he asked suspiciously. Voldemort sighed. "Harry, I wish it didn't have to come to this." He strode past Harry so that he stood in front of the door, blocking it. "Do you remember what I said to you the first time you came into this office?" Harry stared at him. What is this about?" "Remember, Harry, remember what I told you," Voldemort said impatiently. Harry racked his brains. You said you would teach me to control it, the obscurus." Voldemort nodded. "Very good, anything else?" Harry thought back to that night a year ago, straining to remember. "You set me some conditions," he said slowly, "in exchange for your help." Voldemort clapped his hands. "Very good, Harry, very good." Harry looked at him incredulously. "What is this about?" he repeated, becoming slightly nervous. "Harry, in exchange for my help you promised to follow the conditions I set out. You swore not to leave the manor at any time. You said you wouldn't use your power to hurt me or anyone else in the house. I asked you not to question any of my actions at any time and you agreed. You promised me these things, Harry, and in exchange, I kept my word and taught you how to control yourself. I gave you a safe place to live. We made an agreement with each other, Harry. I thought you would have remembered." Harry stiffened. "If this is about what I did, it was only because..." Voldemort held up a hand to silence him. "I do not need your excuses, Harry. I do not blame you in the slightest. However, we are not yet equals. You do not get to disobey my rules. You broke a promise to me, Harry, and as such I must treat you in the same way I would treat one of my Death Eaters. You must learn from your mistakes, do you understand? Harry didn't reply, he just continued staring at the man. Voldemort raised his wand indifferently. I do not want you to think of this as a punishment but rather an opportunity to learn. What, Crucio? Voldemort's spell hit Harry directly in the chest, white-hot pain striking at him viciously as if 1,000 bolts of lightning were hitting him at once. Harry let out a yelp and stumbled backwards, hitting the wall as Voldemort's spell mercilessly attacked him. His gritted teeth were unable to stop the scream that escaped him, and he clenched his fists to stop himself from screaming again. The Dursleys never liked it when he yelled. But nothing that they did could compare to what Voldemort was doing now, his wand still raised, his eyes void of all emotion as if this was the standard thing for him to do. The normal thing. Voldemort raised his wand higher and Harry cried out, struggling against the spell, the pain becoming more and more severe. After what felt like hours, Harry noticed his screams become quieter, the pain not quite so bad, and he looked down to see his obscurus slowly emerging from his body, countering the spell as if to reduce the pain. It wasn't enough to completely stop the pain, and when Voldemort finally lifted the spell, Harry sank straight to his knees, panting and gasping for breath. Like I said, this is not a punishment, Harry, but I can't have any special treatment, he heard Voldemort say distantly, his voice sounding further and further away. Harry looked up at him through tear-stained eyes. What the hell? He gasped, clutching his ribs which felt bruised under his touch. I am sorry to do this to you, Harry, but you must understand, I would be very disappointed in you if you didn't. Harry let out a ragged cough and stood up, his legs shakily supporting him. Without meeting his eye, he gave Voldemort a small nod. Good, rest now, Harry, you did well to withstand the Cruciatus curse. Harry didn't need telling twice. He stumbled past Voldemort, out of the office, not looking back at the tall figure watching him leave. A vague memory slipped into his head, a lesson he had with Voldemort in which he was telling him about 3 specific curses. The 3 spells I mentioned are often called curses by those arrogant enough to not see their full potential. They are known best as the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperious Curse, the use of which is strictly forbidden. Strictly forbidden. That was what people like the Ministry thought of them. But they were the bad guys, right? They lied all the time. Harry had to push away the small voice inside his head that said so did he. Why had Voldemort done that? Was he, Harry, really to blame for breaking his rules? Surely Voldemort could see why he did, but then he remembered what Narcissa said to him when he woke up. The Dark Lord always has a plan, it doesn't matter if it doesn't suit everyone. Was this another one of his plans? Was keeping the Dursleys' death from him truly justifiable, as she so put it? The constant questions made his head hurt, and Harry desperately wanted to go back to his room and collapse in his bed. How stupid he had been to ignore it, just as he had been to lose control. He had finally been making progress and then he had to go and ruin it all, just as he did with everything else. Voldemort was right, Harry thought to himself bitterly. He had every right to do what he did. He was just rounding up the corridor to his room when the sound of low voices snapped him out of his thoughts. He stopped in his tracks and quickly ducked behind a wall, peeking his head around slowly. To his surprise, Lucius Malfoy strode out of a room with a man Harry did not recognize. They shook hands and then Lucius returned to the room, leaving the man standing outside alone. Harry, who was too shy to pass him, waited patiently for the man to leave, so that he could get to his bedroom and enjoy a few hours of sleep. The man, however, did not go, instead slowly turning his head to where Harry was watching. Harry quickly ducked his head back around the wall, worried that the man might have noticed him. He waited a few seconds and then prepared to peer back around to check if he had gone when a cold voice made him jump. Listening where you? Harry whirled around, coming face to face with the stranger. The man had long, greasy black hair and dark robes, matched by darker eyes that scrutinized Harry with a glare so fierce Harry instinctively shivered. No, Harry said timidly. Then why were you lurking here? The man asked, scowling. Harry felt himself frown. I wasn't lurking, he said, becoming annoyed. I was waiting for you to pass so I could get to my room. The man said nothing, although Harry noticed his glare softened slightly. You're that Potter boy, aren't you? He muttered. Harry was taken aback by his sudden change in tone. Yes, how did you know? The man looked him straight in the eye. You look like, he began before quickly cutting himself off and looking around him as though someone was listening through the walls. Then he scoffed. You're all over the papers, I'd be a fool not to recognize you. Harry felt his spirits dampened. So now everyone would recognize him as the kid with the dangerous obscurus. Great. Who are you? He asked abruptly, keen to change the topic. Snape, the man said curtly. Harry waited for a first name but none came. He cleared his throat. What are you doing here? Nothing that concerns you. The man snapped. Harry took a step back, staring at him. Right, he said slowly. He was suddenly very interested in putting as much distance between himself and the man as possible. Well, bye, he said, walking away from him. Wait. Harry slowly turned around, becoming impatient. I appall a stressful time, the man said, sounding sincere. Harry felt a small twinge of empathy towards him. He nodded. No harm done, he said. The man, Snape, took a step forward. Are you okay? He asked. Harry felt himself tense. Why wouldn't I be? He asked accusatorily. The man raised an eyebrow. Well, I assume you weren't just in the mood to destroy a couple of buildings that day, were you? Harry felt his cheeks flush. It's none of your business, he said hotly. Snape held up his hands in defense. I was only asking. Well, don't, Harry snapped angrily. Then, realizing this would do nothing to paint a better image for himself, he said, I'm fine. Snape looked at him for a few seconds, then said, I work with Mr. Malfoy, we were just finalizing some plans. Harry felt his anger replaced by curiosity. You're a Death Eater? Harry asked. For a second the man looked annoyed to be called such a thing, but then he relaxed and said, Yes, I serve the Dark Lord. It happened so quickly that Harry had no time to react. 1 minute he was looking at Snape, the next his scar gave a sharp twinge and in a second Harry felt as though his entire life had flashed in front of his eyes, so quickly he thought he may have imagined it. He flinched and put a hand to his scar, looking up to see Snape stare at him impassively. Did someone mention me? Said a voice. To Harry's slight horror, Voldemort walked around the corner, looking at Harry, quickly taking his hand off his head and then at Snape, looking void of all emotion. Ah, Severus, he said with a hint of a smile. You are here, good, and I see you have met Harry. I was just leaving, sorry, Harry said quickly. No worries, come along Severus, the meeting will start soon. Snape bowed his head slightly. My lord, he murmured, and then with a slight nod to Harry, he turned the corner and followed Voldemort, leaving Harry standing alone in the corridor feeling confused, intrigued and scared whilst at the same time his heart beat faster than Harry ever felt it had. When Harry was sure they had left he clutched his scar again, unsure as to what that burst of pain meant. Had it been from Voldemort, warning him silently? Or did it have something to do with Snape, who showed no reaction to Harry's pained response? And why had it felt as though someone had rifled through his memories in a mere second? He opened the door to his room, intent on throwing himself down on his bed and trying to forget the last few hours of his day. But he found he could not do this because there was a boy already sitting there, looking at him calmly, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, it's about time, don't you think? Shadows. Harry stared at the boy, who was grinning at him lazily from the bed. He quickly shut his door and strode over to him. Who are you? He asked panically. The boy's smirk widened. What? You don't recognize me? He mocked teasingly. Am I supposed to? The boy sighed. Well, no, I don't suppose you would. I've changed too much. He stood up, walking over to Harry and closing the distance between them. He could not have been older than 16, but he still towered over the boy, who had to look up to meet his eye. It's me, Harry, Voldemort. Harry looked at him as if he'd grown an extra head. What? Well, okay, technically not yet. I'm Tom, Harry, Tom Riddle. I was him before he became, well, you know. The name stirred a memory inside of Harry. A man he had met, only a year ago when he had gotten his wand, had called Voldemort that. But he had gotten really angry at the mention of the name and refused to tell Harry any more about it. With all that had been happening, Harry had completely forgotten about it. Harry ignored him as another memory came swimming towards him, a recent one. The man? Was his name Dumbledore? He had met just a few days ago, the one who had spoken to him in his cell. He had called Voldemort, Riddle. And once again Voldemort's eyes had flashed angrily, as though this was a great insult to him, as if the name was something he had long tried to forget. Harry? You still with me? Harry looked up to meet the boy's gaze. I don't understand. I'm a fragment of him, Harry. A piece of his soul latched onto yours, he explained carelessly. As he spoke, Harry noticed that although he was very much real, he didn't seem particularly solid. He rippled a bit as he spoke, and Harry was almost tempted to wave his hand across him, certain that it would be like waving it through an illusion. Hey, pay attention, this is important. Harry blinked. Sorry, right so, what were you saying? Tom sighed. Have you ever wondered why Voldemort takes such an interest in you? Harry nodded. Well, yeah, it's because I'm an obscure. No, aside from that, Tom said impatiently. Why treat you so well, teaching you magic day and night when you've already got all that power inside you? Harry shrugged. It's because of me, Harry. He can sense there's something connecting the two of you. I am the mere memory of his 16-year-old self. I bring you both together. Harry frowned. Does he know about you? He asked. Tom looked at him thoughtfully. No, I don't believe he truly knows the full extent of what his soul has done to you. I am only yours, Harry, here to guide you and help you throughout these troubled times. But why is a part of his soul in me? Harry asked, confused. Tom considered him for a moment. Then he said, I have no idea. Harry sighed and flopped onto his bed. Okay, well, why are you just showing up now? You know that man? The one you just met? Snape. Tom nodded. He's a skilled legilimens, Harry. It means he tried to see inside your mind. He quickly explained upon seeing the confused look on Harry's face. In doing so, he triggered my appearance. I am able to talk to you freely now. I knew he did something. But, why? Tom shrugged. No idea, maybe he didn't trust you? Got to say, I don't blame him. You're quite the troublemaker, Potter. Harry rubbed his scar tiredly. So what, he's like a mind reader? Tom sneered. Only muggles would refer to such a complicated art as mind reading. A legilimens is someone who can effortlessly slip into the minds of enemies and allies alike, ensuring that they know the weakness of anyone around him. Harry felt his blood run cold. Is that what he did to me, Snape? Tom looked proud of himself at the question. No, I acted as a sort of shield, I believe. All he did was trigger my visible appearance, brought me out of the shadows, so to speak. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He did not need anyone, let alone a random stranger, to see his weaknesses. Then he frowned. So what, you've just been here, watching me my entire life? Tom laughed. Well, don't make it sound so creepy, Harry. Think of me as a friend you'll never lose. Harry groaned and lay back on his bed. A year ago he would have jumped at the chance of having someone to talk to every day. But with everything that had happened, he did not need something else poking around inside him, adding to the constant stress he already had. What did I do to deserve all this? He mumbles. Although his eyes were firmly on the ceiling, when Tom spoke again, Harry thought he was lying right next to him by the way his voice sounded right in his ear. Don't be so upset, Harry. I can be of great use to you. Harry sat up. Tom had vanished, leaving him all alone in his room. Can anyone else see you? He asked out loud. Then he jumped, feeling Tom's voice in his head. Just you, Harry, I'm all yours. Harry sighed and took off his glasses. It was going to be a long night. 1 week ago, the International Confederation of Wizards had not held a meeting since 1981. It was safe to say most had been enjoying the silence. They stood in the pentagram office of the Ministry of Magic, the picture of restlessness. In front of them all stood Albus Dumbledore, looking tired but determined. This cannot be allowed, Dumbledore, the Russian delegate said. The boy must be stopped now. We cannot make the same mistake as we did with the French ambassador said. He has already proven to be too much of a threat to be ignored completely. It is vital that he is stopped. And how do you propose we do that, Monsieur Jacquet? Dumbledore asked, his voice booming. The boy is not the real villain here. The only way to stop him is to defeat Voldemort. At the sound of his name several people hissed and winced, but Dumbledore ignored them. You speak as if it is that easy, the Russian delegate fumed. Not at all, Antonovich, Dumbledore said politely. I understand the risks, but surely you must all see the problem here. The problem here is us not doing enough to stop them. The Moroccan minister said angrily. How are we supposed to reassure our respective communities to stay calm if your orders cannot even contain one boy? Several members of the room murmured their agreement. One even said, "Hear, hear, my dear man, surely you have heard by now? The fault was not with our orders but with Voldemort. Once we had the boy in our custody, the man merely swooped into Azkaban and took him. Surely you can all realize that Voldemort would never let us have him. It is not a question of stopping the boy, it's how do we stop Voldemort from getting to him." "I do wish you would stop saying his name, Dumbledore," a witch said, shuddering. Dumbledore frowned. "You all speak of showing strength, yet you cannot even say one man's name without cowering in fear. How are we supposed to be a beacon of strength to our people if we show such cowardice?" "It's easy for you to say, Dumbledore," the minister of Albania seethed. "He killed 78 people when he was last in my country, 78. Do you really expect people to not be afraid of such a monster?" "I am well aware of his crimes, Cedric," Dumbledore answered calmly. "But I am afraid that if we do not take the proper measures, the numbers will only increase." "And what measures are those?" asked a grim-eyed witch. "Simply to stop focusing all our efforts on the boy and center it at Voldemort, or at the very least his Death Eaters." "The boy is nearly as bad as these Death Eaters," the Malaysian delegate said harshly. "Surely an obscurial takes precedence over a couple of fools causing trouble?" "My dear lady, you speak as if they are causing petty crimes," Dumbledore said in surprise. "I'm afraid that some of them are nearly as bad as Voldemort himself. They're the ones acting on his orders, not the boy." "So you are telling us that yesterday's attack in London was not a result of the boy following you know whose orders?" asked the French ambassador. "I am afraid I find that rather hard to believe." But weren't you there?" a young native witch interrupted, looking at Dumbledore in mild surprise. "When they brought the boy to Azkaban following the attack? It was reported you spoke to him." Several people in the room muttered. Dumbledore bowed his head. "Indeed, I visited the boy once he had been taken into our custody, and I strongly believe that the crime in question was nothing but an act of strong accidental magic. I protested strongly against sending him to Azkaban, but our minister was adamant about it, not that it stopped Voldemort from getting to him," Dumbledore said bitterly. A man next to him shifted uncomfortably as someone else spoke. "We can't just forgive the boy so quickly, Dumbledore. How many more accidents are we expected to allow?" "Now hang on," said the Norwegian ambassador. "Does this mean you were there when he who must not be named arrived?" Dumbledore nodded. "And you were unable to stop him?" Several members gasped at this blunt accusation, but Dumbledore remained unabashed. "Like I said, there is nothing we can do to stop Voldemort from reaching the boy." The atmosphere in the room darkened. No one said anything, but there was added tension to the meeting knowing Dumbledore had been unable to stop Voldemort. "We must do something," the German delegate said. "We cannot let this war spread outside of Britain." Dumbledore opened his mouth to answer but was stopped by the tofty cough of a wizard sitting next to him. "Rest assured, Schroeder. The Ministry is certain you know who is still weakened from his downfall in 1981 and has yet to spread his power to surrounding countries," Fudge said, looking his best to sound confident as everyone in the room turned to face him. "We believe the first thing he will be after is to rebuild his forces once more." "And are you doing enough to stop this?" the grim-eyed witch asked harshly. Fudge looked appalled. "Of course we are. You must understand these things will take time." "We do not have time," boomed the Russian delegate. "If we do not act now, the consequences will be severe." Several members muttered their agreement. Fudge turned helplessly to Dumbledore, who cleared his throat and addressed the room. "You are all aware of the power Voldemort holds, but it is vital we do not let him taunt it over us. I ask you to please focus your energy and resources on stopping his Death Eaters as of now. They are his only form of defense and support." Several people muttered and frowned. "And the boy?" someone asked. "What of him?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Then he spoke, sounding more tired than before and yet still able to hold on to authority. "I can only ask you do not label him a threat to your respective countries just yet. I only," and here he had to raise his voice as a great deal of angry whispers broke out, "I only ask you give us time to be certain if he is truly working for Voldemort." A few people nodded respectively. Some looked disgruntled. Dumbledore peered at all of them. "Are we adjourned?" he asked. When no one spoke he raised his wand in silver. Sparks shot out of them, whilst a loud gong-like sound rang around the room. The meeting had respectively come to an end. As they watched the delegates disapparate, Fudge turned nervously to Dumbledore. "Are you really sure the boy has not been taken under his wing?" Dumbledore turned to face him, something blazing in his eyes as he answered the minister's question. "I am positive, Cornelius," he said firmly. He looked away from Fudge, who nodded awkwardly. "I only hope we do not run out of time." He said it so quietly he might have been trying to reassure himself. Present day 3 months had passed since Harry lost control over his obscurus. 3 months he had spent practicing to ensure it didn't happen again. He had worked endlessly day after day, rarely taking breaks and often having to skip meals whilst also having to keep up with the additional lessons Voldemort was teaching him in the dark arts. Indeed, it had been 3 long, tiring months. His sole motivation for all this hard work was Draco. He was the only thing keeping him from giving up. The idea he would never have to worry about harming him kept Harry going even on his worst nights. Sometimes, however, even the thought of his best friend wasn't enough. On his darkest days, Harry was forced to remember the people he had killed, the price they had paid for his inability to control himself. Vernon Dursley, Petunia Dursley, Dudley Dursley, he repeated their names over and over in his head, remembering the unnamed Muggle he had also killed and the dozens of others he had injured during his rampage. On the days he felt like giving up, he forced himself to remember them, to go back to that special place in his mind where they were kept and think back to what he had done. This was, if anything, the best motivator for Harry. Harry also found that with Draco gone he had more time on his hands to practice. They had exchanged goodbyes on the day before term started, with Draco's promise of more letters making the day slightly less dreadful for Harry. They had written to each other every week, the words Draco sent him filling up the lonely gaps in Harry's mind. It made him feel slightly better knowing that even though he could not go to Hogwarts, a small part of the school was being delivered to him every week by an owl. Draco told him all about his classes and the work he was doing, his teachers and fellow classmates, how Muo see him, how much he missed him. Harry, though feeling slightly better from the letters, still missed Draco too, and found his days becoming increasingly lonely as he wandered the empty halls of Malfoy Manor. In fact, if it wasn't for Tom Riddle, Harry thought he may have gone mad from the loneliness. The boy was always there, like a shadow that never vanished, watching him day after day, pointing things out, teaching him what Voldemort did not. Sometimes he took the form of a 16-year-old Voldemort so that Harry would not feel so alone. Other times, and usually when someone else was around him, he spoke from Harry's head, always invisible to everyone else but him. Harry also took refuge once again in the company of the portraits of the manor. Their fear of him had died down a little, and some were willing to engage him in long conversations, though usually it was more to brag about themselves than to actually talk to Harry. Tom usually appeared during this time, keen to shut down their boasts of triumph and belittle them in a snide voice. "I won many awards from the ministry in my time, boy," one portrait of an old but regal-looking man with a long beard and jewel-encrusting clothes had crowed to him once. "That means he gave them a load of gold," Tom Riddle dismissed, although he was not visible to Harry at this time. He could almost picture him waving his hand carelessly in the air as Voldemort did so many times when he talked about something meaningless to him. Whilst it could be difficult paying attention to someone with Tom talking in his head constantly, Harry still appreciated the company, though after a few weeks, he began to get a little tired of the boy. He lay awake one night, twirling his wand in his hands, unable to sleep. "What's wrong?" Tom Riddle asked him from his thoughts. "Nothing," Harry mumbled. "Is it that boy again?" "No." "Liar. Shut up." Harry, Tom had appeared next to him, watching Harry apprehensively. "You? Please don't start lecturing me, Tom," Harry interrupted tiredly. "He will hold you back," Tom hissed. "Friends are weakness, Harry." Harry laughed, though nothing was remotely funny. "You and Voldemort really are the same, aren't you?" Tom didn't reply, an indescribable look written across his face. "Look, he's just a friend, okay," Harry reassured exasperatedly. "Nothing else." A loud hoot turned Harry away from Riddle, towards the window where a large barn owl was flapping outside, a letter distinguishable in its clutches. Harry immediately jumped out of bed and strode over to the window, opening it quickly and taking the letter from the owl. "Clearly," Tom murmured, vanishing from the bed. Harry returned to his bed, clutching Draco's letter. Lumos, he whispered, holding his wand above the letter and opening it at once. Harry, it's been so dull without you here, and Hogwarts isn't nearly as fun in second year with all the extra work. You're all everyone's been talking about, even though it's been 3 months, though it's not as bad as you might think. Lots of the Slytherins think you're wicked and they're all so desperate to meet you. I've already told you about the 4 houses, haven't I? Well anyway, I think you'd make a great Slytherin. I just know that if you were here you'd be so popular. We're the best house obviously, though I think you wouldn't do too badly in the other ones. As long as you're not in Hufflepuff, that is. Though come to think of it, the Gryffindors can be really annoying too, and the Ravenclaws are all a bunch of swats anyway, so who'd want to be in that house? Forgive me, Harry, I'm getting off topic. I hope you're well and he's not treating you too badly. I also hope Father's laying off you too, but I think Mother would definitely stop him if he was. They've been really busy lately. I haven't gotten too many letters from them. Maybe you could tell me what they're doing. They never do. I can't wait for the holidays. I've got so many cool spells to show you. They're probably not as cool as the one he's teaching you, but I bet he hasn't taught you as many charms as I know. I've been practicing the Patronus charm during my free time. It's supposed to take the form of a unique animal, but I still haven't got mine. It's definitely something big though. We've also had a new defense against the dark arts teacher this year. Honestly, I wish I could just drop the subject. I'd much rather be learning the dark arts like you. Anyway, he's a supposedly famous wizard but really just a total idiot. I can't wait for him to leave. They all seem to be after a year. Hoping you're doing okay. Mother told me you've been working really hard. Don't overwork yourself, Harry. Your health should come first. Wow, rereading that line made me sound like a fussy parent. But still, don't work too hard. My teachers always say it's important to know our limits. Can't wait to see you soon, Harry. Yours, Draco. Harry finished the letter, smiling. He was not pleased to hear that people were still talking about him, but it still felt so good to hear about Hogwarts. Harry imagined it would have felt like a proper home had he been allowed to attend, one where he wouldn't be considered a freak or sinful for having magic. He opened his bedside drawer and put Draco's letter carefully with the others. He no longer felt restless after reading his letter, as if it was the thing Harry had had to wait for until he could go to sleep. Telling himself he would send a reply tomorrow, Harry turned over on his bed and fell fast asleep. Why do you keep smiling, Malfoy? Draco rolled his eyes at Goyle, who sat watching him apprehensively from across the breakfast table. What is it a crime to smile now? Pansy Parkinson laughed, but Goyle frowned. Never tells us why he's happy, he muttered under his breath. Draco ignored him and helped himself to another piece of toast. Clasped in his hand under the table was Harry's reply. No sooner had Crabble and Goyle left the table when their seats became occupied by Blaise Zabini, who slid opposite Draco, scowling. What's gotten you worked up? Pansy asked, smirking. Blaise glared at her. It's my bloody mother again. She keeps writing to tell me another 100 rules she wants me to follow, as if Potter's going to come swooping down to kill me if I stay out too late. Luckily he was too worked up to notice the way Draco flinched slightly upon hearing him talk about Harry like that. Pansy gave Blaise a sympathetic look. Parents are bound to worry, aren't they? At least she isn't completely ignoring you. I almost wish she would. Hasn't she got another husband to bother about all this? Pansy giggled. Blaise turned to Draco, who sat there unsmiling. What's up with you? Draco shrugged and took a sip of his pumpkin juice. Pansy checked her watch and got up. Come on, we're going to be late for potions. You guys go ahead, Draco told them. I've got to check something. As the pair trudged off to the dungeons for potions, Draco ran to a nearby bathroom, rushed into a stall and locked the door. Quickly, he ripped open Harry's letter and began to read. Draco, believe me, I am just as bored as you. The manor can get very quiet sometimes, though Voldemort has been keeping me very busy, so I'm not too lonely. Hogwarts sounds fascinating. I wish I could go. I'm happy to hear the Slytherin aren't afraid of me. Hopefully, the other houses won't be too when everything dies down. Your mum's been really great to me actually. She often keeps me company at dinner times. She doesn't say it, but I think she misses you a lot. I think we both keep each other's company in some ways. I haven't seen your dad too much. I think he's been avoiding me actually. I wish I could tell you what they've been up to, but I'm not allowed to go to any of the meetings, and to be honest I don't see them too often. I think Voldemort's planning something big though. There's been a lot more Death Eater meetings than usual. I wish I could learn the Patronus charm like you. Voldemort's only been teaching me the dark arts. It's interesting to learn, but it can be very gruesome. I'm not sure if I want relatives would have been horrified. I promise I won't overwork myself, but I hope you understand why I'm working so hard. I have to do this, Draco. I can't make another mistake, not again. I'm eagerly awaiting your visit. Harry. Draco finished the letter with a bittersweet smile residing on his face. He hadn't expected Harry to stop all his hard work just for him, but he still didn't like the idea of Voldemort making him train so hard. He had to grit his teeth as he thought about the wizard. It was not Harry's fault he lost control, it has been his. And now he was guilting Harry into working 10 times harder. Sometimes Draco wondered if that had been his plan all along. Maybe Voldemort knew it would be difficult for Harry to control himself. Maybe he kept the Muggle's death a secret from him in the hopes that when he did find out he would lose control and wreak havoc. His mother always said the Dark Lord was cunning. He knows how to get people to do what he wants, she told him. Having Harry lose control would only motivate him to work harder, something Draco was sure Voldemort knew. His blood ran cold as he thought of this, because if Harry was getting stronger, that meant Voldemort was getting closer and closer to controlling the Obscurus and using it for his own benefit. If he had been a little braver, he would have confided his thoughts in Harry. He did come close to writing it down once, in one of his letters. But he knew what would happen if Voldemort found out what he had done. And Draco, ashamed as he was, would not risk angering the Dark Lord, even for Harry's sake. It was incredibly annoying, having to pretend to be happy that Harry was getting stronger. Although he never admitted it, a part of him was pleased when Harry lost control, because even though it meant that he would only be viewed as a bigger threat, at least it showed Voldemort was failing. But for a reason Draco couldn't understand, Harry seemed so unhappy that he had killed a Muggle. It was only a Muggle, Draco thought, it wasn't a big deal. When he dared to ask Harry why he felt this way, the boy only responded, "Killing is a sin." So Draco had left it alone, blaming Harry's upbringing for his strange views. He pushed down the surge of shame he felt, seeing Harry be so oblivious. He ignored the small part of him that screamed at him to tell Harry the truth. Because Draco Malfoy was not brave, he was no Gryffindor. He was a weak, cowardly boy who was knowingly letting his best friend be manipulated because he was too scared to act. Harry's letter crumpled in his hand as a few stray tears dripped onto the floor. He hated Harry for being so gullible. He hated Voldemort for being a manipulative bastard. But most of all, he hated himself for not doing enough to protect Harry Potter. The holidays came and went. To Harry's delight, Voldemort allowed him to take a week off from his lessons, in which Harry spent every minute he had with Draco. They had, as promised, exchanged spells and charms with each other, although Harry kept most of what he had learnt from Draco. He showed him the tamer stuff, such as the levitating charm and the stunning spell. He refrained from showing Draco the curses that could cause an uncontrollable amount of fire to burst from your wand, killing the victim almost instantly. Or the blasting spell that could turn objects to ash in a matter of seconds. Draco remained oblivious, cheering and whooping whenever Harry demonstrated a particularly impressive curse and demanded he teach him the same. He too taught Harry charms Voldemort did not, such as the cheering charm which made Harry feel instantly elevated and happy, as well as the engorgement charm which left Harry and Draco eating enlarged sweets for days. Although Harry didn't mention it, he couldn't help but feel that Draco had looked a little less enthusiastic to see Harry this holiday. He shrugged the feeling away, telling himself it was because of school and not him. When the holidays came to an end, Harry worked harder than ever with Voldemort, determined to master his Obscurus by the end of the year. "You must force your Obscurus to bend to your will," Voldemort told him one lesson. "You are its master, not the other way round. Do not let it control you." They had not spoken once about the incident the day after Harry had returned to the manor, and Harry was keen not to mention it. He wanted to forget Voldemort had ever cursed him, determined to still see him as the man helping him control his magic and nothing else. At long last, Harry's 13th birthday had arrived. Narcissa made him a cake and allowed Harry and Draco to take a slice to the garden. Although most of the damage had been repaired, Harry had made no efforts to regrow any of the flowers he had lost. Instead, they hid behind the large oak tree, eating cake and telling each other jokes, their laughs echoing off the hollow garden walls. It was the happiest Harry had been for a long time. So what's it like to officially be 13? Draco asked, licking icing off his fingers. Amazing, Harry giggled. He didn't say that he never thought he'd live to such an age, that the Dursleys' threats and abuse were enough to make him think he'd die long beforehand. How about you? Excited for third year? Draco rolled his eyes. Yeah, can't wait to see the next imbecile teaching defense against the dark arts. What even happened to the last one? Harry asked, smirking. You won't believe it, the idiot went in. But at that moment Draco's words were drowned out by a loud hiss. Peering behind them, Harry and Draco saw Nagini slither towards them, her glowing eyes staring at the pair intently. Draco flinched back, but Harry's smile grew, and he held out a hand to beckon the creature closer. Come to wish me a happy birthday, Nagini, Harry asked, grinning. The Dark Lord was trying to find you, Harry, she hissed. You have hidden yourself. Harry's smile faltered. What does he want? You will SSC, come Harry, she responded, slithering away. Harry sighed. I'll be right back, he told Draco. Then he paused, noticing Draco's stricken face. Draco? Why, you never told me you were a Parseltongue, he whispered. Harry frowned. A what? Draco didn't reply, looking uncharacteristically scared. Draco. Harry. Nagini had slithered back, her eyes narrowed. Harry gave her an annoyed look but stood up to leave. Look, we'll sort this out later, okay? I have to go. Draco didn't answer, merely giving Harry a feeble nod. Feeling slightly concerned, Harry followed the snake back inside. He made his way to the stairs to go to Voldemort's office, but Nagini stopped him with a loud hiss. Not there, this way. Harry frowned but followed her to the entrance of the manor, where he noticed Voldemort standing next to a grave-looking Narcissa. Upon seeing him, Voldemort's face morphed into a smile. Ah, Harry, there you are, he said whilst Nagini made her way over to him, causing Narcissa to flinch as she passed her. Harry gave him a brief nod, keen to get whatever Voldemort had planned over with and go back to Draco. I won't take up too much of your time, I promise, but I do want to congratulate you, Harry. You have worked so hard for me this past year. Harry felt himself smile slightly at the compliment. It had taken many lessons and practice, but Harry was finally able to control his obscurus, decide when it was to be summoned and put away, and use it when he wished. Aside from the occasional lesson when he had been unable to tame it, Harry felt he had done very well to control it, and was pleased that Voldemort thought so too. It is why I have decided it's time, Voldemort continued, a slight grin on his face. Harry blinked. Time for what? Voldemort's smile grew wide. Narcissa looked like she was going to be sick. I want you to use your obscurial, Harry, on purpose this time. Harry looked at him incredulously. You want me to what? Use it, Harry. Become it. I want you to kill someone for me, Harry. It was as if someone had snuffed the last rays of sunlight from the sky. Harry suddenly felt very cold, very scared, unat he was hearing. He looked at Voldemort helplessly. But why would you train me to control it, he spluttered. Yes, Voldemort replied simply. No, you trained me so I wouldn't have to use it. So no one else would die, Harry said, not understanding why the man was asking him to do this. Voldemort laughed. Harry, I trained you so you wouldn't lose control, yes, but not so you would just never use your gift. I wanted you to harness it, control it for your own benefit. And you have done just that, Harry. I'm so proud of you. Harry decided this must be some kind of joke, it had to be. But as he looked at Narcissa's serious, unsmiling face, he began to realize that Voldemort was really asking him to kill someone. I don't understand, he whispered. Voldemort stepped closer to him, looking down at the boy. There is someone in the ministry causing trouble for us, Harry, he said softly. Someone who needs to be gone. But why me? Harry asked, close to tears. What better way to send a message? Voldemort asked him. She is against us, Harry. She wants us dead. Why not get there before her? Tears began to spill from Harry's eyes as he looked up at Voldemort's blood-red ones. Please don't make me. Voldemort placed both his hands on Harry's shoulders. Wipe those away, Harry. Wipe them away. This matter is not worth your tears, he whispered, brushing a few tears off of Harry's face. Now look at me, Harry. Look at me. The time has come for you to show the world your place in it. You will never be allowed into the one we live in today, Harry. You and I, we're too powerful for them, too different. That's why I need you to do this for me. Do you understand? I want to bring upon a new dawn for the world of magic, Harry Potter. All I ask is that you play one key role in helping me. Harry, Tom Riddle's voice sounded in his ear, so different from his usual mocking tones. Nagini slithered over to Harry, curling herself higher and higher until she reached eye level. Show courage, Harry, she hissed. Show SS strength in the face of our enemies. Can I trust you, Harry? Voldemort asked him quietly. Will you do this for me? Harry looked at him, his cheeks stained with tears, his fingers trembling slightly, and nodded. Voldemort took his hands off his shoulders and gave him an approving nod. Go with Narcissa, Harry, she will explain what you must do. Harry walked past Voldemort and Nagini, towards Narcissa, who held out a hand to him, her eyes betraying her stoic expression as she led him towards the gate of the manor where Harry knew the wards ended. Be safe, Harry, she said, her voice faltering as she pulled out her wand. I will be here when you get back. She pressed her wand to her temple, extracting a silvery white substance from it. Her hand shaking slightly, she pressed it against Harry's own temple, and his eyes widened as memories not belonging to him flooded his head. A set of instructions took hold, telling him where to go, how to get there, and who he must kill. You need to step outside the gate, Harry, Narcissa told him in a quivering voice. We strengthened the wards so you can't break free like you did last time. Without looking back at Narcissa, Harry stepped outside the open gate, instantly feeling as though someone had freed him from chains he had unknowingly worn for the past year. Outside the wards, he felt stronger, unbounded, uncaged, as if the ancient wards had been containing his magic whilst he resided inside Malfoy Manor. He took a deep breath, his hands beginning to shake as he summoned his obscurus. It was not from fear this time, but power, building up inside him, curling and clawing, blackness. Desperate to burst through into the light, the obscurus let out an unearthly scream and exploded out of Harry, hurtling away from the manor and out into the open night. 6 hours later, Harry collapsed at the gate of Malfoy Manor, drained of all energy. His hair was messier than normal, sticking out at awkward angles, covered in dust and bits of debris. His clothes were partially ripped and tattered and his cheek was badly slashed and bleeding. Blood slowly dripping down his face and leaving drops of red on the ground. His glasses were broken once more, and Harry made a mental note to stick them in his pocket before unleashing his obscurus again. Narcissa ran to him, wand in her hand, her face stricken with worry. Are you all right? She asked, helping Harry to his feet. Harry could have almost laughed at her question. Tell him it's done, he said, panting slightly as he stood up, his voice raspy and shaking in angst. Your health is more important for the time being, Narcissa said, her voice scared but firm. She held onto him, steadying him as he limped inside, the house quiet and still except for Harry's grunts of pain. She helped him into the drawing room, setting him down on a plush sofa. Here, she pointed her wand at him and his glasses were fixed instantly. Where does it hurt, Harry? Harry winced and pointed to his ankle. Think I sprained it, he mumbled. My ribs too. Narcissa left and quickly returned with a couple of potions clasped in her arms. Drink these, Harry, she told him. All of them, until they're finished. Harry obliged, pouring the various potions down his throat. An odd, tingling sensation spread around his ankles and ribs, and Harry noticed the pain begin to ease slightly. He put a hand to his cheek and felt it was no longer cut. I must inform the Dark Lord of your success, Narcissa said, rising shakily to her feet. Do you need help getting to your room? Harry shook his head, desperately wanting to be alone where Narcissa wouldn't look at him and think he was any more of a monster. No, Mrs. Malfoy. Call me Narcissa, dear, she said softly. Harry nodded vaguely, wobbling as he tried to stand up. Narcissa looked like she was going to cry. Are you sure you don't need any help? Harry shook his head, steadying himself. Okay, Harry, she said softly. Try and rest now. Harry stood up and limped up the stairs, quickly making his way to his room. The portraits were silent tonight, and Harry half wished they would scream and yell at him for what he did so that he could not deny it, not push the memory from his mind and forget about it completely. It was too empty in the manor, too silent. He hated it. If the house could reflect his feelings inside, it would be screaming in pain. When he was alone in his room, he first broke down quietly, sobbing as he changed out of his ruined clothes and washed the dirt and blood from his body. He cried harder as he slid into his bed, burying his head in his knees and rocking back and forth for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, when his sobs became softer, he heard someone speak softly to him. "Harry." It was Tom Riddle, talking once more from his head. "Are you all right?" "Fine," Harry thought back, too tired to even use his voice. "I know it couldn't have been easy for you," Tom murmured in his ear. "You know nothing." Harry spat venomously, his thoughts suddenly laced with white-hot anger, spilling out of him as he silently communicated with Tom. "I am you, Harry. I share your thoughts and experiences. What you do I do. What happens to you happens to me," Tom said quietly. "Yeah, but you're also him," Harry cried out loud. "You're still Voldemort even if you look different and you're in my body." At this, Tom fell silent, speaking no more. Harry began wiping away his tears, horribly aware that fresh ones were appearing, until a soft knock at the door caught his attention. "Harry." A boy poked his head around, looking anxious. "Mother told me not to bother you. She wouldn't say why. You never came back to the garden, Harry. What happened?" He stopped mid-sentence as he took sight of Harry, sitting on his bed with silent tears escaping his eyes. "Harry, what happened?" Draco asked, rushing over to him. The act only made Harry cry more because Draco, despite his good nature, was the last person he wanted to see right now. He didn't care what others thought of him nearly as and he most certainly did not want the boy to learn what he had done. But there was something about the sight of him rushing over to sit beside Harry, wrapping his arms comfortingly around his body that made Harry unable to stop his tears or put on a brave face. Because someone was here, holding him, strong and caring, wanting to help him and piece him together. Someone who took the form of a 13-year-old boy with blonde hair and light blue eyes. Harry sobbed onto his shoulder as Draco pulled him into a tight hug, wrapping his arms around Harry. "It's okay, Harry," he murmured into his ear. "It's okay." "And no," Harry cried, his voice muffled by Draco's sweater. "And no, it's not okay, it's and not." "What happened, Harry?" he heard Draco ask. Was it him? At the mention of Voldemort, Harry cried harder, slowly shaking his head as his words became too muddled to be put to use. Draco gently pried Harry off him, holding him close by the shoulders instead. "What did he do, Harry? Did he hurt you?" Harry couldn't answer, only shake his head and try in vain to stop himself from crying. "Did he make you use it? The obscurus?" Harry's face fell even more and he nodded, tears returning uncontrollably. Draco looked distressed at this response and pulled Harry closer to him, once again subduing him in a tight hug. Harry just continued to cry, staining Draco's expensive sweater in tears, crying until he had used all his tears up, until he stopped and felt nothing but numbness. He closed his eyes, exhausted, resting his head against Draco's shoulder, wanting to be pulled into the embrace of a good dream like he had done as a child so many times. Eventually, Draco slowly pulled away from Harry, setting his head slowly on the pillow and pulling the covers over him. He must have thought Harry was asleep, because he tiptoed towards the door, one hand on the handle when Harry finally found his voice. "Wait," he called quietly, slurring slightly. "Will you stay with me?" He knew that if Draco didn't, the nightmares would return and he would be forced to relive the moment over and over again. He could not make out Draco's face in the darkness, but after a moment the boy replied. "Course I will," he said softly, walking over to Harry and gently sliding next to him in the large bed. Harry snuggled closer to him, his head placed on Draco's chest, feeling it rise up and down with every breath he took. A hand raked softly through his messy curls, making Harry feel sleepier, his body enveloping in Draco's body heat, his breathing becoming deeper as his eyes slowly fluttered shut. The International Confederation of Wizards were gathered in the Ministry of Magic during the early hours of the morning. Some wore triumphant looks, others scared. Dumbledore was standing in his usual place, Fudge on his side, the former wizard looking defeated as he stood before the esteemed witches and wizards. Well, Dumbledore, it seems you were wrong," the Minister of Albanian said somewhat smugly. "Indeed, it appears the boy truly has taken the Dark Lord's side." "The evidence is against you, Dumbledore," the Malaysian delegate said sternly. "It is time you acknowledge it." Dumbledore did not speak right away, did not even look at any of the delegates gathered around him as he stood seemingly deep in thought. "Dumbledore," the Russian delegate thundered impatiently, "you must come to terms with the truth." Dumbledore looked up slowly, piercing eyes surveying the room. A few held his gaze firmly, most shrank back from it. "Yes," Dumbledore said softly. He looked at Fudge, who nodded at him before turning back to the room. "Rest assured, ministers, I have revoked my past declaration." Harry Potter, acting on behalf of Voldemort's orders, broke into the Ministry of Magic at 7:49 yesterday evening and murdered Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and strong adversity to Voldemort. Due to this crime, I am forced to view Harry Potter as a threat to the calm of the wizarding world and ask all of you to also view him as such as well. There were several low appreciative cheers as a few members of the Confederation exchanged victorious looks. "You must inform your respective governments of this change and ask your people to remain on high alert," Dumbledore continued, his voice booming. "As of now, we must believe that Harry Potter has joined the side of Lord Voldemort. As of now, we must view him as a danger to us all." Meeting adjourned. Dumbledore raised his wand, emitting silver sparks that shot into the air to signal the end of the meeting. The most triumphed members of the Confederation raised their wands too, sending brighter, larger sparks from it, some letting out gleeful shouts, pleased that they would finally be allowed to accept that the boy who lived had turned against them all. Aftermath chapter notes never meant for this chapter to take so long, but writer's block is a bitch. Anyway, longest chapter yet, so there might be some grammatical mistakes. Forgive me if they are. I do my best to correct any mistakes. Hope you all enjoy. Less than 3. See the end of the chapter for more notes. On and on the Obscurus traveled, streaking across countrysides and towns, lakes and rivers, until at last it reached London, the twinkling lights of the city shuddering as the Obscurus slithered over them. Like a thick, dark smoke it stalked the city, searching for its victim until at last it found the location. The Obscurus shot into the earth, deeper and deeper until it reached the center of the Ministry of Magic, a mingled roar echoing off the large, underground building. The roof exploded, glass shattering across every inch of the floor as screams and shouts filled the air. The black mass swarmed across the hall, throwing aside wizards and witches as if they were tiny dolls, smashing into anything blocking its path. Papers were blown in every direction, a hurricane of black and white, the Obscurus unrelenting in its search for its target. The light hurt its eyes, so it exploded the lamps as it passed them, leaving total darkness to add to the chaos. Streaks of red and green lit up the building as the Aurors and guards shot spells from all directions at the intruder. An unearthly scream sounded as the spells collided with the Obscurus, bullets of blue bouncing everywhere as the Aurors tried desperately to stop the great mass. But there were not enough of them, and soon they were swept off their feet, slamming into walls or being flung across the hall as the Obscurus mercilessly attacked. Some were lifted right into the air, suspended up high before being brought down with a violent crash, barely conscious as the Obscurus moved on. It flung into offices, hurling from floor to floor in its effort to find her, and at last, it did. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, stumbled into view, her eyes widening as she caught sight of the Obscurus. Her cloak was blowing behind her violently, her monocle sent flying away as she gazed up at the creature in horror. There was no time to draw her wand, not even a chance to scream as the force exploded into her, the dark, twisting mass consuming her entire body. She was lifted into the air, her bones twisting unnaturally, her head rolled back until there was a sickening crunch, and she was dropped to the floor, mutilated, disfigured, dead. The Obscurus, seeing what it had done, let out a howl and burst towards the sky, higher and higher until it vanished, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. Harry's head was pounding. He blinked, his eyes half open, squinting at the few soft rays of morning light that had begun drifting in from his closed curtains. He tried sitting up and almost immediately regretted it as the slight movement caused his head to let out a sharp stab of pain and black stars to dance along his vision, the feeling sending a powerful wave of déjà vu crashing over Harry like a tsunami. Again. He slumped back down onto the pillows, moaning in pain and squeezing his eyes shut, willing for it all to go away. A loud crack suddenly sounded in Rye to instinctively jump up in fright and let out a cry of agony, his hands immediately shooting to his head as a high-pitched voice spoke. "Master Potter is finally awake." Dobby thought Master would sleep forever. Harry groaned, recognizing the voice. "Hi Dobby," he grumbled. "Is Master not feeling well?" Dobby has been instructed to do all that he can to look after the young Master and prepare him for the Dark Lord. "I'm fine, Dobby," Harry sighed, rubbing his eyes tiredly and ignoring the sharp spike of fear he felt at the mention of Voldemort. "And don't call me master." But Dobby's was ordered to. Harry looked up to see the small elf quivering slightly, his round tennis ball eyes gazing up at Harry. "It's just us, Dobby," he said, frowning. "You don't need to follow anyone's orders around me." The elf didn't respond, just continued gazing at Harry helplessly, clearly struggling with himself. Harry sighed. "Okay, fine. Call me master if it makes you happy." The elf smiled appreciatively at Harry and then bounded over to him. "I noticed master appears to have a migraine." He snapped his fingers and a small, round bottle appeared in midair. "Master must drink this, it will help." Harry plucked the bottle from where it hovered, opening the lid and peering inside to see a light blue liquid swimming inside. He hesitated, looking back up at Dobby's happy, trusting face. Making up his mind, he poured the potion down his throat, letting out a startled gasp as the pain in his head suddenly vanished, a small, tingling sensation replacing it. He looked up to thank the elf, but Dobby was already busting about, making Harry's bed and opening the curtains with a snap of his fingers. Harry noticed he no longer had to squint when light came pouring into his room from the window, and he glanced back down at the potion in amazement. "We must hurry, Master Potter," Dobby squeaked, waving a hand in the air and causing a set of dark but expensive-looking robes to fly from the wardrobe and land neatly on his bed. The Dark Lord grew impatient whilst you slept. At once Harry felt a different kind of pain dawn on him. He swallowed and ran a hand through his messy hair. The prospect of visiting Voldemort after what he had made him do made Harry feel nauseated. The aftermath of the previous night still lingered on. Even the mere thought of it sent a new stab of horror into Harry, like a twisting knife digging deeper and deeper into him. He was half tempted to see if Dobby could conjure up a potion to get rid of this feeling before remembering that the man had worked endlessly to teach Harry and that he was indebted to him and that the woman had not even been innocent. "Does Master Harry prefer eggs or porridge?" Harry blinked and saw the elf staring at him, his hand held in midair ready to summon Harry's order. "I'll skip breakfast today, thanks Dobby," he said, putting on the robes and noticing they were the exact shade of red he was becoming so accustomed to, the very same shade the woman's robes had been when he had briefly glimpsed at them bellowing behind her. This detail did not help soothe Harry's nerves in the slightest. Dobby looked at Harry confused. "Surely Master Potter wants something to eat?" he asked. "I'm not hungry," Harry said simply. This was not a lie, he had never felt less hungry in his entire life. "But, Master..." "No, Dobby," Harry said firmly, and Dobby shrunk back at once, quickly apologizing and hurrying off to clean his wardrobe. Harry sighed and finished straightening his collar. He glanced hopefully at himself in the mirror and felt his spirits dampened as he looked into his bloodshot eyes. "No amount of expensive clothes can hide how terrible you truly look," he thought to himself. Dobby glanced up from the cupboard and gave Harry an approving nod. "Very good, Master Potter. The Dark Lord is waiting for you in the library." Harry smoothed out his robes and nodded at Dobby, looking at himself in the mirror one last time before following Dobby to the door. As the elf opened it, he suddenly stopped, turning back around to face Harry. "Oh, my deepest apologies, Master Potter. I nearly forgot to tell you. Master Malfoy told me to inform you that he was going out for the day and would not be back until the evening." Harry felt his eyes widen as he stopped in his tracks. He had completely forgotten about Draco. He looked back at the bed, stupidly expecting the boy to still be lying there like he had last night. Harry did not remember hearing him leave, did not even think about him when he awoke, too preoccupied with his throbbing head. "Did he say where he was going?" Harry asked eagerly. Dobby shook his head. Harry felt his face fall. A million thoughts whizzed inside his head, questions running in and out, desperate to be answered. Why had Draco not told him more? Was he secretly afraid of Harry, desperate to get away from him as soon as possible? Was that why he had not waited to see Harry before he left, not even to say goodbye? "Is Master Potter okay?" Dobby asked, peering anxiously up at Harry's conflicted face. Harry blushed and shook his head. "Get a grip, Harry, don't rush to conclusions," he thought to himself viciously. And on Dobby's lead, he walked out of the room and made his way to the library to meet with Voldemort. When Harry arrived at the library, he saw Voldemort standing by the fire with his back turned to the boy. He lingered awkwardly by the door, unsure whether he should knock or not when Voldemort's cool voice rang out. "Come in, Harry, don't linger." Harry nodded and walked towards the man. Voldemort did not turn around. "Have you eaten?" Harry, sensing he would not believe him if he lied, shook his head. "Wasn't hungry." Voldemort nodded but still did not turn around, continuing to stare at the crackling fire. Harry, tired of standing, flung himself into one of the cozy armchairs by the fire, causing Voldemort's head to turn slightly in the direction he was sitting. "Narcissa told me you were injured." Harry shrugged. "Got a bit out of hand." He paused but Voldemort did not reply. He knew he was expected to elaborate but he was in no mood to talk about the events of last night, so he just kept his mouth shut and fiddled with the sleeves of his robes. "I see." An awkward silence spread throughout the room. Harry began drumming his fingers anxiously against the seat of his armchair when Voldemort spoke up again. "Did you enjoy it?" he asked, his voice lower than Harry had ever heard it. Harry blinked, thrown off by the question. I'm not sure what you mean." Voldemort turned to look at him suddenly, red eyes flashing dangerously. "The thrill of it, the power you felt, did you enjoy it?" he whispered. Harry swallowed. "Oh, of course not, it was horrible, I never want to do it again." Voldemort narrowed his eyes and Harry felt himself shrink back at the gaze, looking away and focusing his attention on the flickering flames of the fire, pretending to be interested. He hated what he did, hated that he could not be free of the image of the woman's face twisting. A silent scream never getting a chance to leave her mouth as Harry killed her. He hated that feeling and hated the tiny part of him that really did like it even more. Harry could not deny that it had felt natural to release his obscurus, especially since he had greater control over it. And it felt so much better targeting it at a known enemy instead of an innocent muggle. It seemed like it was the correct thing to do. And yet every instinct in Harry screamed that he was wrong. "Is that so?" Voldemort asked softly. Harry looked back up at him, choosing his words carefully. "I didn't hate it," he said. "But it wasn't something I felt good about doing." "But you felt it, did you not?" Voldemort persisted. "You felt that power surge through you as you killed her, the power of having the ability to take a life, no?" "Don't lie," Tom Riddle's voice sounded in his head. "He knows you're lying, just say the truth." Yeah, I felt it," Harry mumbled. And all of a sudden he felt ashamed with himself, more disgusted than he allowing himself to have a brief moment where he had enjoyed what he had done. "Am I going to have to do it again?" Harry asked tiredly. Voldemort considered him for a moment. Yes, I think you will." Harry nodded miserably, knowing this would be something he couldn't hope to argue against. He only hoped that when he did kill again, he wouldn't be reduced to a broken mess like before. He wanted it to become easy for him, natural, give him the same rush that he felt last night. And as the thought entered Harry's mind, he was forced to suppress the shame that once again threatened to take hold. Harry looked up from where he was walking, his heart fluttering as he saw Draco run towards him from the entrance, Narcissa walking calmly behind him. Draco bounded over to him excitedly, before quickly stopping short and standing at an arm's distance, his smiling face morphing into a more mature, polite one. How are you?" Harry stared at him incredulously, forcing himself to laugh at the strange behavior. "Come on, you saw me last night, I was a me." He stopped mid-sentence upon seeing the grave look suddenly register on Draco's face. Harry looked over his shoulder and spotted Narcissa peering at the two of them, looking confused. It suddenly dawned on Harry why Draco had changed his mannerisms so quickly. Quick to play along, he cleared his throat. "I'm fine, thank you. Maybe we could talk more in the garden?" "I was just heading there," he said formally. Draco shot him an appreciative smile. "Sure," he breathed, following Harry outside where they quickly walked behind the large oak to avoid being seen by Narcissa's prying eyes. Draco immediately sat down, leaning his head against the trunk of the tree and closing his eyes. Harry sat opposite him, watching his friend as a calm, evening breeze swept across the garden, a few twinkling stars just about visible over the cloudly night sky. "Where were you?" Draco blinked, his eyes open, looking at Harry's doubtful face. He sighed. "Diagon Alley, I had to go buy new books for third year and all that." Harry nodded, though he felt a pang in his chest as he remembered that Draco would soon be returning to school. "I didn't hear you leave," he mumbled quietly. Draco avoided meeting Harry's gaze. I didn't want to wake you," he said. And even though it was dark and the light was dim, Harry could just about make out a slight blush blossoming on Draco's cheeks. They fidgeted awkwardly for a bit until Harry spoke next, his voice fumbling. "I'm sorry I didn't mean to, last night was fine." Harry looked up to see Draco look at him reassuringly, his hand clasping around Harry's fingers. "Last night was fine." They exchanged a smile, the faint glow of moonlight shining on them like a single spotlight, highlighting the single, special moment. Relief ran across Harry as he realized that Draco was not embarrassed or afraid of him, that all his constant worrying and thoughts had been for nothing. Then Draco coughed and quickly moved his hand back, and Harry sat up a little straighter and straightened the hem of his robes. "You know, we never did get to finish our conversation from last night," Harry said, trying to clear the air which had suddenly become thick with tension. Then he frowned. "You never told me why you were so afraid of Nagini?" Draco stiffened and immediately began fidgeting with his nails, a habit Harry began noticing he did whenever he didn't want to talk about something. "It's nothing, I was being silly." Harry snorted. "You sure, because you seemed pretty scared to me?" He meant to lighten the mood, but Draco only seemed more tense. Harry felt his face soften. "What is it, Draco? You can tell me." Draco sighed. "It's just, only Parseltongues can speak to snakes." Harry nodded before realizing he didn't know what a Parseltongue was. "A what?" "It's the name for someone who can communicate with snakes. It's a very rare skill, not many people have it." Harry looked at him confused. "Is it a bad thing?" Draco hesitated. "Well, you see, Parseltongues are usually associated with dark wizards, that's all." Harry felt the smile wipe off his face. "But I'm not a dark wizard, you know I'm not," he said anxiously. "Of course I do," Draco said quickly. "That's why it took me by surprise. I know you're not evil, Harry." "But what about Voldemort?" Harry pressed on, ignoring the way Draco flinched. "He can speak to snakes too. Does that mean he's a dark wizard?" Harry remembered everything Voldemort had told him, how others made him out to be something he was not, how he was only trying to fight for the rights of wizards, but the previous night came swimming into view again, and Harry felt his doubts about Voldemort grow. Draco seemed to choose his next words carefully. "In many people's eyes, the Dark Lord is seen as evil, but, well, it's like I said, you're not a dark wizard, Harry, despite what some people think of you, and he's no different." Harry nodded and silence fell between the pair again. Then Harry said, "Hey, weren't you going to show me that charm you were working on?" Draco seemed taken aback by the question. Then a wide smile grew on his face. Yes, of course." He took out his wand eagerly, and Harry could not help but smile at Draco's childish behavior as he cleared his throat and held up his wand. Expecto Patronum. Something large and silvery erupted out of Draco's wand, shimmering ghost-like as it cantered in zigzags around the garden, circling above Draco and Harry before fading into nothingness. Harry had been unable to tell what kind of animal it was, but that did not conceal the beauty of the creature, the innocence of it, as if it was a beacon of light repelling away all the darkness. Draco grinned at Harry, clearly excited to see his reaction, but Harry did not know why. The image of the Patronus made him feel like crying, did not know why he had to bite his lip and force a smile onto his face at Draco, congratulating him in a distant, hollow voice. Perhaps it was because after seeing the Patronus he knew that Draco would always be too good for him, too pure, too innocent, just like the charm he was working so hard to learn. After all, Harry, confined to learn the darkest curses ever known to wizards, would never be able to learn such a spell, never see such beauty gush from his wand. Draco, away in Hogwarts, learning cheering charms and Patronuses, never knowing the horrifying curses Harry refused to show him, the ones he would never know how to cast, just as Harry was sure he would never be able to cast a Patronus, was so different to Harry, so much so it almost seemed impossible that they could ever be friends. How did the spell even work? Could he try it now, say the incantation on his lips? Was it a spell that required you to be as innocent as the Patronus? The better the person, the better the charm? Would anything even happen if he attempted to say the spell? Such magic was surely beyond him. Harry, who could destroy entire buildings. Harry, who could murder in the blink of an eye. Harry, who learned magic from one of the most powerful wizards alive, would never be able to cast such a spell. But Draco could. And that's what made the dull pain in his stomach hurt so much more. He had to stay away from him, he couldn't risk contaminating him with his darkness. But Harry knew, no matter how much it pained him, he would never be able to stay away. Harry walked back inside alone. Draco had insisted he wanted to stay out longer, keen to avoid his fussing mother, and Harry had quickly made an excuse of being tired and gone to bed. "You're a good liar, you know?" Tom Riddle's voice, clear and mocking, sounded in his head, so clear it was as if they were Harry's own thoughts. "Shut up, Tom," Harry thought back, making his way up the stairs. "I don't know why you're so bothered about this Malfoy boy anyway," Tom said in a voice that sounded as if the matter wasn't even worth his time. "No, I don't expect you to," Harry thought savagely. "Potter." His voice was on edge, annoyed. "A warning. Haven friends will only hold you back from your true greatness." "And haven't I already told you I don't care?" Tom fell silent, leaving Harry alone at last as he walked up the corridor to his room. "You know," Tom said loudly, "I sometimes think you are the most obnoxious boy I have ever had the displeasure of meeting." Harry whirled around, noticing Tom leaning against a wall, scowling. He rolled his eyes. "Well, by all means, Tom, leave, you're more than welcome to." Tom scoffed. "Believe me, if I could I'd be out of here in no time. You really think I want to be stuck in the mind of a 13-year-old immature teenager?" Harry glared at him. Then, clenching his fists, he turned around and walked away from his room, ignoring Tom as he called out to him. "Hey! Where are you going?" "Your room's here," Harry walked on, turning the corner and walking up along a lavish corridor until he came to a rest at a door at the end of it. He entered without knocking, ignoring the angry hiss that sounded at the corner and striding across the office until he stood in front of the desk. "We need to talk," he said loudly. Voldemort barely looked up from the stack of papers on his desk. "Not now, Harry, I'm busy," he murmured. "Fine, I'll wait until you're done," Harry said, flinging himself onto the seat across from him and crossing his arms expectantly. Voldemort sighed and looked up at Harry, his impassive face betraying hints of amusement. "What is it, Harry?" "Can I trust you?" Harry blurted out, the question that had been resting on the tip of his tongue all day. Voldemort frowned. "Of course you can. What makes you think otherwise?" "Nothing, Harry hesitated, suddenly feeling very small in the grand office. Nagini slithered past him, wrapping herself on Voldemort's shoulders like a shawl and narrowing her slits at him. Voldemort sighed. "I can't say I wasn't expecting this, Harry." He moved the stack of papers on his desk so that he was facing Harry directly eye to eye. "I know you have been shaken since last night, don't think I don't know that." Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "I'm sorry, You have nothing to apologize for, Harry," Voldemort interrupted, stroking Nagini absent-mindedly as he spoke. "I don't blame your reaction. You are, after all, only 13, so young to be committing such acts of violence." "You said I'd have to do it again," Harry said quietly, tearing his gaze away from Voldemort and looking down at his fingers. "Not unless you don't want to." Harry looked up quickly, surprised. "What?" Voldemort leaned back in his seat, considering Harry. "It would be a waste, of course, all that potential unused, and it would mean a great victory for our enemies if they could go without the threat of your power against them, but I would understand if you wish to remain unscathed from the act of murder. It is, ultimately, not a path that not many can walk across easily." Harry looked at Voldemort, horrified. "I don't want to give any victory to our enemies, but he trailed off, his words becoming muddled in his mouth. "Too scared to kill again?" Voldemort suggested. Harry nodded. Voldemort seemed to be deep in thought for a minute. Then he leaned forward on his chair. "What if we waited for you to be ready? When the time comes, you can choose when you want to unleash your obscurus. It is yours to do with as you wish after all." "Really?" Harry asked, the idea seemingly too good to be true. "Why not? That way you won't feel pressured into doing anything you're not comfortable with, but you won't be wasting any of your power either. I believe that is a viable plan, is it not?" Yeah, that sounds. Thank you. Don't mention it, Harry," Voldemort said, waving his hand dismissively and focusing his attention back on the stack of papers. "Now get some rest, you need it, trust me." "Dear Harry, I hope you are well. Third year has been a little more interesting now that we've started doing more subjects. It's cool and all, but definitely, a lot more work than I'm used to. The teachers have been a lot stricter this year. I won't lie to you, Harry, people are scared. Many more rules and measures are being enforced. I guess the school's trying to make anxious parents worry less, though personally, I think they're overdoing it." I know you won't like hearing this, but you're definitely one of the biggest topics of conversation here. There's been all sorts of ridiculous rumors circulating about you, but you'll get a headache if I get into them. In other news, my new defense against the dark arts teacher seems somewhat adequate. Well, better than the last one anyway. Then again, I don't think it's too hard to be better than him. He was truly awful. The new one's decent, but his robes are in an appalling state. Mother would faint at the sight of them. I hope everything's okay back home. Mother started sending me weekly letters, but I don't know how much she's actually telling me, and I have a feeling there's more than she's letting on. Maybe you could let me know if anything comes up? I know she's doing it to protect me, but it's still my home. I want to know what's happening. As always, I'm looking forward to seeing you during the holidays. Yours. Draco. Harry sighed and tucked Draco's letter away with the rest. It has been a week since he returned back to Hogwarts for his third year, once again leaving Harry alone in the Grand Manor. Tom Riddle had refused to talk to Harry since their disagreement, and Harry could almost feel his seething resting at the edge of the skin, wanting to lash out and remain hidden at the same time. He was grateful for the silence at first, finding it not only strange to be talking to the much younger self of Voldemort, but also relieved to not have to deal with Riddle's arrogance or haughtiness. However, after receiving Draco's latest letter, Harry felt desperate to talk to someone, anyone, if it would help take his mind off the silver-haired boy. Tom, he whispered in the darkness, looking around as if trying to find a glimpse of the shadow of the 16-year-old boy. Tom, he whispered again, louder this time. Stop sulking and talk to me. I know you've been wanting to. Harry heard a yawn and flung his head to the side. The figure of a boy had appeared on the armchair near his bed, just about visible in the pale moonlight. Harry switched on a nearby lamp to see Riddle lounging on the chair, looking very bored. What do you want, Harry? He asked in his lofty voice. I need to talk to you. Well, I don't want to talk to you. It's late. Good night. Tom. Riddle smirked, clearly enjoying himself. Harry felt himself flush. Fine, go then. See if I care. He turned off the lamp and threw himself back on the bed, rolling on his side away from Tom in a huff. Relax, Harry. No need to get so angry, Tom's voice sounded in his head. Thought you weren't talking to me? Harry thought back viciously. Well, if you rather I leave. No, wait. Please, just don't go, Harry pleaded. There was a strange swishing sensation, like a low wind blowing in the room, and then Harry heard Tom's voice, further away this time. Don't beg, Harry, it makes you sound weak. Harry sat up and noticed Tom sitting at the edge of his bed. He pushed back the covers and crawled over to him, sitting on the other side of the edge. You're lonely, I understand that. I too was alone in my childhood, Tom said in a low voice as if trying to comfort Harry reluctantly. That boy makes you happy, he's the first friend you've ever had, so it's only natural, but look at what he's doing to you. One small letter and you become so needy and helpless. Harry felt himself scowl. I am not friends, Tom said bitterly, ignoring Harry. The words sounded like he had been wanting to say them for a long time. Rely on them too much and they'll only stab you in the back. Sometimes it's better to be alone, Harry. Harry turned to look at him only to find that Tom had vanished, leaving Harry sitting at the edge of the bed in darkness, alone. Snape entered the kitchen of 12 Grimmauld Place to find only a handful of Dumbledore, Kingsley and Moody made up his company, sitting around the usual table and talking in low voices that stopped when he entered. It was the voice of Albus Dumbledore that greeted him first. Severus, have a seat. Snape obliged, sitting at the end of the table away from the trio. Where are the others? He asked. It is difficult for my fellow Aurors to find time away from work. Vance, Podmore and Jones have all been stationed at key locations on the lookout for Potter. They weren't able to take the evening off to join us, Kingsley explained. Minerva and Hagrid must stay in Hogwarts to provide a strong layer of protection for the students staying there during Christmas, Dumbledore said. And the Weasleys were unable to make it tonight either, though I doubt they will be present in any future meetings either, seeing how busy Arthur has been at the Ministry and Molly having to look after her children. So is it just us? Snape confirmed. Not quite, Remus will be joining us soon. He is trying to persuade Sirius to have a change of environment, Dumbledore said softly, as if warning Snape to comment on his former rival's poor state. In any case, it's better this way, said the gruff voice of Moody, forever suspicious and paranoid. The less involved, the better. Never know who you can trust nowadays. No sooner had he said it did Lupin open the door, shaking his head at the headmaster and taking a seat. He avoided Snape's gaze, looking upset as he took a place at the table next to Kingsley. "Very well, now that we are all here you may deliver your news, Severus. Tell me, have you seen Potter?" Dumbledore asked. Snape hesitated. I have made contact with the boy, yes." He heard a sharp intake of breath from Lupin. "Well, how is he?" Moody asked impatiently. "You'll be pleased to know that the boy seems to be in reasonable condition, though perhaps a little apprehensive. In any case, they don't appear to be hurting him." "Yes, clearly not," muttered Moody. "He's obviously having the time of his life seeing how he followed you-know-whose direct order and killed Madam Bones." Lupin looked up sharply, his eyes narrowed. "Moody, I beg you to reconsider your tone," he said in a voice struggling to keep anger at bay. "We have no idea if Harry was forced or coerced into doing what he did, and at any rate, it isn't up to us to make such assumptions." "Gentlemen," Dumbledore said quietly as Moody opened his mouth to retort, "please let us not argue amongst ourselves. We must work as a team if we are to help Harry." The room fell silent, though Moody and Lupin glared at each other from across the table. "What about the Malfoy boy?" Dumbledore asked Snape. "Have you been able to find any information about his relationship with Harry, if he has one at all?" Snape shook his head. "The boy has clearly been told to keep his mouth shut about anything related to Potter. He acted as if he didn't even know that Harry has been living in his house when I dared to question him slightly." "Perhaps his parents are keeping Harry away from him, as a precaution," Kingsley suggested. "No, I don't believe they are. Narcissa Malfoy confided in me and said that they had been spending time together. It appears they have taken to each other quite nicely," Snape said. "Well then surely this Draco would know how the boy's been treated," Moody said. "If they are in close contact wouldn't it be more prudent to take Malfoy in for questioning and see what he knows about Potter?" "No, Alistair," Dumbledore warned. "Severus must get Malfoy to trust him on his own. Fear will be a useless tool if Draco has been warned to keep his mouth shut by Voldemort himself. Continue doing all you can with Draco Severus. In the meantime, how is your relationship with Voldemort? Have you become closer to the inner circle as I instructed?" Snape nodded. "I believe the Dark Lord has begun to put more faith in me. It should take some time to be seen as one of his most loyal, but my recent agreements with Lucius Malfoy will make it quicker." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Make sure you succeed, Snape. It is vital that you do." Snape bowed his head slightly, his unwillingness evident on his face. "How are things in the Ministry, Kingsley?" "Cornelius remains vigilant. He's determined to have Potter in custody by the end of the year." "He's a fool if he thinks Voldemort would let Harry wander outside the manor," Lupin said bitterly. "He may well do so seeing how he let him out last time," Kingsley said thoughtfully. "That was to carry out a murder on his behalf, and anyway, the boy returned to the manor when it was done," Moody said roughly. Lupin looked hopeful. "Yes, but we have seen a previous occasion where he had lost control and left the manor without permission. If that could just happen again. Not likely now that we have seen him return willingly, and anyway, who's to say he did lose control the first time? I doubt an 11-year-old boy decides to go on a rampage knowingly. It seems to be only recently that he has been able to control his obscurus." "In any case," Dumbledore began, and the table immediately fell silent again. "The international community is expecting results and Cornelius will be determined to prove himself. I'm sure he has told the Aurors to treat Potter with the highest degree of danger, has he not?" he asked Kingsley. The man nodded. "We have been ordered to treat him as we would Voldemort, and I'm afraid that includes killing if necessary." Lupin buried his head in his hands and groaned. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. "Then it is imperative we get to him before the Ministry does. I don't think Cornelius will be taking my advice any longer. If it wasn't for this damn Fidelius charm we could just raid Malfoy Manor and take him," Lupin muttered. "Even without it would be too dangerous, Remus. Voldemort will be there and he'll be prepared to murder anyone who steps through the door. Remember, Harry is not just an obscurial to him, he's also his Horcrux." An uncomfortable silence followed this, broken by Moody humming impatiently. "Even if we do manage to somehow get him out of there," he said, "what's to say the boy would want to be with us willingly? We have to consider the possibility that Voldemort really has turned him against us," he added as Lupin angrily opened his mouth to argue. "If that is the case, then it will be our responsibility to help Harry see reason. We owe it to him, Moody," Dumbledore replied. The man didn't respond but continued to look skeptical towards the group. Snape stood up and straightened out his robes. "I will continue to gain the Malfoys and Dark Lord's trust," he said. "I will report at the next meeting." Dumbledore nodded. "I shall see you back at Hogwarts at the end of the holidays, Severus. Do not disappoint us." Snape nodded and left the room. Kingsley and Moody got up to leave too, murmuring a goodbye for Dumbledore before stepping across the room and leaving 12 Grimwald Place. Dumbledore looked at Lupin, still seated. "I assume you're staying?" he asked. Lupin nodded. "I can't leave him." "I understand." Dumbledore hesitated. "Is there something on your mind, Remus?" Lupin seemed to struggle with himself. It doesn't feel right teaching at Hogwarts without him. He should be there just as James and Lily would have wanted." Dumbledore clasped his shoulder. "He will be there, Remus, soon. If you really want to see James's son at Hogwarts, you must do all that you can to help the Order." Lupin nodded, biting his lip. Dumbledore walked to the door of the kitchen and then turned around suddenly, as if nearly forgetting something. "I do hope at the next meeting Sirius will be joining us. Whilst I understand his grief, it is important that he remembers it is his godson we are trying to save." Lupin bowed his head. "I'll keep trying, Albus." Dumbledore nodded at him. "Until next time, Remus," and with his robes bellowing behind him, he turned and left, Lupin watching him go, a fresh tear escaping his eye. Spring was soon rolling into view, bringing gorgeous rays of sunshine and beauty rolling into view. It was enough to make anyone smile as the sky became a brilliant shade of blue and the cold air vanished into warmth. Malfoy Manor's garden had never looked prettier. The oak trees' once yellow leaves became green and lush, and the usual plain fence suddenly sprung with flowers scattered across it like some kind of colorful shield. Harry stalked across it all, barely taking in any of the newfound beauty, the latest letter from Draco crumpling in his clenched fist. "Dear Harry, don't write me any more letters. I overheard the teachers say they're going to start checking the posts coming in and out of the castle from next week. I'll think of a solution, but in the meantime, do not reply to this letter. Draco." It was rushed and short, the handwriting uncharacteristically messy as if it had been written quickly in the dead of night. The news had come as a horrible surprise to Harry, the realization that he was losing contact with his only friend slowly dawning on him as he stomped through the garden. Draco was his only contact outside of the manor, his letters bringing news and stories that Harry was not able to access without him. But now Hogwarts, a place Harry once wished desperately to attend, was slowly causing him to feel even more isolated, even more cut off from the outside world. He was so distraught, he was barely aware of where he was walking. Just as he was tucking the crumpled letter into his pocket, he unexpectedly ran into Voldemort walking down the stairs. "Oh Harry, early I see, what a pleasant surprise." Harry looked at the man blankly. "You received my message, did you not? Today's lesson, 3 o'clock, outside?" With everything that had happened so far, Harry, so excited at receiving a letter and then so upset with the contents, had completely forgotten about his latest lesson with Voldemort. Yes, I remember. Lead the way," he said unconvincingly. Voldemort raised his eyebrows but said nothing, opening the door to the garden with a wave of his hand and walking briskly outside, Harry hurrying to keep up in his step. "When you were 11, I told you about 3 very specific spells, do you remember?" Voldemort asked without turning around. Harry racked his brains hard. "I think so, I remember you calling them forbidden, or something." Voldemort turned around abruptly, stopping as he got to the middle of the garden. "Indeed, do you remember their names?" Harry frowned and thought back to some of his earliest lessons with Voldemort. "The 3 spells I mentioned are often called curses by those arrogant enough to not see their full potential. They are known best as the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse and the Imperious Curse, the use of which is strictly forbidden. This is a foolish decision by people who argue they are dangerous and immoral." Harry felt his insides squirm. He remembered one of the curses only too well. Voldemort has used the Cruciatus Curse on him for leaving the manor without permission last year, when he had last lost control. He bit his lip and nodded at Voldemort, trying to act as though the information did not bother him. "Tell them to me." Harry swallowed. "Well, you mentioned one called the the Imp, the Imperious Curse, yes," Voldemort finished, ignoring the way Harry's voice got stuck in his throat. He reached a hand into his robes and withdrew a pure white butterfly, letting it rest on his hand. Harry admired the creature, until Voldemort pointed his wand at it and said, Imperio. At once, the butterfly, still on Voldemort's hand, began bending its wings at an unnatural angle, further and further back as if an invisible hand was at work, curling them into what could be nothing but excruciatingly painful for the insect. Harry stared at it helplessly as Voldemort continued. The Imperious Curse allows the caster to have complete control over the target's actions, Voldemort said as the butterfly began to shake. Take this insect for instance. Now under the Imperious Curse, I can make it do anything I want. He flicked his wand again and the butterfly immediately stopped curling its wings. Slam headfirst into the window. The butterfly zoomed towards one of the manor's large windows, slowing down just before it was about to hit it. Drown itself. It dangled over a large puddle. Even murder one of its own. Harry felt sick staring at the poor creature. He imagined its small eyes swimming with tears, its wings aching with agony at the torture Voldemort forced it to inflict on itself. Learn to master this curse, Harry, and you can master the actions of anyone around you. Harry nodded, though he was hardly listening, trying to process what he had just seen. Name another. Harry felt his fists curl, not wanting to respond. He was beginning to see why these curses were forbidden. You showed me one yourself, remember, he said with gritted teeth. Voldemort did not appear to notice Harry's anger. The Cruciatus Curse, yes. Harry knew what was going to happen before it did. Voldemort pointed his wand at the butterfly and said, Crucio. At once a horrible, whistle-like scream erupted from the butterfly. It withered and shook on Voldemort's hand, trembling as if being hit by 1,000 bolts of lightning. Harry was frozen on the spot, unable to look away from the creature's suffering. He wanted nothing more than to snatch Voldemort's wand out of his hand, grab the innocent butterfly and set it free. Instead, he only watched. The Cruciatus Curse is a spell that can be used for various reasons: extracting information, defense against enemies, punishment. He looked at Harry as he said the latter, as if challenging him to argue back. Cruciate the target for too long and watch as its mind slowly begins to break. The butterfly had gone limp, shaking rapidly, the whistle-like scream becoming louder and louder. Voldemort lifted the spell. At once the butterfly stopped moving, lying flat on Voldemort's hand. If it wasn't for its wing giving an occasional twitch, Harry would have thought it was dead. He didn't realize he had been holding his breath until he sighed with relief. The final spell, Voldemort said, holding his wand higher. Well, I think the name, Killing Curse, should be pretty self-explanatory. Before Harry even had time to think or protest, Voldemort aimed his wand at the butterfly and said in a cold voice, Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light and the butterfly moved no more. So fast it had died, painless, quick, a luxury after the torture it had just gone through. The green light reflected off of Harry's eyes, creating the illusion his eyes were shining as Voldemort cast the spell. It was horrible to look at but also distantly familiar. Once more he thought of the past, getting his wand at a shop run by a strange old man, being transported back to Voldemort's office whilst he stayed to talk to him. A flash of green light hitting him in the chest, the man screaming. Ah, so Voldemort had killed him. The scream was probably the last sound that ever came from his mouth. And though Harry was desperate to know why the man had to be murdered, a small, unforgiving part of him did not want to know. Voldemort had to have a good reason for what he had done, just as he had one for cruciating Harry. Why are you showing me this? He asked quietly. There are many people who will try and hurt you, Harry, hunt you down for what you are. Extreme though they may be, these spells will save you in the worst of times. It is vital that you know them, to protect yourself from danger, of course. And were you in danger when you used one on me? I will teach you myself how to master the unforgivable curses. I won't stop until I am sure you know how to defend yourself. Yes, Harry thought, that did make sense. He couldn't let himself be ambushed like he was in the forest, and he would do anything to avoid ending up in that cell again. Harry felt as though he could laugh. After everything he had gone through, all the pain and torment, he felt sorry for a butterfly. How pathetic. An insect being tortured was nothing compared to what Harry would go THT by the Ministry again. But having the power to kill at his fingertips. I couldn't, he thought. I would never be able to. You must. Tom Riddle's voice hissed in his ear. You must learn it. These spells will be the most important ones you ever learn. Master them, Harry, and you master your enemies. Learn to challenge your emotions through your wand and you will become unstoppable. Harry looked at Voldemort and nodded. The man smiled. So, which one would you like to learn first? Chapter end notes. I appreciate all the comments, thank you so much. Less than 3 letters. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Summer had finally arrived at Hogwarts. Spring had gone as quickly as it came, the months passing by horrifyingly quickly for the students at Hogwarts as exam season approached. Everyone was busy revising and studying hard for the coming exams, unable to take a break to enjoy the sunshine as the tests loomed closer and closer. That is to say, everyone except for one boy. Draco Malfoy stayed awake long into the early hours of the morning, his eyes having to squint as the common room became darker and darker with each passing hour. But he was not, as he told his friends, staying up so late because he needed to study. Aside from him, the Slytherin common room was completely empty, the room engulfed by a strange silence that Draco was not used to. He sat on a comfortable armchair, scribbling down notes and crossing them out under a flickering candle. Although this would give anyone who wandered past him the impression that he was working hard revising, in reality, Draco was busy trying to find ways to sneak Harry a letter without being caught. So far he was not having much success. His best option so far was to use codenames, so Mr. Filch, who was in charge of monitoring all mail coming in and out the castle, would not know who he was writing to. The only problem with this idea, however, was that he did not see how he could tell Harry this plan without getting caught. Draco rubbed his eyes tiredly and glanced at his watch. Seeing it was well past 2 a.m., he slumped back in his chair defeated, knowing he had gone another night without success. He longed to talk to Harry, desperate to hear from him. His heart always fluttered when he saw he had mail and then quickly dropped with disappointment when he realized the only letters he ever received now were from his parents. Draco scowled thinking of them. How little they told him, brushing past anything of real importance and instead writing about matters Draco couldn't care less about. Did they not think he would want to know what was happening in his own home? Did the idea that he might be worried for them ever cross their minds? They acted as if everything was fine, like they weren't harboring the most dangerous dark wizard of all time in their house. And the worst part was they actually thought they had him fooled. Draco was not an idiot. He could clearly see his father's hand shaking at mealtimes, his mother tensing every time he opened his mouth to speak. They were terrified and yet they tried so hard not to show it, for him. Why? Did they think they would frighten him? He, Draco, who had watched one of his closest friends transform into an obscurial and nearly kill him? Draco wanted to hear about their fear and worries. He didn't want anyone acting brave around him, because maybe, if everyone stopped trying to act like some kind of mighty Gryffindor, they'd realize he was just as terrified as they were. He glanced back at his watch. Realizing he had wasted yet another night unable to find the solution to his problem, Draco packed up his things angrily, and trudged upstairs to his dorm room, throwing his things on his bed in a huff. Beside him, Crabbe gave a snort and turned over on his bed. Draco glared at him. How lucky he was, to live such a worryless life. His father was a Death Eater too, and yet he didn't try to constantly win the Dark Lord's favor, eagerly licking his boots even if it meant bringing danger to his family and making them all alive in fear. Draco crawled into his bed, covering himself with the emerald green curtains to avoid looking at anyone else in the dorm. He wondered if Harry lay in bed too, lonely and tired, thinking of Draco as Draco thought of him. If only they could exchange messages through their mind, Harry would never feel alone again. Or have some kind of secret messenger that could exchange letters without being intercepted by anyone. And suddenly a stroke of genius washed over Draco, so much so he bolted upright, his eyes widening. The solution to his problem was so obvious that Draco must have been blind not to see it. He grinned. He knew exactly how he was going to send letters to Harry now. Cloud, the cup of tea was burning his hand. Lupin clung to the pane, desperate to feel some form of punishment for failure. His skin was slowly turning red, but he didn't care. This pain was nothing compared to what Harry might be going through. This was pain he deserved. Gingerly, he walked up the stairs of 12 Grimmauld Place, along the low-lit corridors until he reached the room at the end. Sirius? He knocked on the door softly, entering even though there was no reply. I made you some tea. Sirius didn't respond. He was sitting at the end of his bed with his back turned to Lupin, seemingly looking down at something in his hand. Carefully, Lupin set the cup down on a nearby table, walking over to Sirius and taking a seat next to him. The room was dark and damp, the velvet curtains kept firmly closed, as if Sirius was trying to shut the whole world out. Several faded photographs and magazine cuttings still rested on the walls, the old Gryffindor banners draped over the ancient wallpaper like an ill-fitting tapestry. Lupin glanced around him, noticing the several full cups and plates he had previously brought sitting idly by, neglected by Sirius. Lupin sighed. He looked down at the photograph in Sirius's hand and felt his heart sink further. It was James, accompanied by Lily and a year-old Harry. They were chasing him on a tiny broomstick Lupin recognized as the one Sirius had brought him for his first birthday, Harry roaring with laughter as the figures of James and Lily reached out to him with open arms, exasperated but amused, their eyes full of emotion but lacking the shine Lupin could still remember seeing. Lupin's heart ached looking at his late friends. How happy they looked in the photograph, unaware that in a few short months their whole world would be ripped apart. "I was there a week before it happened," Sirius said quietly, his voice wobbling slightly. Lupin turned to look at him. "Remember we both were. I told them to switch to Peter, Sirius's hand started to shake and Lupin reached out for it, squeezing it reassuringly to stop the trembling. "It's not your fault," he said in a low voice. "You were trying to protect them." "I told them to trust him," Sirius said. "I made them make Peter their secret keeper. It's my fault." "No." Lupin glared at Sirius. "We had no reason to suspect Pettigrew would ever betray us. It's his fault, Sirius. His, not yours, okay?" A few stray tears had run down Sirius's face. "I miss them," he muttered. "Every day." "I know," Lupin said softly. "I don't know what to do." More tears had appeared, escaping Sirius's red, miserable eyes. Lupin brushed a few strays of disheveled hair out of his face and pressed his forehead against his. "Come to the meetings," he said quietly. "Help us help Harry." "I can't." "You can." He said it more fiercely than he intended to, staring at Sirius with an intensity he didn't know he had. "It's our job now to make sure James's and Lily's son is safe. You have to Sirius, they would have done the same for you." Sirius moaned and leaned his head against Lupin's chest, the sudden movement taking Lupin by surprise. He ran a few fingers over his hair, pressing his face closer to the top of Sirius's head. "For Harry," he whispered. Sirius's voice was muffled as he whispered back, "For Harry." "Cloud. Are you okay, Harry, dear?" Harry glanced you rotting a plate of eggs, noticing Narcissa looking at him from across the breakfast table with an expression of concern on her face. Harry nodded. "Fine." Narcissa sighed. "I expect you're lonely here all by yourself. I wish I could keep you company but the Dark Lord's been keeping everyone so busy lately." Harry shrugged. "It's okay, Nagini sometimes keeps me company anyway." Narcissa nodded, though Harry detected a hint of worry in her eyes. Perhaps telling someone you spend half your time talking to a giant snake wasn't the best idea. Still, Harry knew he could never tell her the full truth. "Oh, I've been okay really. Sometimes I talk to the giant snake but to be honest it's mostly just the voice in my head that keeps me company. He's real, you know. His name's Tom Riddle and we talk a lot now that Draco's gone. Maybe you know him? He was Voldemort before he became, well you know, Voldemort." Yes, Harry imagined that conversation wouldn't go down too well with Narcissa. So instead he just cleared his throat and sat up straighter. "You said Voldemort's been keeping you busy, what's he making you do?" Narcissa took some time answering, taking a long sip from her cup of tea and setting it down gently before she spoke, avoiding his eyes as she did so. Harry suspected she wasn't meant to reveal that particular bit of information and he hastily began eating his breakfast as Narcissa answered. "The Dark Lord wants to start making some developments in the wizarding world. I'm afraid I can't disclose what those are exactly." Harry nodded and quickly finished eating. "Thanks for eating with me, Mrs. Malfoy. I'll see you tomorrow," he said, pushing back his plate and standing up to leave. Harry, "Oh, that reminds me. How is Draco? We haven't been able to write C and I haven't heard from him in a while." Narcissa blinked, looking taken aback by the question. "Of course the letters, I heard. He is doing well, studying hard so he tells me but otherwise well." Harry nodded. "Glad to hear it. Well, goodbye then," and he walked out of the dining room without looking back. The trio sat around the breakfast table in the Great Hall, Ron and Neville making jokes together, Hermione ignoring them, cramming her head in a revision book. "Will you cut it out?" she snapped after they had laughed too loudly at something Ron had said. "Calm down, Hermione. Ron laughed. We've got ages until the exams. They're in 2 weeks, Ronald. You've been distracting me all morning whilst I've barely finished this topic in charms, and I need to get it done if I'm to move on to herbology tonight. And don't even get me started on arithmancy because I haven't even. Now you've set her off, Neville muttered as Hermione flung into a long rant about all her exams. Yeah, well, it'll be good for her to let it all out, Ron sighed, helping himself to another slice of toast. Something out of the corner of his eye made Neville stop in his tracks. He nudged Ron to get his attention. Look who it is, he said under his breath, turning his head in the direction of the open doors of the Great Hall. Ron followed his gaze and his expression darkened. And on top of all that, I still haven't finished that history of magic essay Professor Binns sent us last week because I've been so focused on Ron. What's the matter? Hermione stopped mid-sentence, looking at Ron anxiously. Look at him, Ron snarled, pointing in the direction of the Slytherin table. Hermione peered over him to see Draco Malfoy, flanked by his usual gang, sitting by the Slytherin table across from them. He looks tired, Hermione observed, noticing how Draco kept rubbing his eyes. Yeah, probably because he's been co-responding with you-know-who all night, Ron muttered. Hermione looked at him reproachingly. Ron, I highly doubt Draco Malfoy has been sending letters to you-know-who. You know what I mean. Ron interrupted angrily. His family's hiding Potter. I bet you anything he knows all about it. Hermione looked unconvinced. Ron, listen, I really think you mishear. I know what I heard, Hermione. Mum and Dad were talking about the Malfoys harboring Potter. They said Dumbledore knows they have him. Yes, but I don't see how they would know that, Hermione persisted. They've been going to these meetings lately. They're out all night, Ron said impatiently. They think I don't know. Anyway, I heard them come home from one during the holidays. I snuck downstairs and I'm telling you I heard them say the Malfoys have Potter. Oh, all right, say they do. What can we do about it? If Dumbledore knows this, then he must have some kind of plan. We don't need to interfere, Ron. But Ron was not listening to her, instead watching Malfoy intently, deep loathing smudged onto his face. Hermione sighed exasperatingly and looked at Neville, who shrugged. I'm going to confront him, Ron said, standing up. Hermione looked horrified. What? No. Ron, you can't. Sit down. Ron. Ron ignored her, making his way over to the Slytherin table. Neville. Hermione turned desperately to Neville, who sighed and stood up. Come on, he muttered, following Ron. Hermione looked mortified, hesitating for a second before slamming her book shut and hurrying off to join them. Draco caught sight of the three of them making their way over to him and laughed. Oh, look who it is, Draco called out mockingly as Pansy giggled and the rest of his friends exchanged smirks. What do you want, Weasley? Oh, and you're here too, Longbottom, and the Mudblood too, how lovely. Ron curled his fists. Don't call her that, Malfoy. He spat as Hermione came running up to join them. Draco's smirk widened. Or what, Weasley? What are you going to do? All. Draco murmured something under his breath and the group burst into raucous giggles. Ron's fist curled. Careful now, Malfoy, he spat. Wouldn't want everyone to know about you and Potter now, would we? It was Ron's turn to smirk now as Draco's smiling face grew horrified. Pansy looked puzzled. What's he talking about, Draco? Draco ignored her, staring at Ron with an expression of disbelief. Why, you don't know what you're talking about, he said in a low whisper. So I'd be wrong to assume Potter's been staying with your family, would I? Ron asked, looking pleased to see Draco so flustered. Of course you would. Draco snapped. Ron glanced at Neville and smirked. Draco's lip curled. You don't know anything, Weasley. Just mind your own business. Not so confident, are you, now that we know your little secret, you? Is there a problem here? Professor Lupin strolled casually into view, looking from Neville, who had a sheepish expression on his face, to Hermione, who looked terrified, to Ron and Draco. Both standing inches from each other. Ron looking pleased and Draco furious, to Pansy and Blaise, who were still seated and both looked thoroughly confused, and then to Crabbe and Goyle, who had grown tired of the conversation and begun piling large amounts of food onto their plates, not listening to any of the commotion next to them. Ron glanced at Lupin. Nothing's wrong, Professor, just having a chat about the next Quidditch match, come on guys. Ron, Hermione and Neville walked away, Lupin watching them go and then turning to Draco. Is everything all right with you, Mr. Malfoy? Fine, Draco muttered, sitting down quickly and looking sour. Pansy tried talking to him but he brushed her off, stabbing at his food with a little more force than was needed and staring daggers at Ron. "Oh Ron, you really shouldn't have done that," Hermione said anxiously as the trio sat back down at the Gryffindor table. "But don't you see, I was right, they're keeping him. I mean, did you see Malfoy's face? He looked horrified." "Yes, I've been wondering that too," Neville said thoughtfully. "He reacted worse than I thought. I assumed he would just deny it." "Never mind that, don't you see what this means? We have to do something." Hermione looked scandalized. "What do you mean we? We aren't doing anything." "But it doesn't matter if they have him or not. Malfoy's family are all a bunch of Death Inc. we'd manage," Hermione asked sarcastically. "And anyway, like I said, Dumbledore must have a plan or else he wouldn't just let Harry stay with the Malfoys. You know who is probably watching over him or something, and the whole house probably has a bunch of extra enchantments to keep people out. Honestly Ron, you're so quick to make plans you barely ever think them through. Now can we please just revise?" Hermione yelled, glaring at the pair and then taking a huge book out of her bag, slamming it on the table and immediately becoming absorbed in it. Ron gaped at Neville who just shrugged and began helping himself to another slice of toast. Ron looked irritated as he began trudgingly picking at his plate, shooting Hermione annoyed glances every so often. Neville wasn't paying attention to either of them, lost in his thoughts. There was something odd about the way Draco had acted. Neville knew Ron was implying about Potter's relationship with the Malfoy family as a whole. And yet Draco acted as if someone had caught him personally doing something wrong with Potter. Neville was sure Draco had nothing to do with Harry, it had to be his parents that were in charge of holding him at the manor. Perhaps he was just nervous about exposing his family's secret. Surely he was forbidden to tell anyone if it really was true. Neville shrugged and picked up a potions book. Hermione was right, studying was more important than worrying about a boy he would never even meet. "Cloud, you're weak." Harry flinched as Voldemort snarled at him, his wand still raised high from when he was attempting to cast the Imperious Curse. That spell would have done nothing against an opponent. Harry felt himself scowl. "I'm trying," he snapped. "Well, try harder," Voldemort hissed. "You need to mean the spell, Harry. It's not enough to say the words, you must want to cast it." "I do want to cast it," Harry retorted angrily. "But I'm exhausted and we've been at it the whole day. Can't I just have a short rest?" Voldemort glared at him in contempt for so long Harry was sure he was going to start yelling at him again. But the next thing he did took Harry by surprise. 5 minutes, he spat. Then he strode from the garden, his long cloak billowing behind him, and walked back inside, slamming the door shut as he did so. Harry sighed and slumped on the ground. Voldemort had woke him up at the crack of dawn, eager to have Harry start learning the Imperious Curse as quickly as he could. He had him practice on a mouse this time, which he kept frozen in a suspended cage above Harry's head when not in use. Harry looked at the poor creature sadly. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I can't let you go." Harry's lessons were off to a bad start. So far he had failed to cast the spell correctly, his magic being too weak to have any actual effect on the tiny mouse. It was partly because he felt too sorry for the animal, as pathetic as he knew it sounded. But as Harry flicked the wand in his hand, he realized that it was more than just his sympathy. These were the objects that had caused what Harry was almost certain an innocent man to be killed. For Harry to feel a pain so excruciating he felt as though his body was being attacked by 100 knives. Harry knew how to set ordinary objects on fire, knew how to blast them into pieces, and now he was being taught how to control someone against their will. He had originally chosen to learn the Imperious Curse out of fear of learning the others. But the more he tried to cast it, the more he realized he didn't want to. Once again Harry felt a horrible feeling of regret worm its way inside him. The question that had been nagging him for the past 2 years forced its way back into his head. The Dursleys had spent 11 long years trying to stop Harry from using magic. And even though Voldemort told him it was natural and reassured him he wasn't learning anything remotely evil, Harry couldn't help but sometimes wonder if the Dursleys had been right in doing what they had done for so many years. Harry couldn't always handle the pain, but if it was to stop him from becoming bad. "Stop it!" Tom Riddle's voice once again rang in his ear, sounding angry this time. "Your clatter of thoughts has been disturbing me all morning. Just pull yourself together and listen to what he's teaching you." Harry sighed and closed his eyes. He tried to imagine Draco next to him now, lying on the grass as they so often did together, staring at the endless sky stretched above them. But reality sank its teeth into Harry once more. Draco was not here, nor would he be seeing him again for a while. He was at Hogwarts and Harry had no way of reaching him, no way of hearing about life outside the four walls of the manor. His fists curled at the thought of it. Hogwarts was beginning to seem more and more distant, the school he was once wished to attend suddenly becoming so infuriating it caused a storm of anger to rage inside him. It was because of them that Harry could no longer ride to Draco, because of them he was trapped in the manor with no one and nothing to keep him company. Who were they to deny him that luxury? Couldn't Harry have one good thing in his life without it being snatched away? As he heard the door open again, he gritted his teeth and sat up, gripping his wand tighter in his hands as Voldemort re-entered the garden. "Well, are you rested now?" Harry nodded. "I'm ready." Voldemort smiled, sensing his newfound determination. "Good." He pointed his wand at the cage and the door burst open, the mouse levitating in the air and coming to a rest at Harry's feet. "Let's try again, shall we?" Cloud. Harry sat upright, his hand flying for his glasses as he scrambled up madly from his bed. A loud crack had just rang in the air like a gunshot, disrupting the peaceful night. Harry's eyes had flung open, his hair standing on end as he squinted in front of him. "Who's there?" Through the darkness, Harry could see a small figure of movement. He groped blindly next to him to switch on his lamp but found his fingers close around his wand instead. After a second hesitation, he reached for it and held it out in front of him like a sword. Perhaps he would finally be putting all his lessons to use. "Hello." A high-pitched grunt sounded in front of him as though the intruder was tangled up in something and couldn't talk. Harry lay paralyzed in his bed for a moment, fearing the worst. Then he sat on his knees and clutched his wand bravely. Lumos. The room was illuminated by a soft blue light and Harry's fearful eyes widened in shock as he saw the figure trapped in his curtains was none other than Dobby. The tiny elf seemed to be caught up in a web of silk, his tennis ball eyes widening at Harry in acknowledgement. He began murmuring rapidly, his mouth tangled in the curtains effectively cutting off his speech. "Hm. Harry quickly jumped out of bed and worked on detangling Dobby. It was harder than it looked. Somehow the elf had managed to create a giant knot effectively stopping him from being released. Harry pulled and twisted, giving a final hard tug and the elf toppled to the floor with a loud thud. "Dobby. Are you Master Harry? How pleased I am to see you." Dobby leapt to his feet immediately, sinking into a low bow and grinning at Harry as if he hadn't been nearly in danger of being suffocated a few seconds ago. Hi what are you doing here?" "Master Malfoy sent me, sir." Dobby was meant to apparate precisely sir, but it was too dark to see anything and I didn't know where to land. "Of course. You must have seen the moonlight and wait, did you just say Malfoy? Draco?" Dobby nodded frantically. Harry felt his heartbeat quicken. "Is he okay? Why did he send you?" Dobby clicked his fingers and an envelope appeared in midair, close enough for Harry to see his name scrawled on the front in elegant handwriting, Draco's handwriting. He grabbed it and tore it open messily, flinging bits of paper behind him with little regard. Shaking slightly, he sat down and began to read. "Harry, it's been so long since we last spoke. Idless nights trying to figure out how to send you this letter without getting caught. It's embarrassing that I didn't think of." Dobby quicker. "Perhaps you don't know. Elf magic is unlike ours. Whilst Hogwarts has many defensive charms and hexes that stop people apparating inside, those spells don't apply to elves. Whilst we obviously can have Dobby send every letter between us, I think I've figured out how you'd be able to do it without being detected. We can use code names, you see, so that it looks like I'm talking to someone else entirely in case anyone intercepts our letters. It should work, but you'll have to be very careful not to put any important information in the letters, just in case. I can't wait to hear from you, Harry. I've so much to tell you. A lot has happened since I started third year. The workload for one thing is absolutely ridiculous. I sometimes envy you getting to go without homework. I want to hear everything you've been doing since we last spoke. What have you been up to? How is everyone? I imagine you've been quite bored all on your own. Has his lessons at least been interesting? Term finishes soon. I'm sorry you've been without my letters for so long. I'll make it up to you though. Now that I'm in my third year I get to visit a village called Hogsmeade. It's very close to Hogwarts and is an entirely all-wizard village. The shops there are amazing. I'll bring back as much as I can from Honeyduke's sweet shop for your birthday. Speaking of which, what do you want? I haven't been sure what to buy you, which is humiliating considering I've known you for almost 3 years. At any rate, I only have one more Hogsmeade trip coming up, so let me know as soon as you can. I eagerly await your reply. Yours, Draco. P.S. Don't forget to sign your response with a fake name. Harry reread the letter several times, grinning from ear to ear. At last, he finally had a way to communicate with Draco. Is Master Potter okay? Dobby asked, peering anxiously into Harry's letter-covered face. Fine, Dobby. Really excellent, thank you. Dobby beamed. It was my pleasure, Master Potter, and with another loud crack he was gone. Harry quickly ran over to his desk, pulling out a roll of parchment and ink to send Draco his reply. Well, looks like your days of sulking are finally over. Harry didn't turn around, gripping his quill tighter in his hand as the drawling voice of Tom Riddle sounded loud and clear in the room. You know, I don't think I've seen you smile this much since you last saw the Malfoy boy. So? Harry asked dismissively, his back kept firmly to Riddle. Merlin, you're so defensive, Harry. Lighten up a little, will you? Tom replied, his voice so near to Harry he could almost feel his breath behind his neck. He tilted his head, but Riddle had vanished, and it was a while until Harry turned back round to finish the letter. He found himself spending a while trying to figure out a fake name to sign with. He hesitated for a moment and then quickly scribbled down a name, sealing the letter and storing it safely, intent on delivering it to Draco in the morning. Trying to ignore Riddle's ringing words, Harry climbed back into bed, and it wasn't long before he fell asleep. Draco. Cloud, I'm so happy to hear from you. You have no idea how boring it can get here all by myself. Honestly, I don't think I'd mind having homework if it keeps me busy. Lessons are fine. Your mum has been quite lonely though. She let slip that Voldemort has been keeping her and the rest of the Death Eaters busy. I don't know what they're doing, but I'll try to find out. I can't wait for term to nearly be finished. It's been so quiet without you here. There's barely anyone to talk to, and speaking to a giant snake for an hour tends to result in a very odd conversation. On the other hand, I've planted some new flowers in our garden. Well, plant isn't the right word. I sort of imagined how I wanted the garden to look like, and the next day they were all there. Magic is strange, isn't it? I'm not sure what I want for my birthday. I've never really had presents before. The best I could get was some cake the old lady next door used to give me when the Dursleys left me there for my birthday. They said they didn't want to deal with me. Most of the time I think they just forgot though. I trust you anyhow. I'm sure whatever you get me will be perfect. It's so weird thinking I'll be 14 soon, and weirder knowing you already are. The years just keep flying by. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon, and trying those Honeydukes sweets you mentioned. Yours, Tom Riddle. Cloud. Harry walked downstairs for breakfast the next day, yawning as he did so. Voldemort had made him stay up much later than usual, working him tirelessly in his efforts to get him to master the Imperious Curse. Harry had improved slightly. He was able to hold the charm for much longer, but he still refused to make the mouse do so much as run around in circles. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door to the dining room, expecting to see Narcissa waiting for him as she so often did. Good-oh. Narcissa Malfoy turned her head to look at Harry as he entered, smiling. Next to her was a short, fat, bald man who leapt to his feet immediately, his eyes darting nervously from Harry to his scar. Harry. Narcissa spoke. Good morning, have a seat. Harry hastily sat down opposite Narcissa, looking at the stranger curiously. Narcissa followed his gaze. Oh, how rude of me. Harry, this is Wormtail. He works for the Dark Lord. Oh, another Death Eater. Wormtail flinched as though Harry had yelled at him. Mr. P.P. Potter, such a pleasure. Harry nodded uneasily. Wormtail is it? Is that like a code name or something? The man's eyes widened and darted to Narcissa nervously, who sighed and said, something of the sort. Well, nice meeting you, Harry said with a shrug, digging into his breakfast. Wormtail merely stood there, quivering slightly until Narcissa cleared her throat. Wormtail, hasn't the Dark Lord given you a task to do? At this Harry's ears pricked up. He looked up sharply from his plate. Oh, of course. What task? Narcissa turned to look at him and frowned. That is not something you need to know, Harry, she said. Harry ignored her. What task? He repeated, this time addressing Wormtail, who shook and covered his face with his hands. Wormtail. Voldemort swept into view, glaring at Wormtail with disdain. Why are you still here? Hurry up and do what I told you to do. Wormtail actually let out a squeal of terror. Why yes, my lord, right away, he gasped, quickly hurrying out of the room without a second glance at Harry. Harry looked up to glare at Voldemort and then noticed that he wasn't alone. A man with greasy black hair whom Harry recognized as Snape, the man he had bumped into a few months earlier, was standing at the edge of the room, watching the door Wormtail had departed from with narrowed eyes. Eventually, his gaze left the doorway and found Harry, who looked away instantly, turning instead to Voldemort. What are you up to? He asked suspiciously. Nothing you need to be worried about, Voldemort said casually with a dismissive wave of his hand. Well, Severus, I will see you shortly, do not forget what I have told you. No, my lord, Snape murmured as the man departed from the dining room without another word. An awkward silence spread throughout the room following this. Narcissa hastily cleared her throat. Finish your breakfast, Harry. Severus, will you be joining us? She asked. Snape looked from her to Harry and, though it looked like it pained him a great deal, nodded stiffly. Yes, thank you, Narcissa, he said with gritted teeth, taking a seat at the table near Harry. How have you been, Harry? He asked. Harry shrugged. Fine, I guess, bored though, and learning unforgivable curses is no fun. There was a loud clatter as Narcissa dropped her spoon noisily. He has you learning the unforgivables? Harry nodded, confused by her reaction. Severus, she moaned, turning to Snape with horrified eyes. Snape raised his eyes. That is what's best for Harry, then no more can be done. Which spell have you been focusing on, Harry? Imperious, Harry replied shortly. Snape nodded gravely. How are you finding it? It's okay, I guess, Harry said, prodding at his food. I don't really like it though, he admitted. Well, of course you don't. Only 13. What does he think? Narcissa stopped abruptly, looking around her nervously and quickly picking up her cup of tea. Snape considered him. I see. Harry looked from him to Narcissa, confused. I'm not really good at it either, he added. I mean, I guess I can cast the spell decently, but I don't actually want to make anyone do anything. How is Voldemort finding this attitude? Snape asked, interested. Harry sighed. Not so well. He told me he'd cast the spell on me if I continued to refuse. And have you told him why you refuse? Harry stared at him incredulously. No, would you? He asked slowly. The man's eyes flashed in what Harry thought could have been amusement. I suppose not, he sneered. Harry hastily finished his breakfast, looking for a way to change the subject. So, why is Voldemort making you all work so busily? Is he planning something? Snape turned to look at Narcissa accusingly, who blushed and took a long sip of tea. If the Dark Lord doesn't want you to know, Potter, then I'm sure it's nothing worth knowing. Well, in that case, I think I better get going. I have to practice the spell by next lesson. See you at lunch, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa dear, she murmured, but she was hardly paying attention as Harry walked out of the dining room, Snape watching him go with an unreadable expression on his face. You've been careless, he said to her when Harry had left. You know we are supposed to keep that information to ourselves. Narcissa was barely listening to him. 13, she repeated, looking at Severus with wide eyes. Snape sighed. I know, Narcissa, I know. Chapter end notes. Bit of a dull chapter, I think. Once Harry turns 14 things are going to get much more interesting. Also, rereading my work made me realize I make so many grammatical and spelling errors, which is so humiliating to find. I don't have a beta reader, so if anyone spots mistakes, please let me know. Thanks. Less than 3 birthday presents. Chapter notes. New PFP. Guess who they're supposed to be thinking face. Also new names for the chapter's laughing face. Anyway, this chapter took forever to post, sorry, but it's also super long. Which means more dreary, yay. And a ton of grammatical mistakes, so have fun trying to navigate your way through all that. Enjoy. Less than 333. See the end of the chapter for more notes. 12 years ago, Godric's Hallow was silent at this time of night. James and Lily Potter had passed out on their bed, utterly exhausted, when all of a sudden a loud cry pierced through the night, startling James awake. Lily groaned and buried her head deeper in her pillow. James sighed. Don't worry, I've got him, he whispered, throwing on a shirt and climbing out of bed. Harry Potter, barely aged 1, was crying in his cot when James entered his room. He picked up his son, cradling him against his chest and tried his hardest to quiet him down. Shush Harry, shush, it's okay. Daddy's here, shush. The sound of footsteps approaching the front door made James pause, a slight frown appearing on his face. Still holding Harry, he made his way to the entrance of his house, where a soft knock could be heard. Who is it? He called out in a low voice. Sirius Black, best man at your wedding, one of the founders of the Morator's Map, and also known by the name of Padfoot, came a voice outside. Open the door, will you? It's freezing out here. It's not that cold, Sirius, came another voice, and he shouldn't be so quick to open the door, for all he knows we could be Death Eaters. Shut up, Moony. What are you doing putting ideas like that into his head? Do you want us to freeze to death? Sirius hissed. James let out a laugh. Look who it is, Harry, he said to his son, undoing the lock and opening the front door. Come on in, Sirius, wouldn't want you to catch a cold, he said teasingly. Shut up, Sirius muttered, though James could hear the amusement behind his words. He and Lupin walked inside, taking off their coats and gloves as a chilly breath swept inside the house. Sirius caught sight of Harry and grinned. There's my favorite godson, keeping James and Lily up all night, are you? James huffed. You don't know the half of it. Sirius laughed and ruffled Harry's hair. Lupin looked around. Where is Lily? He asked. Getting a few hours of some very well-deserved sleep. He's a handful, this one, James said, indicating at a now giggling Harry. He turned back to his friends. What are you both doing here anyway? Sirius and Lupin exchanged a look, their grins suddenly vanishing. Sirius cleared his throat. Listen, okay, fine, Remus, I needed to ask you something. James looked at him inquisitively. What is it? Sirius hesitated. Remus looked at him and sighed. Let me take Harry for you, James, give you both some privacy. James was confused but obliged, handing Harry over to Lupin, who took him to the nursery, closing the door behind him with a soft click. What's going on, Sirius? James asked, looking concerned. Sirius sat down on one of the sofas and sighed. I've been thinking about what you told me, about being your secret keeper. I know it was a lot to ask, James said quickly. I understand if you don't want to, it's a huge risk you'd be taking. No, it's not about wanting to. I'll happily be your secret keeper, James, you know. That, Sirius interrupted, looking almost offended that James would assume otherwise. Then what is it? James asked, sitting down beside Sirius. Sirius took a deep breath. I think you should make Peter the secret keeper instead. James looked at him as if he had just announced he had sold his beloved motorbike. Why on earth would I choose Peter? You're tons stronger than him. Which is precisely what Voldemort would be expecting, Sirius interrupted. Listen, he added as James opened his mouth to argue. Pettigrew would be perfect. Okay. No one would ever think he's the secret keeper. I don't know, Sirius, James said uneasily. I'd rather have you as our secret keeper, Lily and I, we both trust you fully. I know, James, Sirius said quickly. So trust me now, use Peter instead. I've already spoken to him about it and he's agreed to do it. It'll work, I swear. He's planning on going into hiding anyway. And if Voldemort finds out he's the secret keeper? James asked. You could ask the same thing of me and know the answer, Sirius said quietly. James sighed, standing up and pacing up and down the room. From the nursery, he could hear Lupin playing with Harry. Come on, Harry, say Uncle Moony, Unsell Moon-ee. Come on now, Harry. Unwil Mooey, Harry babbled, giggling when Lupin praised him. James sighed and turned back to his friend. I'll talk to Lily about it, he said quietly. If you're really sure about this. Sirius stood up, grasping James's shoulder. I am, he said confidently. This'll work, I promise, we can trust Peter. James gave his friend a weak smile. I know we can, he said. I'd trust any of you with my life. From across the room, Harry's giggles turned quiet. Present-day Draco sat in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express, twisting his wand in his hands, deep in thought. In a few short hours he would be returning home for the holidays, back to Malfoy Manor, where Lord Voldemort was residing, where the remaining Death Eaters all gathered. Back to Harry Potter. He was anxious about how the day would go. It had been so long since he had last been at the manor. Who knew how much had changed during the time Draco had been away? Who knew how much he had changed around him? His friends seemed not to notice his nervousness, too busy talking about plans for the summer and their excitement about having 2 whole months away from school. Draco almost wished he were back at Hogwarts, and he flicked his wand in his hands more passionately. "Oi, Draco, why?" Pansy said, nudging his arm. "Huh?" Draco looked up, and sure enough, a fine trickle of snow had appeared from his wand. "Oh, sorry." He flicked his wand again, and the snow instantly stopped. "What's going on with you? You've been silent this whole journey," Pansy asked. Draco saw Blaise, Zabini, and Theodore not stop their conversation, looking over at Draco and giving him inquisitive looks. Draco sighed. Pansy and Blaise had told Theo what Ron had said to him at breakfast a few months ago, and though Draco assured them Ron was lying and he had no idea what he was talking about, the trio still remained suspicious. "Sorry, got a lot on my mind," Draco murmured, storing his wand away in his robes. He looked around, properly taking in his surroundings for the first time since he slid into the compartment. "Where's Greg and Vince gone?" Blaise scoffed. "Probably harassing the trolley witch," he said, and Theo sniggered. Pansy was still eyeing Draco warily as she spoke again. "So, when are we all meeting up during the summer?" "You guys can come over to mine. Mother's always out, so we'll probably have the house to ourselves," Blaise said lazily. "Excellent. When shall we meet?" Theo asked. "How about the 31st? Pansy suggested. "That'll work." "Fine by me." "Good, Draco." All three of them turned to look at the blonde. Oh, come on, Malfoy, don't bail on us now," Theo said, rolling his eyes. "I can't." Blaise threw his hands in the air and sighed. Theo slumped back on his seat, exasperated. "Why?" Pansy demanded. "Well, you see, guys, the 31st is Harry Potter's birthday, and I've spent ages thinking about what I'll do for him, because from what I can interpret from his letters, he's exhausted and lonely and hasn't had a proper birthday not once in his life, so I won't miss it. I also can't do any other time because my parents would rather die than let me leave the manor out of fear that someone will question me on Voldemort's whereabouts, in which case I could reveal that he had been staying in our manor this entire time. That would land my parents a one-way trip to Azkaban, assuming Voldemort doesn't murder them first. Sorry. My parents are too scared to let me out of their sights, sorry guys." Pansy sighed. "Well, I don't want to do something without you, it feels mean." "Speak for yourself. Draco doesn't mind, does he?" Blaise asked, fixing Draco with an icy glare. Draco looked at him warily. "No, it's okay. You guys have fun. Could say the same for you," Blaise muttered. The compartment fell silent, Theo's eyes traveling from Draco to Blaise doubtfully. Pansy looked worried a fight was going to break out and fidgeted anxiously in her seat. "I need some air," Draco announced, standing up and straightening his robes. "Excuse me." He knew that the minute he left, Blaise would complain about him furiously, but he couldn't find it in himself to care. He walked out of the compartment, and past many others, glancing at the happy inhabitants as he trudged down the train. How lucky everyone else was, to have nothing but weeks of relaxing and enjoyment ahead of them. All of them were too preoccupied with making plans and finishing homework to worry about Voldemort or Harry Potter, or any of the dangers the wizarding world faced. Well, nearly everyone. Draco passed a compartment, the inhabitants turning to look at him as he lingered. Ron Weasley narrowed his eyes at him, about to stand up when Hermione Granger grabbed his arm and stopped him, throwing Draco a look that plainly told him to go. A girl with bright red hair Draco could only assume was Ron's sister glanced in his direction and frowned as well, looking from him to her brother, who was giving Draco a look of deep loathing. Only Neville Longbottom didn't glare in his direction, instead looking at him so thoughtfully Draco almost wished he would scowl and tell him to leave. Draco walked on. He had no sense of direction, no idea of where he was even walking to, until he bumped into two familiar faces. Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe were standing by the trolley witch's cart, a large amount of sweets and pastries held in their arms. When they spotted Draco, they swallowed whatever was in their mouths and called out to him. "Oi, Malfoy!" Draco turned, caught sight of them, and rolled his eyes. "You two been out here this whole time then?" he asked, walking over to them. "Not our fault, was hungry," Vince said in between swallows. Surprise, surprise, Draco said sarcastically. Come on, we were looking for you. Together they walked back to the Slytherin compartment, this time without Draco sparing even a glance at his fellow students as he led the way silently. Hey, look who I found, he called out, swinging the door of their compartment open. He just had time to see Blaise abruptly stop talking and quickly lean back on his seat as the three boys entered the compartment. There you two are, Pansy exclaimed. We were getting worried you'd been left behind. Ah, is that for me? Theo asked teasingly, making a swipe at some of the sweets in Greg's arms. Hands off, Greg said as he took a seat next to Theo, Vince sitting opposite him as the group shuffled to make space. What did we miss then? Vince asked, chewing on a licorice wand. Nothing much, just making plans for the summer. You guys coming over to mine then? Blaise asked dismissively. Should be able to, parents probably won't care, Gray muttered whilst Vince nodded. Well, now I really feel bad. Are you sure you don't mind, Draco? Pansy asked anxiously. Draco, only half paying attention, shook his head. It's fine, Pansy, don't worry about me. Across the seat from him, Blaise shot him an annoyed look but said nothing and Draco ignored it. As the train rattled and shook, it was easy for Draco to zone out of the conversation, instead staring blankly out the window as the low hum of chatter buzzed in his ear. Then out of nowhere, a nudge in the ribs snapped him out of his thoughts. Huh? Pansy giggled. Theo rolled his eyes. Half asleep this one, we were discussing Potter. Draco felt his mouth grow dry. What about him? Pansy raised his eyebrows. Well, in case you forgot, the most famous boy in the world destroyed Diagon Alley, killed a muggle and escaped out of Azkaban all in one day. Where do you think he is? Oh, Draco mumbled, though no one seemed to hear it. If he's with the Dark Lord, it has to be somewhere nice. I doubt he would settle for anything less, Theo said matter-of-factly. See, I'm still confused as to how he became such a freak, Greg said, munching on something crunchy. Not every day the country's national treasure becomes a murderous little monster, you know. Draco's fist curled. Don't call him that, he spat. The compartment became very quiet. What's up with you? Greg asked, staring at Draco and looking annoyed. Don't mind him, Greg, he's always like this when you talk about Potter, Blaise said loftily. Meaning? Meaning you're so protective of him it's as if we're insulting a boyfriend. Spoiler alert, Draco, the boy's a criminal, not a kitten. Draco felt his cheeks flush. Bit rich coming from you. How's Mummy been lately? You. Okay, relax boys, Pansy interrupted quickly. I think what Blaise is trying to say, Draco, is that you seem to have a soft spot for Potter, that's all. Yeah, and it's weird that you're so protective of him, seeing that you don't know him, Theo added. So he says, Blaise muttered under his breath. Draco ignored the last comment. He hesitated. I just think it's wrong to mock him. I mean, we all know how an obscurus is made and it seems cruel to insult him for it. The group went silent at this, taking into account what Draco had just said. Pansy looked thoughtful, Theo slightly abashed. Even Greg and Vince paused mid-chew, considering Draco's words. Blaise just looked away. You're right, Pansy said after what felt like a full minute of silence. We'll stop, okay? We don't mean to be cruel though, we're all on his side anyway. Oh yeah? Draco asked. Course, Vince said. He's with the Dark Lord in it? He's one of us. One of Harry would react if he heard that. Yeah, guess you're right. The rest of the journey passed by smoothly, though there was a tense sort of feeling to the group as they all said their goodbyes and departed the train. Draco caught sight of his mother, chatting next to Mrs. Zabini. When her gaze met Draco's, she smiled and excused herself. Darling, how are you? Hello, mother, Draco murmured as she pulled him into a tight embrace. Have all your things? Narcissa asked lightly, as any normal mother would do. Draco simply nodded. It was strange, how only being on the platform for the Hogwarts Express, surrounded by parents and students alike, made Draco feel ordinary, normal, as though his life were the same as everyone else's. Narcissa asked simple questions and chatted to other parents and smiled at Draco, and it was enough to make him forget about what was waiting for him when he got home, that the two of them were nothing like anyone else. I was just chatting to Mrs. Zabini here, you know her son, don't you? Blaise? Narcissa asked, indicating the woman next to her who smiled at the pair and turned to face them. Of course I do. Hello, Mrs. Zabini, Draco said, nodding at the woman. She was tall, dark and beautiful, though Draco noticed her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. Hello, Draco. How has school been? She asked in a rich voice. Draco merely shrugged. The witch laughed. Just like Blaze. I can see why he likes you. Ah, here he comes now. Over here, Blaze, she called, waving him over. Blaze walked over to them, stiffening as he caught sight of Draco. Hey, Draco said lightly. Blaze just nodded. Come now, Blaze, don't be rude, say hello properly. Mrs. Zabini laughed, though Draco detected a hint of iciness in her voice. Hello, Draco, Blaze said automatically, though he refused to meet his eye. I suppose you two have planned to meet during the holidays? Mrs. Zabini asked. Draco saw his mother stiffen, looking at him worriedly. No, mother, he's unavailable, Blaze replied curtly. Narcissa relaxed. Yes, my apologies, you must understand, of course, Lucius and I are just too worried to let him out of our sights. Mrs. Zabini smiled sympathetically and squeezed her hand. Of course, these are dangerous times we're living in after all. You know who could threaten our children at any moment, and we'd be useless to stop him. I just hope someone stops him soon, Narcissa replied, and Draco had to admire her acting skills. Oh, don't worry, I'm sure someone will, Blaze said quietly. Draco shot him a look, but the boy stared back defiantly. Draco sighed. How long was his friend going to stay mad at him? It was a relief when Narcissa exchanged goodbyes to Mrs. Zabini, holding onto Draco's hand tightly as they walked through the brick wall and down King's Cross Station, towards an area where they would be able to disapparate to the manor without any muggles noticing. Be honest, how are you really? Draco's eyes flickered over to his mother, but her gaze was set firmly in front of her as they passed a series of muggle shops. Fine, would be better if you would tell me the truth in your letters. Narcissa tightened her hand around Draco's. You must understand we are limited on what we say. The school has begun interpreting the letters being sent in and out. I know, Draco said sullenly, annoyed by this perfectly reasonable excuse. How's father been? He asked, keen to change the subject. Narcissa hesitated. Awaiting your arrival with anticipation. He has missed you, Draco. Draco said nothing. They walked on in silence until Narcissa turned into a quiet alleyway. Okay, this should be suitable. How's Harry? Draco asked abruptly. Narcissa froze in the midst of getting her wand out. He's fine, she said unconvincingly. Mother. Ask him yourself, Draco, Narcissa said, sighing. Come. She held out her hand and Draco reluctantly took it, the apparition clenching his stomach horribly and restricting his lungs until it was over, and he let out a deep sigh of relief. They stood by the gates of the manor, the wards not allowing them to apparate any further. He could easily make out the vast building ahead of him, an odd peacock or two strutting along the lawn. He suddenly wished he was back on the Hogwarts Express. He didn't feel ready to return yet. Unfortunately, time waited for no one. Draco sighed and followed his mother as she led the way home. It was time to finally see Harry Potter. Snape stood by the entrance of 12 Grimmauld Place, for the very first time in his life nervous for the latest meeting. He was already running late, and he knew his fellow Order members would hardly appreciate his tardiness. But he couldn't bring himself to enter, to tell them that Voldemort had begun teaching Harry the Unforgivables, to see the look on their faces as they realized Harry Potter was slowly drifting further and further away from innocence. Snape clenched his fists tighter, determined to not let even a hint of emotion betray him tonight. He must remain impassive, ensure that the stony wall he had built remained strong throughout the meeting. Gritting his teeth, he walked on, straight ahead until he reached the door to the kitchen, where his hand hesitated for just a second before he clutched the handle and swung the door open. Familiar faces greeted him. Albus Dumbledore, seated at the end of the table, McGonagall to his left, Jones, Vance and Podmore on one side, Kingsley, Moody and Lupin to the other. Hagrid was as usual squashed in the corner of the kitchen. The Weasleys seemed to be absent. But amongst the old faces, there were some new ones. A young woman, looking fresh out of Hogwarts, with short, bright, bubblegum pink hair was seated next to Moody, looking at Snape with a mild kind of interest. Before he had entered, she and Moody had appeared to be in conversation, the latter of which was now staring at Snape with the usual trace of paranoia. There was another new member, seated next to Lupin. Snape froze for a second when he realized it was not a new member but none other than Sirius Black, who it seemed finally decided to join the meetings. His hair was a little messy and he had dark bangs under his eyes, but aside from that he seemed reasonably well. Snape looked at him with narrowed eyes, not forgetting his anger that the boy's own godson was absent from the meetings dedicated to his rescue. Sirius, however, was not looking at Snape, and it was only when Dumbledore spoke did Snape take his eyes off of the man. "Take a seat, Severus, we are just waiting for the Weasleys." Snape obliged, sitting in his usual seat at the other end of the table, opposite Dumbledore. "Glad they're still with us, the Weasleys," came the gruff voice of Moody. "Was getting suspicious they were thinking of leaving. Reckon they were getting too scared to come back." "You, suspicious? I never would have thought." Moody, the young, pink-haired witch, laughed. Severus half expected Moody to bark something back at her, but he just grunted and resumed his stony expression. Snape barely had time to marvel at the fact she had gotten away with talking to Moody in such a way when the door burst open again. Arthur Weasley walked into the room, blabbering apologies as he walked over to the last two remaining seats. "So sorry we're late, Albus. Had to pick Bill up on the way, didn't know the location, see? Fidelius charm and all." Snape focused his attention on Arthur, unsure who Bill was supposed to be. Then he realized Arthur was not accompanied by his wife, but rather a tall, good-looking man whose bright red hair Snape had mistook for Molly's. It was his son, Snape had realized, as Bill took a seat next to his father and nodded politely to the group. He barely recognized him. The last time they had met was when the boy had been in Hogwarts. He was older now, his hair grown out and put into a low ponytail, and he was sporting a fanged earring Snape was quite sure Molly disapproved of. "No matter, Arthur, we're glad to see you here," Albus replied. "Yes, well, sorry about Molly, Dumbledore, she wasn't too keen to loan with everything that's been going on and all," Arthur explained apologetically. "But I would like you all to meet my eldest son Bill. He was previously working in Egypt but recently took a job in Gringotts to be able to attend the meetings. Could be very useful, Dumbledore, being so close to the goblins and all." He patted his son on the back with a fierce kind of approval. Dumbledore smiled. "I understand, Arthur. Molly has every right to want to protect her children, and I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are pleased to have you here, Bill. I'm sure you will prove very useful in due course." "And what happens when we lose our use, Dumbledore? What shall become of us then?" Snape watched his fellow Order members smile and nod in Bill's direction. Kingsley reached over to shake his hand. Then Moody cleared his throat and said in an unusually meek voice, "Yes, sir, I'd also like to introduce N.Y. Tonks, one of my newest Aurors, young but exceptionally talented, very eager to join the Order. She'll be able to help Kingsley and me find key ministry intel and so forth." The witch Tonks smiled in an embarrassed sort of way as the Order once again nodded and smiled in her direction. When Snape was sure the introductions were finished, he coughed and looked at Dumbledore. "I suppose you'd like to know the latest news?" Dumbledore nodded gravely. "Please, Severus." The atmosphere in the room had died down, every person in the room now focusing entirely on Snape. All but Sirius leaned in closer, keen to hear the latest news Snape had to bring. "Harry doesn't appear to be in any harm physically. Emotionally, I believe the worst he suffers from is loneliness," Snape said, trying to delay the more important news for as long as he could. "As for the Dark Lord, he seems to be busying himself with something. He's been sending his remaining Death Eaters on various tasks throughout the country." "Do you know what he is planning, Severus?" Dumbledore asked. Snape shook his head. "The Dark Lord does not yet trust me enough to share his aims personally, but from what I know I believe it has something to do with raising his previous forces once more." "Giants," Hagrid said at once. "Has Terbium Professor Dumbledore, sir? He's used them once before." "Don't forget the werewolves," Lupin said darkly. "I hear Fenrir Greyback's been getting pretty lenient towards Voldemort. He'll be picking sides soon enough, Albus, and when he does you can be sure he won't be alone." "Let's not jump to conclusions right away," Dumbledore said quietly. "Do you know who Voldemort is going to try and recruit first?" he asked Snape. Snape shook his head. Dumbledore sighed. "Then the best we can do now is set up surveillance on anyone who could be targeted by Voldemort. Hagrid, we'll need to discuss a plan about the giants. I'm sure you can keep an eye on the goblins of Gringotts, Bill. It'll be useful to know where their allegiances lie," Dumbledore said as Hagrid and Bill nodded. "Remus, I know it's a lot to ask, but if the time comes. I'll do what I must, Albus, Lupin said quietly. Sirius turned his head to face him, trying to catch his eye, but Lupin kept his gaze firmly on his lap. Dumbledore nodded soberly. The rest of you must keep a lookout at the Ministry. At moments like these we can be certain there will be spies that have penetrated our government. Do whatever you believe necessary, but do not give Fudge any reason to suspect you, he said severely, and the order nodded in unison. Very well, is that all, Severus? And at last, they had reached the moment where Snape would have to tell the truth. He hesitated, looking at the expecting faces around him, and let out a sigh. No, not quite, the Dark Lord is. He is teaching Harry the unforgivable curses. The reaction was as bad as he expected. Moody swore under his breath. Lupin's eyes grew wide. McGonagall's hand flew to her mouth in shock. Arthur went pale. Hagrid looked like he was on the verge of tears. Sirius did something very strange. He limped away from the table, fumbled around for a glass, shakily filled it with fire whiskey, and then slammed it in the sink, where it smashed loudly. Whether he did it from anger or shock, Snape couldn't tell. Only Dumbledore didn't react straight away, instead closing his eyes and letting in an intake of breath. Albus. Snape's voice, sharp and intense, caused Dumbledore to open his eyes and stare straight at Snape. What should we do? No one dared breathe. Every eye was on Dumbledore, watching him nervously, convinced only he could offer them all a solution. For now, Dumbledore said slowly, there is nothing we can do. The group let out a collective outcry. What? Just leave him there, Albus, we must do something. We can't just sit back and let you know who teach him those spells. If the boy grows stronger, so does Voldemort's influence over him. Dumbledore, we must do something. Kingsley's booming voice was heard over all others, and once again everyone quietened down and looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled weakly. But what can we do, Kingsley? Malfoy Manor is still under the Fidelus charm, and it's not likely to break anytime soon. We still have no way of rescuing Harry, no way of even reaching him. Well, think of something then, Sirius hissed. He's 13. He cannot learn those spells. They're. I am aware of the severity of the situation, Sirius, Dumbledore said. But we must think reasonably. These are not easy spells. They require raw, true emotion. Don't tell me the boy was able to master them immediately, Severus? Well, he did express his difficulties in mastering the Imperious Curse, and he did say that he was not keen to learn it, Snape admitted. There you go then, Sturgis Podmore said quickly, looking relieved. He doesn't know how to cast them, and he doesn't even want to. This must mean, for now, we have nothing to worry about. Don't be foolish. The Dark Lord expects Potter to learn those spells, and he will not stop until he does, Snape interrupted drawlingly. He will find ways, Albus, to obtain those raw emotions. Set the boy loose or feed him lies until he wants to learn them. It's only a matter of time. This is mad, Emmeline Vance said, shaking her head. What 13-year-old boy would ever want to learn such magic? But we must remember that Potter is no ordinary 13-year-old boy, Kingsley said quietly. By now Voldemort would have twisted the truth, make him think that we would rather see him die than live because he is an obscurial. He may think he has no choice but to learn them. A tense silence followed this, interrupted by Moody's harsh voice. Perhaps now we can discuss other alternatives. Moody, Lupin warned quietly. Moody ignored him. The Malfoy boy, for instance. What about him? Dumbledore asked politely. Moody scowled. You know what, Albus? He barked. The boy has a direct link to Potter. We could use him to lure Potter out of the manor. And it could result in Draco being injured or killed, Dumbledore said quietly. I understand your frustrations, Alistair, but we cannot knowingly put a boy in harm's way for the sake of Harry. It would be unwise. Well, I think it's a great idea. The Malfoys are all Death Eaters, Sirius interrupted, folding his arms and glaring at Dumbledore. The boy isn't, Albus reminded. Sirius scoffed. Not yet, but if Voldemort isn't stopped now, he'll follow in his father's footsteps, I'm sure of it. Sirius, Lupin said quietly, think about what you're saying. I know exactly what I'm saying. It sounds like Moody here is the only one with a plan good enough to save Harry, and none of you want to act on it, Sirius said angrily. A ripple of murmurs spread throughout the table as some members of the Order shook their heads and a few others suddenly looked doubtful. Dumbledore sighed. You all care so much about the boy, and yet you never think to look at this from his perspective. If we do take the Malfoy boy and Harry finds out, where does that leave us? Harry will never trust us, never. We could very well be taking his only friend away from him, and Voldemort will tee the truth further. Draco won't be enough to lure Harry out of the manor, because Voldemort would never allow Harry to leave just for the sake of him. We only risk leaving the boy even more isolated, more alone. So now I ask you this serious. I ask all of you, is this really the best plan for saving Harry? No one spoke. Sirius slumped back on his chair, defeated. Moody looked sour, but it was obvious he could see the flaws in his plan. Everyone else simply looked lost. The only plan they may have had proved useless. I understand we are all frustrated, Dumbledore continued, addressing the room. But we must remember, good plans are not made overnight. They are well thought out over a number of weeks, every detail made perfect before being acted on. I don't doubt anyone in this room, he said, standing up. Togger, I am certain we will find a way through this, but for now we must not act rashly, we must be careful, clever, for now, we wait. But the unforgivables, Albus, McGonagall whispered. Is there nothing we can do? Dumbledore looked away from the table, refusing to face anyone, his face unreadable. There was a pause, and then, no, there is not. Snape looked on, his stony wall crumbling, but only for a second. Backquote, enough. Enough, I say. You're not even trying. Harry scowled, lowering his wand as Voldemort snarled at him from across the garden. Avada Kedavra. A jet of green light shot from Voldemort's wand, hitting the mouse Harry had been practicing the imperious curse on with a bright flash. It let out a loud squeak and then fell limp, dead. Harry flinched at the sight of it. I am not asking you to cast the spell on a full-grown wizard, Harry. A mouse, Harry, a mouse. Surely you are capable of even that? Harry's eyes narrowed and met Voldemort's. He was getting sick of being shouted at, sick of being woken at the crack of dawn to practice a spell with little improvement, and most of all, sick of Voldemort. Can't you teach me something else? He burst out angrily. I don't want to learn this curse. It's just not right. Why? Voldemort hissed. What makes it so wrong? Harry struggled with himself. I can't just force people to act against their will. Voldemort sneered. At this rate, Harry, you won't even be able to control simple vermin, let alone people. Harry glowered at the man who ignored him, raising his wand to conjure another animal. Again, no, Harry shouted, causing Voldemort to stop in his tracks. The wizard stared at him for a few moments. No, he repeated slowly. Please, I don't want to learn this, Harry said weakly. Teach me anything else, okay? Anything but this. There was silence for a bit. Then, very well, Voldemort turned away from Harry and strode away from the garden, towards the door at the end. Harry stood there, stunned. What? He called at Voldemort. Very well, Voldemort repeated, turning around. I understand, Harry, it must still be too difficult for you. No, I had hoped that you would have grown more confident with your wand. I admit I am disappointed, but very well, we can cease our lessons if you are unable to continue with them. Harry looked at him helplessly. No, I don't want to. It would be a shame, of course, Voldemort interrupted. If in the event of your capture, you would be unable to defend yourself properly against the Aurors, but I understand, if this is your decision. His hand rested on the handle of the door. No, Harry yelled, and Voldemort paused, raising his eyebrow at Harry. And no, fine, I'll learn it, please just come back and teach me it. Something of a smile flickered on Voldemort's face. Good, he said, walking back towards Harry. He took out his wand, again. Harry sighed and raised his wand higher. It was going to be a long day. Harry didn't know how long he had been practicing. He was utterly exhausted, so tired he could have happily dropped to the ground and slept. Voldemort, however, seemed to be bursting with energy. He seemed determined that Harry master the spell, so much so that even if Harry had been able to hold it for a second longer, he clapped his hands and declared it to be an improvement, that he must go again and try for even longer. Harry was just about ready to snap again when Voldemort suddenly lowered his wand, peering his head to the right slightly as though an invisible voice was whispering in his ear. Ah, it seems Narcissa has returned. What? Harry asked, barely listening. Have you forgotten? Draco returns home this evening. The Hogwarts term has ended. Harry's head shot up. Wah, already? But Voldemort was already stowing his wand in his robes and striding back towards the door. We'll end your lessons for today, Harry. 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, don't be late. And he left without waiting for Harry's reply. Harry stood stunned for a few seconds until he gained some sense and ran back towards the manor, trying in vain to make his hair look neater as he did so. He briskly walked towards the entrance of the manor, hesitating as he reached the front door. It had been so long since he last saw Draco, and they had only recently started sending letters to each other again. What if it was weird between them? What if Draco had changed drastically since he last saw him? Harry lingered by the door, peering out the window where he saw Narcissa and Draco walking towards the manor. Lucius Malfoy standing a few feet away, one hand behind his back and the other resting on his cane. He greeted Narcissa first, kissing her on the cheek and exchanging a few words before turning to his son. Harry noticed Draco had grown a few inches taller. He now roughly came up to his father's chest. He and Lucius spoke for a few minutes, the older man resting his hand on his son's shoulder, before all three of them began walking back towards the manor. Quickly, Harry darted out of sight, hiding behind a large curtain, sick with nerves. The trio entered the manor, Draco appearing to be answering his father's questions on his exam results. Harry noticed his voice had become slightly deeper too, an air of casualty added to it Harry had not yet heard before. They spoke in the entrance for a few minutes, until Lucius clapped Draco's arm and announced he had to go back to his study. Narcissa called Dobby to take Draco's trunks up to his room and then pulled her son closer, telling him something softly that Harry couldn't make out. Harry saw Draco nod solemnly and she leaned back again, giving him an approving sort of look. Before she left, Harry saw her head turned in the direction of the curtain and he quickly pulled his head back to avoid being seen. At the sound of her receding footsteps, he slowly poked his head around and saw Narcissa waking back up the stairs. Harry could have sworn he saw a strange sort of smile on her face, but the next second she was gone, leaving Draco and Harry alone in the hall. Harry paused, unsure how he was to go about making his presence known. Draco lingered by the hall, looking around as though searching for something. Then he caught sight of Harry peering. Harry flushed, but the boy grinned and made his way over to him, pulling the curtain back and moving to stand next to him, then letting the curtain fall back into place so that they were both obscured behind it. "Hello," Draco said. "Hi," Harry breathed. "Why are we hiding behind this dusty old curtain?" "Oh, Draco laughed, and all of a sudden Harry's nerves had vanished, any trace of doubt or uncertainty leaving him as he listened to his friend's familiar laugh. How silly it was for him to think their friendship would suddenly grow awkward. He found himself grinning too as Draco clutched his hand and led the way down the hall. "Come on," he said, "it'll be quieter in my room." They walked up the stairs, Draco giving Harry's hand an excited tug as he pulled him down corridor after corridor, Harry walking clumsily to keep up with the boy. After what felt like having to navigate their way through a maze, they arrived at Draco's bedroom. Draco pushed the door open, dragging Harry inside and closing the door quick. Let go of Harry's hand, throwing himself onto his four-poster bed with a loud sigh whilst Harry awkwardly watched from the door. "Come on, Harry," Draco called from the bed. "Oh, Draco rolled his eyes. "It wouldn't be the first time we shared a bed." Harry felt his face grow hot. He took tiny steps towards Draco, sitting by the edge of his bed and blushing deeply. Draco looked at him for a few seconds before lying down on his back. "How are you?" he asked. Harry turned to look at him and saw him staring at the canopy above his bed. "Better, thanks to your letters." Draco nodded but said nothing. Harry sighed and leaned back on the bed too. Then he struggled to contain a gasp. Harry assumed he would see nothing but the silk canopy that rested above Draco's bed. Instead, it was as though he were back outside, in the garden. Above him were hundreds of constellations, shining against an ebony backdrop. Thousands of twinkling stars scattered across them. Harry was reminded of the nights when Draco liked to point out each star in the sky, explaining to him what constellation they were in and what they all meant, and now he could see how the boy knew so much. It was magic, it had to be. But it was beautiful, beautiful magic. Draco caught him gaping and smiled. "Mother had it done for me. Her family has always had a unique interest in the stars." "It's amazing," Harry breathed. Draco laughed. "See that one, over there?" He pointed at a particularly bright star, one that shone brighter than all others. "That one's called Sirius. It's the brightest star in the sky. Some people call it the Dog Star," Harry finished. You told me about it last year. Draco blinked and then smiled. He got off his bed and began busting around the room. Looking for something? Harry asked, sitting up and watching his friend inquisitively. Just trying to find aha. Draco pulled out a thick, dusty book from an ancient-looking chest. Blowing the dust from it, he sat in the middle of the room, placing the book in front of him like a shrine. Then he took out his wand and pointed it at the book. At once it sprang open, but when Harry leaned in closer for a look, he found there was nothing but blank, slightly yellowish paper. Just as he was about to question why Draco would have an empty book, it began to shudder, glowing brighter and brighter, and Harry stared at it in awe. Slowly, what looked like the beginning of a constellation began snaking its way from out of the book, twirling and twisting elegantly, growing larger and larger in the air. With a flick of his wand, Draco had dimmed the lights, shrouding the room in darkness. The constellation gleamed in the dark, shimmering and shining, and Harry began to make out words forming underneath the stars. "My family tree," Draco said softly. "From my mother's side, she gave me this copy a few years ago. It's been a while since I've last seen it." Finally, the constellation stopped growing and hovered in midair, rippling slightly like water in a pool. Harry noticed that the light seemed to be coming from the book, as though it was some sort of magic projector. "There's me, over there." Draco pointed at a small star towards the bottom, labeled Draco Lucius Malfoy. Above it were two large stars, entwined, labeled Narcissa Black Malfoy and Lucius Malfoy. "I was named after one of the largest constellations in the sky," Draco explained. "My father liked the meaning behind the name, and my mother was happy as long as her family tradition was kept. She was one of the few members of the Black family to not be named after a star, the rest of her family though." Next to Narcissa's name, Harry saw two others, Bellatrix Black. Lestrange and Andromeda Black Tonks were connected to Narcissa by a thin, silvery line. Harry noticed that though the star above Bellatrix glowed brightly, Andromeda's star looked faded and dull, flickering in the constellation as though it was about to be put out at any moment. "My aunt Bellatrix, named after the third brightest star in the constellation of Orion," Draco said, "and my other aunt, Andromeda." "Why does her star flicker like that?" Harry asked. "My mother says it's because she married out," Draco said simply. Harry looked confused. "Out?" "The pureblood families," Draco said shortly. Harry frowned. "She married a Muggle-born. She married out," Draco said as though it was obvious. "A Muggle what?" Draco looked shocked. Did no one explain to you?" Harry stared at him blankly. "Okay, well, see, I'm a pureblood," Draco explained. "My whole family is. It means we haven't married Muggles," he added quickly, seeing Harry's confused expressions. "Wizards shouldn't generally mix with Muggles, see? It pollutes our blood." "Pollutes?" "Yes, well, the Muggles aren't like us. They're ignorant and cruel. It's wrong to marry them." Harry thought of the Dursleys and felt himself nod. "So what's a Muggle born then?" Draco shuddered. "Oh, they're just as bad. They're people with magic born to Muggles. Most don't know a thing about wizards or their culture. They only find out when they get their Hogwarts letter." Harry shifted uncomfortably. What Draco was explaining sounded a lot like him. "Does that mean I'm a Muggle born?" Draco laughed and shook his head. No, you're just unlucky. You should have been told you're a wizard by the Muggles, but they didn't." "Typical," he added bitterly. "So what does that make me then?" Harry wondered. "Well, your dad was a pure blood, but your mum was Muggle-born, so you're a half-blood. They're all right though," Draco said quickly. "Most of the wizards now are. Unfortunately, many pure bloods were bewitched or forced to marry Muggles. But half-bloods aren't as bad as Muggle-borns. At least you have some pure blood ancestry." "So my mother was terrible then?" Harry didn't mean to sound cold as he said it, but Draco looked horrified and quickly began fumbling an apology. No, of course not. I didn't mean. I'm sorry. Well, your dad came from an important line of purebloods and she married him, so." "It's fine," Harry said quickly. "Don't worry about it." Draco looked at him weakly. "It's fine," Harry repeated, firmly. Draco nodded, still looking embarrassed. Harry quickly tried changing the conversation. "So if Muggle-borns are like us, wizards and all, why is it bad to marry one?" Draco looked relieved at the change of subject. Then he paused, contemplating Harry's question and clearly struggling to answer. After a while, he just shrugged. "Well, they're not like us. They came from Muggles, so they can't be any better than them. "So, what happened when your aunt married one?" he asked. "Oh, she was disowned, of course," Draco said, as though this was completely normal. "It was unacceptable, that's why her star keeps flickering out. It should have really vanished by now, but I think Mother feels too bad to remove it." "That's a bit harsh, though, don't you think? I mean, not all Muggles or Muggle-borns can be bad, right? Doesn't it seem a bit dramatic to disown her just for who she chooses to marry?" Draco stared at him incredulously. Harry saw his face flicker from annoyed to angry. With a flick of his wand, the book snapped shut, the constellation instantly fading and shrouding the room with darkness. With another flick of his wand, the lights turned back on. Harry blinked and saw Draco stowing the book away, looking sour. "I'm sorry," he said quickly, jumping off the bed. "I didn't mean to offend you." "I just don't understand you, Harry," Draco interrupted. "You of all people should hate the Muggles. I mean the way they treated you, acting as though you're the mistake. You're the dirt under their shoes. My aunt came from an old and powerful pureblood family. They were highly respected amongst Wizarding Society. And then she tried to tarnish their name by marrying a mudblood," Draco said bitterly. "Mudblood? Muggle-borns aren't pure wizards. They're unnatural. They're not supposed to be made. How else can you explain Muggles giving birth to a wizard or witch? It's not right, Harry. You could say the exact same thing aboyedly. That's different. You're different." Draco trailed off, suddenly looking very tense. "I'm sorry," Harry said in a small voice. "I didn't understand." Draco sighed. "Don't be, Harry, you're still new to all of this." Harry didn't reply, looking down on the floor instead. An awkward silence spread throughout the room until Draco walked over to Harry, holding out his hand. "Come on, dinner should be ready by now." Harry enclosed his hand in Draco's and they walked out of his bedroom, Draco navigating the way to the dining room. Before they entered, Draco let go of Harry's hand, walking inside and taking a seat in between his parents as usual. Harry said nothing. Snape lingered after the meeting had ended, watching Dumbledore exchange goodbyes with Moody and shake Tonk's hand, a few words spoken between them before she and Moody had departed. Sirius and Lupin had hung back in the kitchen, cleaning up the mess made in the sink. Snape had tried to ignore them, to look away as Arthur and Bill now approached Dumbledore. But as every second passed he found it harder and harder until eventually he couldn't resist the urge to walk over to them. "Surprised you came tonight, Black," he said quietly. Sirius stiffened. "What are you trying to say, Snivelus?" "Just expressing my surprise. I'd thought you'd been locked away in your room tonight, letting us do all the hard work." Sirius made to lunge at him, but Lupin grabbed his arm, holding him back. "Severus," he warned. Snape ignored him. "I am glad you're here, though. It's time you took some responsibility for your own godson." "You, gentlemen, is everything okay here?" Dumbledore asked calmly, walking over to the trio. Lupin eyed him warily. "Everything's fine, Albus, right, Sirius?" Sirius didn't respond, glaring at Snape with a deep loathing. "We were just going upstairs. Come on, Sirius," Lupin said as he grabbed Sirius's arm and dragged him out of the kitchen, not looking back as the door closed behind them. Dumbledore turned to Snape. "That was cruel, Severus," he said quietly. "Don't you think someone should have said it?" Snape snarled. "Are we supposed to allow him to get away with what he has been doing? He has been absent from these meetings for weeks. Meetings dedicated to the rescue of his own godson. And everyone could understand why he had done so. To point it out was extremely unnecessary," Dumbledore said, shaking his head. "Do not lie to me, Severus. Do not act as though you truly care about the boy. You are not better than Sirius just because you attend these meetings, not when your reasons for doing so have not been honorable." Snape glared at the man, gritting his teeth angrily. "Perhaps my reasons for trying to save Potter are not as noble as yours may be. It doesn't change the fact that I still did something to help him, however little I truly care. I put my life at great risk again and again, but Black has not yet had the chance to mourn the loss of his best friend or properly catch up with a life that has run away without him," Dumbledore said solemnly. "Sirius lost everything in the space of hours when James and Lily were murdered. He lost his friends due to the trust he wrongly placed in another. He was sentenced to Azkaban for crimes he did not commit, and upon his escape, the boy he swore to protect was taken from him in a matter of minutes. Sirius must be feeling angry, ashamed, overwhelmed with grief and emotions that only seemed to pile on and on. He may have to live with the knowledge that there can be nothing done for Potter and he could point the blame entirely on himself. It is a cruel thing really, what the heart can force you to believe when the mind stops working properly. He does not need your criticism, Severus, just our patience and time. Well, we don't all get that luxury, Albus, Snape said softly. No, I suppose not, Dumbledore said sadly. Snape narrowed his eyes. I shall see you at the next meeting, he said curtly, making his way to the door of the kitchen. Severus, Dumbledore called out. Snape turned around. You must try harder. Voldemort must trust you fully if we are to know what he is planning. Snape glowered at the man for a few seconds, looking as though he wanted to yell at him as loudly as he could. When he spoke, however, his voice was dangerously soft. Has it not once crossed your mind, Headmaster, that I, unlike some people, have done my very best? That the danger I put my life in, the sacrifices I have made, is far more than most in this room will ever do? Will it ever be enough to satisfy you? I am aware of the risks you take, Severus, Dumbledore said lightly. And I know I ask you a great deal, but you made a promise to me. I am aware, Snape said shortly, and I shall do my best. Dumbledore bowed his head. That is all I ask of you, Severus, he said quietly. Snape stared at the headmaster for a moment, a million things he wanted to say about to blurt out of his mouth. Then he nodded and walked away from the kitchen without another word, his long black cloak billowing behind him, all his anger still left on his lips. Backquote, 2 weeks later. I need your help, Mother. Narcissa blinked and turned to look at her son. He sat opposite her, his breakfast ignored, a conflicted expression lingering on his face. What is it, Draco? Harry's birthday, what do I get him? Narcissa stared at him for a second, then she laughed. Draco frowned. What? Darling, you sounded so serious I thought something bad had happened, Narcissa chuckled. Draco scowled. Don't give me that look, darling. What are you thinking of getting him? Draco sighed. I don't know, I can't think of anything he might want. Have you tried asking him? Narcissa suggested. Draco nodded. He trusts me to get him something he likes, he said, looking thoroughly annoyed that his friend would place this amount of trust in him. Narcissa looked at him inquisitively. Why the need to get him something? You haven't done so before. Draco shrugged. I've known him for nearly 3 years, it feels right to do something. Narcissa stared at her son with an unreadable expression. That is very kind of you, Draco, she said quietly. Yeah, well, from what he told me, he hasn't had a proper birthday not once in his life. I want to make sure he gets at least one good one, especially after this year. It hasn't been a very good one for him. Narcissa sighed. No, it has not. Draco huffed. If only we could leave the manor, I could take him somewhere interesting for a change. Narcissa went quiet for a second, looking thoughtful. You know, there might be a way for you to do just that, she said slowly. What, leave? Would he allow that? Draco asked, surprised. No, not exactly, Narcissa said. Draco looked confused. Then, how? Narcissa leaned closer. Do you remember when you were 9 and you begged us to take you to Paris so you could see the Eiffel Tower, but your father and I were too busy to take you? Draco nodded. Then his eyes widened. You mean? Narcissa smiled and leaned back in her chair, lifting up her cup of tea and winking at Draco. Brilliant, Draco whispered, grinning. Harry was going to have the best birthday ever. Backquote, Harry dreamed. He dreamed he was in a house with the Dursleys. He dreamed they were sitting around the dining room table. He dreamed he was eating as though he had been starved for days, and yet the Dursleys had not touched a thing on their plates. They gazed at Harry with horror, their eyes glassy and unblinking, their mouths open in shock. Puppets, almost, arranged neatly on the table. Why aren't you eating? Harry asked. Eerily, as though an invisible hand was slowly pulling on his strings, Dudley pointed a finger at Harry's plate. He looked down and saw nothing but a heart in front of him, still pumping normally, blood oozing out of it from where Harry had been eating. Harry looked up and saw a hole in Dudley's chest, an empty spot in the middle. Harry screamed. No sound came out. He blinked and saw he was standing in the living room, the Dursleys arranged on the sofa like dolls. The floor was filling up with water and blood and debris, all stirred together creating a mosaic of filth. Harry was yelling at the Dursleys to leave the house, begging them to get up and run. But they didn't move a muscle, didn't even seem to register anything around them. They were lifeless, soulless beings, marionettes really, whose strings had been cut off. Harry abandoned his attempts to talk to them. He tried to run, go somewhere far, far away from the house, but his feet seemed to be stuck to the ground by something black and oozing. Harry watched horrified as the obscurus slowly slithered out of him, forcing his feet to remain firmly on the floor whilst specks of it drifted off to every inch of the house, covering it in slithers of black mass. Harry couldn't move, couldn't scream, could only watch as the obscurus entered the Dursleys' open mouths, their eyes turning black like empty eye sockets, their veins growing darker and darker. And Harry dreamed he saw pages fall from nowhere, drifting down slowly, burning into ash and crumbling into nothingness before they could fall to the floor. He squinted to see what was written on them and saw there were just 2 words, repeated over and over until Harry's vision went blurry. Harry dreamed. Or maybe he was having a nightmare. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Harry awoke with a cry. Oi! I said wake up, you lazy bastard. Ow! Okay, I'm up. Ow, stop hitting me. Draco flung another pillow at Harry. It hit him squarely in the face. Right, that's it. Harry leapt out of the bed, a pillow held in his hands menacingly. Draco shrieked and ran in circles around the room, Harry chasing after him and whacking him with his pillow. Okay, I'm sore. Ow. I said I'm sore. Harry, stop. Harry. Harry doubled back with laughter, clutching his stomach and falling to the floor as Draco glared at him. Bloody bastard, he grumbled, trying to smoothen out his now messy hair. Well, you do deserve it, Harry said in between giggles. Despite his best efforts, Draco could feel himself smile. Happy birthday, Harry. Harry's laughs faded. What? Is that today? Draco smirked. Get dressed, sleepy, I've got something to show you, he said, marching out towards the door. Quickly, he added, closing the door behind him. Wait, what? Explain yourself, Harry yelled. You'll see, Draco called back. Harry picked himself up off the floor, setting his pillows on his bed whilst rubbing his tired eyes. He was 14, he realized as he made his way over to the wardrobe. 14, and he hadn't even known until Draco mentioned it. He was too busy dreaming. What had he been dreaming? Harry strained to remember, but Draco's abrupt awakening seemed to have driven the dream clear from his head, and for the very first time in Harry's life not even a fraction of it seemed to linger on. It was gone, erased from his memory, leaving him with nothing but confusion and a slight twinge of unease. Harry shrugged and focused on getting ready. He tried combing his hair neater but soon gave up, focusing instead on what to wear. In the end, he settled for a pair of dark green robes, thinking they would match his eyes nicely. He left his room, intent on meeting Draco, when he suddenly realized he had no idea where he was supposed to meet him. Harry stopped in his tracks, unsure of where to go. Then his attention snapped to a figure making its way over to him. Harry blinked and realized it was Narcissa Malfoy. Good morning, Harry, she said, smiling. Mrs. Malfoy, he said, walking over to her. Morning, have you seen Draco? Oh, you'll see him soon enough, Narcissa replied, her smile turning mischievous. And call me Narcissa, please, Harry. Now you better go to the dining room for some breakfast before you meet with Draco. But quickly now, just eat something light. So Harry had no choice but to follow Narcissa to the dining room. He tried questioning her on the way, but she just continued smiling at him, so he gave up. I'm not hungry, really, just a slice of toast. You need to eat something. Harry sighed and picked up the smallest piece of toast he could find, eating it quickly in 3 bites. Done. I feel really full now. Can I leave? Narcissa sighed in amusement. All right, off you go then. Harry jumped from his seat and hurried to the door before realizing he still didn't know where he was meant to go. When he turned around to ask Narcissa, however, he found nothing but an empty chair. What the? Harry looked around for her, confused, but she was nowhere to be seen. He opened the door to the dining room and slowly made his way out, wondering whether he ought to just scream Draco's name as loud as possible until he caught someone's attention when something made him stop in his tracks. A small, silvery blue orb had materialized in front of him, hovering in the air as though waiting for him to follow. Harry grinned. There you are. He followed the Patronus up the stairs, walking down a narrow corridor until he was forced to stop upon coming to a dead end. Harry looked around, confused, when suddenly a hatch door opened and a ladder dropped down. Harry felt his eyebrows raise, but the orb drifted upwards, so Harry shrugged and followed it, climbing up the ladder swiftly, excitement beginning to spark in him. When his head came through the hatch door, he caught sight of Draco, sitting on a chair in the middle of a loft-like room. "There you are," Harry said, feeling the ladder vanish and the hatch door close the second he stepped foot off it. "Where are we?" Draco smiled and motioned for Harry to have a seat opposite him. "My father calls it the Room of Dreams," Draco said, gesturing around him. Harry glanced around the room, noticing it resembled nothing more than a plain, small, circular attic. Unlike the rest of the Malfoys' lavish manor, the attic was completely empty, aside from the 2 chairs Harry and Draco were sitting on. There were no windows, just silvery gray walls that seemed to ripple slightly, as though not completely solid. Harry stared at them, bewildered. "I've been wondering what to get you for your birthday," Draco said quietly. "I thought of something from Hogsmeade, but it didn't feel like enough. What I really wanted was for you to have a chance to leave the manor, so you could witness all the things I wrote about in my letters." "Draco, you didn't need to go through all the trouble." "Yes, I did," Draco said rather fiercely. "And you were worth every minute of planning." Harry felt himself blush slightly at the compliment. "I spent weeks unsure of what to do," Draco continued. "I thought of trying to sneak you out, but I figured we'd be murdered in our sleep if anyone found out. Then my mother gave me this idea. An empty room? I'm sorry, Draco, but I don't understand." Draco gave him a sly smile. "You will." He looked around him, smiling warmly at the 4 walls as though they were showing him something invisible to Harry. He turned back to Harry. "I just thought, why get you something from Hogsmeade when I can just show you it instead? Take us to Hogsmeade," he called out suddenly. Harry stared at him, then felt his eyes widen. Around him, the walls began to glow brighter, a blur of colors mixing onto them. Objects and shadows zooming in and out of Harry's vision. The colors began to speed up, the shapes becoming more distinct until Harry blinked and found himself standing in the midst of a busy village, stumbling slightly as he took in his surroundings. There were shops on either side of him, familiar signs like Honeyduke's and Zonko's joke shop sticking out among them, recognizable from Draco's letters. There were people too, a few of them standing outside a busy-looking pub, wearing what Harry recognized as wizard robes and holding either tall, fizzing glasses or steaming mugs of something creamy in their hands. "That's butterbeer," Draco pointed out. "It's amazing. I'll try and get you some next time I visit." There were others in the village too, though definitely not human. Harry gaped at a horde of what appeared to be goblins standing in a tight-knitted bubble adjacent to Heoises in a language Harry didn't understand. A few feet away, 2 tall, pale men stood solemn, watching a group of babbling witches with a hungry look in their eyes. "Vampires," Draco said, shuddering slightly. "You get all sorts in Hogsmeade." "Amazing." Harry breathed as a tiny sparkler from a Zonko's stand shot into the air, showering the area where Harry and Draco stood with tiny, golden sparks. Harry reached out to touch it but felt his hand swipe at nothing but empty air, the sparks drifting through his skin as though he were a ghost. "We're not actually here," Draco said softly as Harry stared at the spot where the sparks had passed. "The room just creates a vision of wherever we want to be." "We never left the manor," Harry said quietly. Draco looked guilty. "No, I'm sorry, Harry, maybe this was too insensitive, I should just..." But the rest of his words got muffled as Harry crashed into him, enveloping him in a tight hug. "It's perfect," he whispered. "Thank you, Draco." Draco smiled in a shy sort of way. "So nothing, Harry," he murmured. "So where to next?" Harry asked, releasing Draco and staring at him with bright, excited eyes. Draco grinned. "Wherever you want to go, just call out, take us in the place you want to visit." "Oh, I don't know, you choose. How about, take us to Paris?" Their surroundings changed yet again, shifting and forming until they appeared in a vast, lush area, where a towering structure stood tall right in front of them. "The Eiffel Tower," Draco remarked. "I begged Mother to take me when I was young after seeing a picture of it in an old newspaper. This was the next best thing she could give me." "It's incredible," Harry gasped, staring at the legendary tower in awe. "Did you ever go to see it in person?" Draco shook his head wistfully. "I've always wanted to, but we never seemed to have the time." They stayed in Paris for a while, Draco pointing out anything he thought Harry might find interesting. He told Harry how to tell the Muggles and wizards apart, all the shops he wanted to visit, and then spent a while trying to imagine himself at the top of the Eiffel Tower, much to Harry's amusement. Then he called out, "Take us to Venice." Harry's eyes had grown used to the uncomfortable shifting sensation, and it wasn't long before he found himself sitting in a boat in the middle of a gorgeous canal, Draco. Opposite him, their eyes traveling to every corner of the city. "I heard the Italian Ministry of Magic is located under this very canal," Draco commented. "Father once had to visit for some business. I wished I could have joined him." "How could an entire government be located underwater?" Harry asked, laughing. "Magic, Harry," Draco said, a gleam in his eye. "Come on, you take us somewhere now," Draco said after they had grown tired of drifting slowly along the canal. "I wouldn't know where to go," Harry admitted. "Anywhere, whatever's special to you." "Well, there is one place, but I forgot the name." "Think about it then," said Draco. "Picture it as clearly as you can in your mind and the room will act." Harry complied, squeezing his eyes shut as he racked his brain for the clearest memory he could find. The scene changed yet again. The loud chatter and noise died down, the canal vanished and was replaced by a lone, quiet bridge overlooking a few train tracks. Draco looked around, confused. "Where are we, Harry?" Harry didn't reply, looking around him in shock. "I can't believe it," he muttered. Draco looked at him inquisitively, then jumped as a train rattled past, the roaring of the engine taking him by surprise. "I used to come here a lot, after school," Harry said quietly. "It was the longer way home, but so few people knew about it that it was a good place to avoid my cousin Dudley or any of his friends." Harry looked around him fondly. He seemed to be lost in the past, and Draco didn't dare interrupt him. "Every day, as I walked over this bridge, there always used to be a train that passed by at the same time. It didn't matter what time I got here, how late or early I was, every single time there was a train." Harry walked over to the edge of the bridge, standing on his tiptoes to look over the rail. "I used to wave at the driver, sometimes they'd wave back, a few times they even sounded the bell for me," he said, smiling. His smile became bittersweet as another train rattled past. "I always wished that I could be on one of those trains. I wouldn't worry about my destination, I'd just sit on one of them until the train came to a stop, and when I got off I'd be transported to somewhere far away from the Dursleys, somewhere happy." Harry's looked sadly down at the tracks. "It's been years since I was last here, I'd forgotten what it was really like." "I'm sorry, Harry," Draco said softly. Harry shook his head, flashing Draco a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "I was happy here, Draco, and you've reminded me of that. There's nothing to be sorry for." Draco wanted to run to Harry and grab him, shake him and hug him close, never letting go. He wanted Harry to know that his sharing of such a precious memory meant more to him than he could explain. He wanted to find a way for Harry to remember this, to never forget it. Instead, he just said softly, "That's enough now." The bridge faded, the roar of an incoming train dying out slowly. They were back in the gray, rippling room, though this time Draco watched his friend silently as he got up from his chair and walked back down the ladder. And that night, as they lay in the garden eating the sweets Draco had brought from Honeydukes, he reached across the grass and clutched Harry's hand, giving it a light squeeze. Harry didn't let go. Chapter endnotes. I keep doing this thing where I write parts I'm really happy with and forget to save. Note to self. Save your work. Okay, there are actually a few things I need to add real quick. First, I am actually sorry for how long this chapter took to post. I love writing and I love this series, so please don't think I'd ever be one of those writers who stop posting for months at a time. I've just been going through a pretty shit time ATM, don't worry, the Russians failed, and I don't know how to deal with everything properly. Writing does help to relieve the stress though, so hopefully I'll be able to post future chapters quicker. Second, that whole story with the bridge is actually real. When I was a kid, my sister and I used to go down to this park and it was this tiny bridge stationed above 2 train tracks. It's such a special place to me because no matter what time we went, the trains always passed by us as we walked across the bridge. We used to stretch to reach the top of the barrier to wave at the drivers, and it made us so happy when they waved or rang the bell back. The idea of it being linked to the Hogwarts Express, if you got that, just came to me out of the blue as I was writing that scene, and that's when I knew I had to add it in. Lastly, the nightmare scene was something I really wanted to add in for ages now, but I wasn't sure how to do it. When I added it in this specific chapter, on Harry's birthday, I really hoped you understood that Harry not remembering the dream symbolized the start of his Dark Lord path. The day he turned 14, he no longer became badly affected by his nightmares. He didn't even remember them, unlike before when it had a really bad impact on him. It's an extremely important scene because it shows how much Harry is changing and how different he will become. Aside from all that, I really hope you've enjoyed this chapter because I definitely did not enjoy writing it, since I forgot to save my work like 3 times after I'd written a part 1 was really happy with. God kill me if I do it again. Thank you for all your support. Your comments, kudos and bookmarks are the highlight of my day, no joke. Love you all. Less than 3 cigarettes. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Dear Draco, how much longer must I wait until you return for Halloween? A week back isn't nearly enough time, so we'll have to make the most of it. Thought on spending every day in the manor, if you get what I mean. To answer your questions, lessons are going fine. I'm still bored and your mother is lonely again, so everything's pretty much back to normal, which I'm sure you'd be glad to know. I can't tell you what he's teaching me, Draco. I know you asked me twice, but I'm not allowed. I'm sorry. I promise when you come back, I'll show you stuff way cooler than what I'm learning at the moment. I'd love to teach you too, but I think we both know what your father would do to me if he found out, so it's probably best that you just watch. Speaking of your parents, something really weird is going on. I think we're about to find out whatever Voldemort's been planning, because on the rare occasion that I run into your father, he always looks so overworked and tired. Even your mother seems tense during breakfast. I don't suppose they're telling you any more than me though. Whenever I try to ask, they just tell me not to worry. Do you think we should be worried, Draco? I know Voldemort can be dangerous, but I want to believe that whatever he's doing is for the good of wizards. That's what he's always telling me is his plan, anyway. Nagini offers her regards. She caught me sealing one of your letters and demanded to know who I was writing to. She's not as scary as you think. I guess she can just be a little intimidating at first. You'll get used to her, I promise. Yours, Tom Riddle. Harry finished his latest letter with a flick of his quill, setting it down gently after signing off with his name. He searched his desk for a spare envelope, making a mental note to ask Narcissa for more. His supply was down to its last few. What are you doing? Harry flinched slightly at the sound of the real Tom Riddle, who had suddenly materialized behind him. He walked around so that he was standing by Harry's desk, peering over his shoulder at the letter in front of him. Tom scoffed. Of course, another letter, I should have known. Yeah, Harry replied, only half listening, too preoccupied with stopping Tom from getting a proper look at the letter. What? No comeback? I'm hurt, Tom smirked, looking down at Harry, whose hand was quickly reaching over to cover the name at the end. Tom's smirk vanished. Harry, my name, he hissed. You use my name, I didn't know how else. Your arrogance truly has no bounds, Potter. Tom spat, his voice laced with venom. It is one thing to be stuck in this mind, chained to the body of an obscurial, invisible to all but you. But this? Tom looked quite mad now, his usual calm and playful face turned wild and snarling, like an animal pouncing on their prey. You dare take advantage of my anonymity? You dare use my name to send petty letters to that boy? What's it to you? Harry shot back, standing his ground. Voldemort doesn't even like that name, he said so himself. I am not Voldemort, Tom said, dangerously low. I can tell, Harry replied coldly. He's actually real, you're nothing but a memory. How dare? Draco doesn't know who you are, Riddle. He won't recognize your name, and neither will anyone else, unless he's passing around the letters for the whole school to see, Harry said sarcastically. And even then I doubt anyone knows who Tom Riddle is. You're nothing more than a distant memory, Riddle, trapped for whatever reason in my body. No one can see you or talk to you. The only thing you do is live through me. What truly is your value? Lounging around, making snide comments and lurking behind me like a shadow? Voldemort doesn't want you. I don't want you. No one does. You don't exist, Tom. Your only use is your forgotten name. So yes, I think it's perfectly fine for me to use it, wouldn't you agree? Tom stared at Harry, his eyes narrowed, looking livid as he glared down at the boy. But Harry wasn't bothered. It wasn't like Tom could physically hurt him. Eventually, Tom sneered. We'll see, Potter, we'll see. See what? Harry asked, but the boy had already vanished, leaving a cold, dreading feeling nesting in the pit of Harry's stomach. He shook it off, telling himself Riddle was just trying to scare him. It wasn't like he was going anywhere anytime soon. Harry's fight with Tom seemed to be the worst one yet. The boy had not spoken to him at all the following week, and though Harry was relieved at the silence, he also couldn't help but feel worried about Tom's threat. Even though the worst Tom could do was threaten Harry, he still felt sometimes afraid of the boy, despite knowing he could never physically harm him. Instead, Harry tried to focus on the positives. Tom's silence finally gave him a chance to work on practicing the Imperious Curse without any distractions, as it had, much to his displeasure, still not been perfected. Voldemort had become more irritable at what he called Harry's lack of trying, and Harry himself was angry at being accused of laziness when he had committed every hour of his time to working as hard as he could. He had tried over and over again to cast the Imperious, but he knew deep down that his heart just wasn't in it. Voldemort tried giving him a break from practice, instead taking him to the library and having him research the unforgivable curse. Harry had learned all about the raw emotion needed to cast it, how he had to really mean the spell for it to work. And the following day when Voldemort had him practice again, Harry had pointed his wand at the stray fox he was meant to curse, mustered as much emotion as he could and cast the spell to the best of his ability. It hadn't lasted more than 5 seconds. Tom had of course mocked and teased Harry for his efforts, and though Harry pretended not to care, deep down the boy's taunts had done nothing but dampen his spirits. Of course he knew how to cast the Imperious perfectly, as he had bragged to Harry many times, and even when Harry had eventually snapped and asked him to at least help if you're going to mock my efforts, Harry had still failed. Perhaps he should have seen it coming. If Voldemort couldn't teach it to him, what's to say his 16-year-old self could? The week after their argument, when Tom still refused to speak, Harry had shown up bright and early to the garden, keen to begin his lessons with Voldemort without any distractions. When he arrived, however, Voldemort was nowhere to be found. Harry felt himself frown. The man had never failed to be late before. He hung around for a while, twirling his wand in his hands and occasionally directing a random spell at a bush or a patch of grass for his own amusement. 15 minutes later, a loud crack sounded in the air. Harry blinked as Dobby materialized in front of him, sinking into a low bow at the sight of the boy. "Master Harry." "Dobby, have you come to deliver a message?" The house elf nodded. "The Dark Lord wishes to inform you that your lessons will be halted for a while." Harry frowned. For how long? He did not specify, Master. Harry sighed and stuffed his wand back in his pocket. "Thanks, Dobby," he said sullenly. Dobby bowed again, and with another loud crack he had vanished. Harry walked back to his room, disgruntled. He had been counting on his lessons to offer him some form of distraction. Now with Tom ignoring him and Narcissa too busy to see him, Harry felt loneliness sink its teeth into him once more. When Draco returned to the manor for Halloween, Harry barely had any chance to say hello before Draco pulled him into the garden and dragged him to where the large oak tree stood proud, settling behind it so that they were obscured from the windows in the manor. Draco paused and looked around him carefully, Harry watching him, utterly perplexed. When he seemed satisfied, he turned to Harry and grinned. "Look what I have," he said, pulling out a packet of cigarettes from his pocket. Harry gaped at him. "Where'd you get those?" he asked faintly, staring at the cigarettes as Draco took 2 out of the packet. "My friend Vince nicked them from his father. We've been casting duplicating spells on them to make them last," Draco said, smirking and offering one to Harry. Say. "That's why we're out here, silly. Strictly speaking, these are the Muggle sort of cigarettes, so it's probably best not to let them see. They wouldn't approve, you know?" "Right, that would be their main problem with it," Harry said to himself, taking the cigarette from Draco's hand. He leaned in closer as Draco pulled out a lighter too, the flame glowing off his pale face as he lit Harry's cigarette and then his own before he snapped it shut and stuffed it back in his pockets. "I thought Muggle stuff is bad, Draco," Harry said, watching smoke rise from the tip of his cigarette. "Why do you have all this?" "Well, technically a lot of wizards smoke too. They just buy different kind of smokes," Draco said, shifting uncomfortably. "Fancier pipes and magic-enhanced chemicals and all. But obviously I couldn't buy those and father doesn't keep any in the manor, so this is the next best thing." Harry nodded slowly, raising the cigarette to his lips to take a puff. He coughed as the smoke entered his lungs, Draco laughing at his pathetic attempt. "You'll get used to it, Harry, don't worry," he said, sliding down against the tree and leaning against it. expertly taking a drag of his smoke as though it was something he had done many times. Harry followed suit, and they spent the next hour smoking and fooling about, every so often checking to see they weren't being watched. If wizards smoke different kinds to muggles, why does your friend's dad have one? Harry asked lazily. Draco frowned. I don't actually know. Vince said he never even knew his father had them until he found the packet buried in a drawer in his office. Maybe he prefers them, Harry suggested. Draco frowned. I doubt it. Vince's family could easily afford better cigarettes if they wanted to. I reckon he just stole them from a muggle and forgot about them. Draco took out his lighter again, the cheap sort Harry recognized from the many corner shops he had visited as child, and began opening and closing it, so that flickers of light danced off his face. Harry grinned slyly, taking out his wand and pointing it at the lighter, so that the flame rose higher and turned a bright shade of green. They both laughed, and then Draco took out his wand and turned the flame blue, and Harry changed it to purple, Draco to pink until they had exhausted the possible amount of colors. It was then that Draco stored the lighter back in his pocket, stubbing out his cigarette on the grass and pointing his wand at it so that it crumpled into ashes, quickly blown off by the soft evening breeze. He did the same to Harry's and they exited the garden together, the giddiness not quite gone until it was time to go down for dinner and they were forced to act as normal as they could around Draco's parents, not meeting each other's eyes and making only minimal conversation. Voldemort, Harry noticed, was not present, and he found himself wondering where the man was as Lucius questioned his son about his term at Hogwarts, the conversation drowned out in his ears as he got lost in his thoughts. Then he noticed Narcissa looking at him and snapped back to his food, trying not to think about why Voldemort had missed a meal he had attended every previous year. That night Harry found a note on his bedside table, 2 lines written in an elegant scrawl. Barty Crouch Sr. The Fortune Ball, London. Harry didn't need to ask. He knew this had been sent by Voldemort. Whoever Barty Crouch was, Harry had been sent to kill him. He picked up the slip of paper, something like a rush of memories entering his mind, a set of instructions taking hold and telling him how to reach his target. Harry inhaled and tried to calm his racing heart. This was his punishment for failing to cast the Imperius. Harry was almost tempted to laugh. Well, Voldemort did say Harry would have to kill again. So what if it was sooner than he had been expecting? He pocketed his wand and walked out from his room, towards the entrance of the manor. This time there was no Narcissa to worry for him, no Nagini to hiss reassurances into his ears. Voldemort had purposely left him alone, perhaps to see if he would actually go through with it or not. What would he do if Harry refused to go? If he put his foot down and ignored the note? It was his choice to kill again. Voldemort had told him that. Harry wasn't going to let him down anymore. The man had told him he could choose when he was ready to use his obscurus again. Now seemed like the perfect time. He was ready, after all. Ready to stop letting Voldemort down. This was his choice, as promised. He sighed and took off his glasses, remembering how they had broken every time he had summoned his obscurus, and pocketed them carefully in his trouser pocket. He walked out the gates of the manor, breathing in deeply as he felt a rush of magic course through his veins, the wards no longer holding him back with their ancient magic. Harry closed his eyes, feeling his heartbeat quicken, his hands begin to shake, the obscurus twisting and churning in his stomach, dark force clouding his skin black, his eyes flickering dangerously now as the mass raced faster and faster out of his body. Bam! There was a deafening howl and the obscurus shot into the air, disappearing into a cloud of darkness in the sky, on its way to find its next victim. That was the best World Cup final I've ever seen in my life, Ron said loudly, unwrapping another chocolate frog. Hermione rolled her eyes. It's the only one you've seen, Ronald. Yeah, well, it was amazing, all right. I mean, Crumb was just. Oh, here he goes again, Ginny said, smirking. 2 months later and he's still going on about Crumb. He's in love with him, I swear. Talks about him more than Potter. No, I don't, Ron said, his ears suddenly turning very red. Both Ginny and Hermione caught each other's eye and sniggered. Neville looked from them to Ron and cleared his throat. What time is it anyway? I think. Ron checked his watch, nearly midnight. Neville. You think they'll be back soon? Ginny asked. Ron nodded. They're never out longer than 1. The group were gathered in Ron's bedroom, waiting for his parents to return from one of their mysterious meetings. Hermione and Neville, who had been staying with the Weasleys during the October holidays, shared a look. They were keen to see what Ron had been complaining about all year. Right of cue, the front door was unlocked, the sound of footsteps and hushed whispers easily distinguishable due to the thin walls of the house. The group glanced at each other and quickly scampered out of the tiny bedroom, Ron snatching 4 extendable ears on his way out. They crept towards the top of the stairs, shushing each other noisily in their bid to stop the Weasley parents from hearing them. At the top of the stairs, they saw Fred and George, already equipped with extendable ears, listening intently. When he caught sight of them, Gerogay grinned and put a finger to his lips, gesturing to the extendable ear. The group followed suit and soon they could hear Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's conversation as clear as daylight. "Keeps getting worse and worse, I'm worried, Arthur. We all are, Molly, but you heard what Dumbledore said, we have to remain strong." Mrs. Weasley sounded disgruntled. "Well, it's easy for him to say, he's Albus Dumbledore." There was a sigh and the sound of someone sitting down. "I'm sorry, Arthur. No, Molly, it's fine, I'm worried too." Another chair was drawn. It seemed as though both Weasleys had been seated. "I'm scared for the children, Arthur," Molly whispered. "I don't want them to have to grow up in a world like this." "But this is why we are fighting," Arthur replied. "We joined the order for them, Molly." "But what if one of us gets hurt?" Molly's voice wobbled. "And now Bill's gone and joined the order and Charlie wants to get involved too. What if we lose them?" Molly's voice broke and she burst into tears, startling the Weasley children, Hermione and Neville. With the extendable ears still held close to their ears, they could hear Molly Weasley begin to cry and to reassure her. And they just don't understand," Molly choked between sobs. "They're too young to see how dangerous everything is." "We were like that once," Arthur said gently. "Do you remember? Back during the First War, how eager we were to fight." "We were naive," Molly sniffed. "We were brave," Arthur corrected. "And I'm proud of our children, Molly, proud that they want to fight too." "But what if this, what if that?" We could ponder the countless what ifs for days, Molly, but what good will that do? "I trust Dumbledore to keep us safe and I trust our children to keep themselves safe too. They're smart, they'll know to keep themselves out of trouble." "But it might not be enough," Molly moaned. "What if the Death Eaters decide to target them, what?" "Enough," Arthur said firmly. "You know perfectly well our children are more than safe in Hogwarts. Dumbledore would never let anything happen to them." "But Bill and Charlie are fully qualified wizards who are capable of protecting themselves," Arthur continued. "Dumbledore doesn't let just anyone join the order, Molly. Bill and Charlie's jobs have given them enough experience in danger to know how to avoid it, and you know as well as I do that they can take care of themselves just fine. You're worrying over nothing, Molly. Nothing bad will happen to our family." "You can't be sure of that," Molly Weasley whispered. "No, but I can make sure that it happens," Arthur said strongly. There was the sound of sniffing and sobs becoming subdued, then it sounded as though Arthur had pulled his wife into an embrace. "We have to do this, Molly," he whispered. "If not us, then who?" There was a short pause, in which the sound of a tissue being drawn and tears being wiped away could be heard. "I know," Molly replied, sounding tired. "I'm just scared." "We all are," Arthur murmured. "Come on." A chair was being scraped along the floor, Arthur having clearly just stood up. "Let's go to bed, Molly, we've been up all night." Quickly, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Fred and George scampered down the corridor, rushing quickly into their rooms and shutting the doors quietly behind them before Molly and Arthur could see that they had been listening. Fred and Gerogay bounded into their shared bedroom whilst Ginny and Hermione scrambled into theirs. Ron and Neville ran to Ron's room, quickly getting into their beds in case the Weasley parents decided to drop in on them. They didn't say a word to each other that night, not even when they were sure Molly and Arthur had fallen asleep. Ron just lay very still on his bed, his heart pounding against his chest. Neville said nothing, wishing he could forget what he had just heard. The fortune ball was an esteemed event, attended by only the most distinguished wizards and witches in London. Heads of ministry departments, high-status international delegates and other famous wizards and witches were all in attendance, dressed in elegant robes and chatting amongst themselves whilst sipping tall glasses of bubbling champagne. The ball was held in an enormous mansion, complete with a total of 6 floors and over 100 different rooms. The main event was held in the largest of them all, the ballroom. Barty Crouch Sr. stood next to Cornelius Fudge, looking quite bored as the man engaged in conversation with Ludovic Bagman and the Irish delegate. Crouch was barely paying attention to what they were saying. How successful the Quidditch World Cup security had been, and he glanced at his watch, counting down the minutes until it would be acceptable to leave. He had never been good at social events, something he had hoped would improve over time but ultimately never had. It was always his wife who had done the talking, giving the right people the right compliments, chatting with well-known wizards and witches about their respective field of study, somehow able to please anyone around her. An expert in conversation, really. Sometimes his son would come along, and though he was young and immature, he had inherited his mother's gift for socializing, being able to make anyone dazzle a smile, his boyish good looks and witty persona charming everyone around him. So many compliments Crouch had received on his behalf, everyone telling him how wonderful his son was, how brilliantly he had been raised. And Crouch himself would try his hardest to properly fit in with these gatherings, swallowing a calming draught beforehand and trying his best to add to the conversations around him. Sometimes though, when it all became too much for him, his wife would squeeze his hand, silently reassuring him and speaking for the both of them then, whilst Crouch tried his best to not look as terrible as he felt. What he wouldn't give to go back to those days, anything to feel his wife's hand squeeze his now, to hear raucous laughter across the room and know instantly it was his son who had caused it. But they were both gone, and he was alone. Yes, I do agree, Minister, quite rightly so. What say you, Crouch? Barty blinked and found 3 sets of eyes trained on him. He swallowed. Oh, shit. What had they been talking about again? Something Quidditch related. Well. A quiet sound distracted him from the trio. He looked up, a cease on his forehead as the huge crystal chandelier above him shook ever so slightly, a low rumble sounding quietly in his ear. Bartemius. The minister's voice was full of concern as Crouch stepped away from the group, following the sound of the rumble as it got louder and louder. He had walked just a few feet away before it vanished. Crouch stood frozen as the air suddenly went still. Slowly, he reached for his wand. Barty. Bam! An obscurus shot up from the earth, letting out a roar in front of Crouch, who stared wide-eyed at the creature as screams and shouts filled the air. The elegant chandelier was struck by the force, glass piercing every inch of the floor, a shard slashing Crouch's cheek as he stood frozen in shock. Without warning, the mass shot into the man, lifting him off the air and hurtling him straight into a wall where he slammed against it, a sickening crunch heard just over the screams as he slid down slowly, his eyes shocked, his mouth open, dead. Aurors and guards began apparating around the obscurus, flashes of spells lighting up the hall as people shrieked and rushed to evacuate. The obscurus let out a scream and shot into the ceiling, intent on escaping when bang! A multitude of well-aimed spells shot into Harry, who gasped and hurtled across the ballroom, slamming into the 5th floor and knocking into a series of rooms until he slammed into one, falling to the floor with a loud thud, bits of debris and rubble covering him like a blanket of wreckage. He coughed and struggled to his feet, his hand rushing to his broken ribs as blood dribbled down his face. He groaned and pushed himself to his knees, freezing when he heard voices coming from down the hall. Check all these rooms. Go. Harry scrambled to his feet, doing his best to ignore the pain as he tried summoning his obscurial again. He felt it build up in him, ready to lash out when the door burst open and a lone Auror came spilling in, his eyes widening at the sigh of Harry, who froze, feeling his obscurus vanish. The man opened his mouth to yell for his fellow Aurors, and Harry wasted no time in whipping out his wand and aiming a curse at the man, who ducked just in time and quickly shot one back. With a wave of his wand, Harry slammed the door shut, deflecting the hex as he did so. The Auror was screaming, "Stupefy!" at Harry, who ducked behind a couch as a spark of red whizzed past his ear, smashing a nearby chair into bits. Harry waved his wand and the couch went hurtling towards the Auror, who split it into 2, quickly sending a spell straight at Harry, who deflected it and sent a curse back which narrowly missed the man, smashing into a mirror behind them and causing it to erupt into thousands of tiny shards. The Auror sent the pieces hurtling straight at Harry, who mustered his best, Protega, forming a blue shield around him as the ND fell down limply. The Auror took advantage of Harry's distraction, sending another, Stupefy, which this time hit Harry's knee, causing him to let out a cry and stumble over. Seeing Harry knocked down, the man tried to yell for help again. Quick! He's in Imperio. The man stopped mid-sentence, his strained face suddenly turned blank, his body relaxing as his wand dropped from his hand and onto the floor, the man making no motion to pick it up. Harry stared, pointing his wand at the still, silent Auror. Harry scrambled to his feet, still staring at the Auror, expecting him to snap out of the spell at any moment. The man didn't, however, and it wasn't until Harry heard another shout did his shock fade. What's going on in there? Harry acted fast. Pick up your wand, go outside and tell them I'm not here, Harry thought. Go. The man obliged instantly, picking up his dropped wand and walking meekly out of the room. Harry heard an exchange of conversation and then the sound of receding footsteps, the Aurors no doubt rushing to check the other floors. He breathed a sigh of relief. Staring around him, Harry took a second to appreciate just how much chaos he had caused. Chairs and tables had been overturned, half a wall was missing from when he had slammed into it, and debris and bits of glass littered the floor. He had to get away from here. Fast. He summoned his obscurus again and it wasn't long before he was shooting into the night, leaving nothing but destruction in his wake once more. Harry awoke with a yell, panting for breath, the nightmare of last night fresh in his head. A few stray tears leaked from his eyes, sliding down his face slowly as Harry choked back sobs. He clutched at his sheets nervously, his hands twisting into them as though afraid he was going to be ripped from them by the obscurus, his grip so strong his fingers began to turn white. Next to him, a figure blinked sleepily, turning to face him with one eye open. Hey! Draco reached out for Harry, who whimpered when he touched him but did not turn to look at him, instead staring straight ahead at an invisible horror unfolding between his eyes. Bursting into a ballroom, a man flung across the hall, screams of terror filling the air, hurting his ears, trying to escape but failing, being slammed across room to room to room. Shush Harry, shush, go back to sleep, Draco mumbled, gently tugging at Harry's shoulders and easing him to lie back down. Eventually, Harry complied, letting go of the sheets and slowly lying back, still whimpering in fear. Shush, it's okay, shush, Draco soothed tiredly, pulling Harry closer to him so that his head rested just below Draco's chin. I'm here. Harry gulped, trying to slow down his breathing. I'm here, Draco repeated, quieter this time as the boy slowly drifted back to sleep, and it wasn't long before Harry joined him, the nightmare soon forgotten, Draco's warm body melting away all the fear. This was your plan all along, wasn't it? Voldemort looked up from his book, at Harry who had been watching him with narrowed eyes from across the library. Getting me to learn the Imperious Curse that way? It worked, didn't it? I almost died, but you didn't. I broke my ribs. And they were fixed. You? Harry glared at the man who offered him nothing but a bored look in return. You had no emotion, Harry. You were not in a situation where you wanted to cast the curse. This was the best way to do it, he said simply. Harry grumbled, stalking away from Voldemort to a more secluded part of the library, where he was meant to be researching the Cruciatus curse. Voldemort called out to him. I told you would have to do it again, I know. Harry found a desk to sit at, slamming a book down on it and sitting down in a huff. Cheer up, 1 down, 2 to go, Tom said. After Harry's latest kill, he started talking to the boy again, not once mentioning their previous argument. Though Harry was wary at first, they slowly grew back to their old routine, namely Tom being harsh and judgy and Harry being forced to listen exasperatedly. Lucky me, Harry muttered, glancing down at the book in front of him. The Cruciatus and how it revolutionized the wizarding world. This one's important, make sure you learn it quickly. I know, I will. There was silence for a bit as Harry reluctantly turned the first few pages, where he was treated to a gruesome image of the Cruciatus curse being cast on a naked muggle. You know he did warn you this might happen, Tom said thoughtfully from his mind. He said if you didn't master these curses you won't be able to properly defend yourself against the Aurors. Turns out he was right. Harry was silent, thinking about what Riddle was saying. True, Voldemort had warned him this could happen, and yes, he had been right in suggesting that learning the curses would save him from an Auror. But then why did Harry feel so angry every time he thought about Voldemort's cunningness? Because I could have failed, Harry thought to himself. I may have failed to cast it and then what? But would Voldemort really send Harry away knowing there was a chance he would be arrested again? Or was he 100% confident that his plan was the only way for Harry to learn? I hope I'm not interrupting. Harry jumped as he caught sight of Narcissa suddenly standing in front of him, looking expectant. Mrs. Malfoy, no, of course not. Hi. Narcissa dear, she said, frowning as she caught sight of the book on Harry's desk. He covered the image with his arms and her gaze shifted back towards him. What are you doing here? She blinked. Oh, I sometimes like to come here a bit. Take a look at my family tree. I have a spare copy here somewhere. It's in a book that projects the tree as a constellation. Harry interrupted. Yeah, I know. Narcissa raised her eyebrows and Harry felt himself blush. Draco, show me it. I see, Narcissa murmured. Harry hastily turned back to his book, now turning the page to read the introduction. From the corner of his eye, he saw the familiar glow of the constellation, slowly snaking its way out from a glowing book. Harry turned to look at Narcissa, who was staring at her name with an odd sort of expression on her face. It looked like a mixture of regret, longing and sadness. Harry cleared his throat. So, are they your sisters? He asked awkwardly, indicating the names near to hers, connected by the thin, silvery line. Oh, yes, Narcissa said softly. They are my sisters. Harry nodded, sensing the topic was a difficult one for Narcissa. That's my eldest sister, over there, she said, pointing to the star that read Bellatrix Black Lestrange. She never cared much for the family tree, threw away her copy when she was 17, I believe. I don't think I've seen her visit the manor. Does she live far away? Narcissa blinked. No, well, yes actually, I suppose so. She's in Azkaban. I haven't seen her in years. Harry felt himself frown. The name Azkaban rang a bell in his mind. A cold, dark cell, shrouded in misery and filth, the feeling that he would never again be happy surrounding him like a thick cloud. Isn't that the wizard prison? He asked slowly. Narcissa nodded, looking slightly sick. Why is she in there? Harry asked, intrigued. Narcissa swallowed. Well, years ago when you were still a baby, the Dark Lord had become weakened for a period of time. She had been arrested by the Ministry for trying to help him. They were rounding up all of his Death Eaters, see? During that brief moment of weakness. She's a Death Eater? Harry asked, surprised. Narcissa nodded solemnly. One of his best, and one of many sent to Azkaban for believing in our Lord. But Voldemort's been having all these meetings with his Death Eaters. I hear you all from my room. Narcissa blinked and stared at Harry. Oh Harry, these meetings are only attended by the very few who had escaped capture. The Dark Lord has many other Death Eaters who long to serve him. What you have seen is less than a quarter of his forces. Her assessing this new bit of information. Oh, just how many people work for Voldemort? Narcissa shifted uncomfortably. Well, aside from the few that avoided capture, the Dark Lord had around 20 Death Eaters in his inner circle, most of whom are sentenced to life in Azkaban. Though he has an immense number of other forces, they have been scattered for years now and it is difficult trying to reassemble them. As of now there are very few to serve our Lord. Harry felt himself frown. I don't understand, what happened to Voldemort to weaken him? Narcissa swallowed. He had many enemies, many who tried to put an end to his causes. He was badly attacked 13 years ago. It left him in a poor state, long enough for his enemies to take advantage. Harry nodded. Right. Suddenly, Narcissa snapped the book shut, her family tree vanishing instantly. I think you best get back to your studying, Harry, she said quietly. I will see you at dinner. Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa paused on her way out, turning back to look at Harry. Do you miss your sister? The one in Azkaban? Narcissa looked at him for a long time, an unreadable expression on her face. But when she replied, she did not answer his question. I think it's best if we don't mention this to anyone, Harry, all right? Yeah, okay, Harry replied, taken aback. He thought of apologizing, but Narcissa had already left, leaving him alone in the library feeling slightly guilty for asking questions on what was clearly a delicate topic. He sighed and turned back to his book on the Cruciatus, flicking through the pages dully and wondering what Bellatrix Lestrange could have done for her to be sent to Azkaban. Draco's first week back at Hogwarts had started off awkwardly. His friends had clearly done a lot during the summer, and though he had previously assured them it was fine to do so, he also couldn't help but feel a bit left out as they recounted their summer together on the Hogwarts Express. Blaise hadn't said a word to him at all that day, from the Hogwarts Express to the start of term feast, until Theo angrily snapped in their dorm and told the two of them to get over themselves and stop fighting like a bunch of children because it was pissing him and Pansy off. Blaise had just shrugged and climbed into his bed, but the next day, he had been considerably warmer to Draco, and eventually, the two were able to reconnect again. A few weeks into term and Draco began to feel more comfortable in his school. He still felt uneasy with everything that was going on in his home, but he felt slightly better getting back to the same routine with his friends. One Saturday evening, when they had all finished their homework and were lounging off on the Hogwarts grounds, Crabbe had slyly produced a packet of Muggle cigarettes from his pocket, telling them he had duplicated a pack he had found buried in his father's office. Draco had hesitated at first, not keen to associate himself with the Muggle items, but Goyle, Theo and Pansy had all accepted one, clumsily lighting the ends with their wands and laughing at each other's first efforts to smoke. He caught Blaise's eye, who shrugged and took one from Vince's pack, coughing as he took his first puff. Not wanting to be left out any more by his friends, Draco eventually took the last cigarette from Vince's pack, but not before the boy had duplicated it so that they could have more later. They spent a few hours surrounding the cold air in smoke, laughing and joking on the grass as the sky grew darker, and eventually they had to go back inside. Draco hadn't initially enjoyed the smoke, and him and Blaise had sneered at the Muggle habit for several hours in their dorm that night. But a few days later, he found himself craving that moment again, the carefree feeling of being surrounded by his friends, all his worries melting away with the light of a cigarette. So that night, him, Theo and Vince had all smoked again, skipping dinner to go back to the grounds, this time sharing just one between them, passing it back and forth in mostly silence. They were all preoccupied really, and if Draco had been paying more attention he would have noticed their shared unease. When he asked, Vince gave him a few in his pack and lent him his lighter, and Draco went to the toilets in between lessons, smoking and thinking about Harry, wondering if he would approve of this new particular activity. Draco thought he must surely, growing up with Muggles. Or maybe he would hate the reminder of his Muggle relatives, in case they used to smoke too. At this thought, Draco had stubbed out his cigarette and handed the lighter back to Crabbe, telling himself he would stay away from the smokes. But this promise didn't last long, and eventually, things had escalated, a simple smoke with his friends growing into late-night parties with the Slytherins, drinking and partying added to the new activities of fourth year. And after every night Draco would tell himself never again, that he no longer wanted to wake up with a pounding headache and foggy memory. But he had done it again anyway, desperate for the escape. To have just one night where he could forget about his parents, Voldemort, even Harry sometimes, was what Draco craved greatly, even if he felt guilty about it afterwards. He was careful to never take it too far though. He'd have a drink with his friends but always stopped when he was feeling too lightheaded. He smoked a few times more, but usually, he'd put the cigarette out when he was only halfway done. He'd party and stay up late at night, but he refused to fall behind on his work. He often thought of his parents when indulging in new things, and it was enough to sober him up and make him act more responsible. When the Halloween holidays had arrived, Draco had packed his bags and boarded the Hogwarts Express with his friends, feeling that his first few weeks at Hogwarts were going considerably better than expected. Before he left the train though, he'd ask Vince if he could duplicate his packet of cigarettes and lighter, deciding that Harry too should get to experience a bit of fun as well. Harry hadn't been exactly keen to try smoking, but neither had Draco, and the boy was sure that Harry would soon grow to it. He hoped it would provide him with some form of escape too. He needed it much more than Draco did. When Harry had left to carry out Voldemort's latest task, Draco was sure not to leave him alone, certain that Harry would return hysterical as he had done before. He wasn't as bad though, just injured and shaken, quiet though as Narcissa tended to his injuries and barely answering any of her questions. He was silent as Draco followed him to his room, not saying a word as he climbed into his bed, not even when Draco joined him. But sure enough, he had woken up badly, panting and gasping for breath like someone who had been nearly suffocated to death. That was what you know who was doing after all, strangling Harry with darkness, whilst the boy, powerful though he was helpless to stop him. Harry hadn't spoken about the nightmare when they went downstairs for breakfast, but he did ask Draco for another smoke that night in the garden. Before Draco left to go back to Hogwarts, he had left his packet in Harry's room, wondering if he would use it without Draco there. But he didn't wonder for too long. He remembered his eyes when he woke up and he knew he would never forget them. Paralyzed in fear, widened and tear-stained, staring in horror at things only he could see. Maybe next time he would get Harry some drinks as well. The manor was well equipped with alcohol, of course, but Draco preferred the cheaper stuff, the kind that burned in his throat and got him tipsy enough to forget about everything for just a few hours. Maybe they would share a cigarette as he did with Theo and Vince, pass around a bottle of booze too until they were both feeling drunk with false happiness, the shitty smokes and alcohol providing them with an escape for just one night. Then they might both wake up passed out in the garden, scrambling to get up before Draco's pelling themselves they would never do it again. Until they would. Again and again. Draco wondered how long they would go on for until they got caught, wondered if they would even get caught, what would happen if they did. He wondered if he would care, but he never wondered long. Harry awoke to shouts and cheers of glee. He blinked sleepily, fumbling for his glasses and putting them on, sitting up gingerly in his bed. The noise seemed to be coming from downstairs, something like a party of some sorts echoing from the floorboards of Harry's room. He glanced at his clock and felt himself frown. Who on earth was making such a racket at 2 o'clock in the morning? He got out of bed, throwing on a sweater over his pajamas, and walked cautiously out of his room, following the sound of the noise as it got louder. It was definitely a celebration of some kind. He could hear whooping and applause, the many overlapping voices telling him there seemed to be a large group of people in the manor. Harry walked down the stairs, gripping onto the rails cautiously to avoid tripping over in the dark. The noise got louder, and as he reached the bottom of the stairs he noticed lights on in the drawing room, the door slightly ajar so that Harry could make out shadows and figures on the other side. Clearly, whatever was happening, a celebration, a party was happening in there. All of a sudden, he heard the sound of hissing behind him, turned to see a snake slithering towards him. "Nagini," Harry whispered. "What's going on?" But the snake did not reply, slithering past and into the drawing room where she seemed to be greeted by raucous cheers. Harry stood at the bottom of the stairs, completely unsure what to do. Suddenly, he heard the sound of glass shattering, a chorus of roaring laughter immediately following this as he flinched from the noise. It sounded like the people in the drawing room were drunk. Very. As if on cue, Narcissa walked out of the drawing room, looking pale. She caught sight of Harry and her face fell. "Mrs. Malfoy?" Harry asked tiredly. "What's happening?" She walked over to him, looking worried. "You wanted to know what the Dark Lord has been planning, Harry," she said in a low voice. "Well, now you can. His Death Eaters join him once more." And as she said it, Harry heard another loud roar from the drawing room, and now that the door was open he could see a large gathering of cloaked figures, raising glasses of wine to the end of the room. "To the Dark Lord!" They cheered. Harry felt Narcissa's blood run cold. Chapter endnotes. I need to learn Spanish in 3 weeks, any tips? Volume 3. Rebirth. Chapter notes. Muchas gracias por la ayuda con mi español. Disfruta del capítulo. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Narcissa had quickly slammed the drawing room door shut, dimming the sound of laughter and cheers and obscuring any glimpses of the party from Harry. She ushered him back to his room, firmly insisting that he go back to bed and wait until the morning before he asked any questions. Nevertheless, Harry interrogated her on his way back upstairs, desperate to discover more about what had happened. But she refused to tell him anything, and stood firmly by his door until he had reluctantly climbed back into bed. "Promise me you won't go back down, please, Mrs. Malfoy, tell me what's going on," Harry repeated, ignoring her previous request. "The Dark Lord will let you know in due course. For now, swear to me you will stay in your room." Harry looked into her worried, pleading face and felt himself sigh. Slowly, he nodded. Narcissa looked grateful. "Thank you, Harry," she whispered. "Good night." She turned and closed the door behind her, leaving only the very faint sound of celebrating coming from the drawing room downstairs. Harry sighed and tried blocking out the noise, shutting his eyes and willing to go back to sleep as suggested, but a million thoughts whizzed in his mind, preventing sleep from returning. How did Voldemort break his Death Eaters out of Azkaban? When had it happened? Why had he not told Harry this was what he had been planning? Eventually, Harry passed out, exhausting himself with all the thinking. When he awoke the next morning, he did so slowly. Blinking his eyes open, he thought he could vaguely see a figure standing by the foot of his bed. Then his eyes flung open when he realized it was Voldemort. Vold, what are you? Why are you in my— Good morning, Harry, the man said calmly. Good morning, Harry stuttered, sitting up in his bed and tugging the blanket covers up to his chest, suddenly feeling very exposed in his thin nightshirt. I wanted to let you know I'm expecting you at the meeting today. The what? Narcissa told me you overheard my Death Eaters last night, did you not? Oh, yes. Well, there's no point in excluding you. I want you by my side this afternoon. It's time you met my followers. Are you sure? Quite sure, Harry, Voldemort said smoothly, walking towards the door. He turned back, perhaps sensing Harry's apprehension. There's no reason to worry, Harry. You're not the one who should fear. Harry was just about able to give Voldemort a small nod as the man walked out of his room without another word. Feeling his heart hammering slightly in his chest, he climbed out of bed and walked towards his window, wishing he could write to Draco and ask him for advice. But he knew his letter would never even make it to the boy in time, and he anxiously gripped the windowsill as he thought this. Harry took a deep breath and consulted the only other person he knew for help. Tom, are you there? I'm always here, Harry, Tom Riddle said, yawning loudly. Harry spun around and saw him lounging on his bed. What should I do? The boy peered at him. You're not actually worried about this, are you? Well. Tom laughed. Harry, there's no reason to be nervous, the boy said, smirking. You're in the Dark Lord's favor and you're an obscurial. Everyone knows how valuable you are to Voldemort, not to mention how dangerous. They'll be the ones nervous about meeting you, rest assured. Harry nodded, not entirely reassured. What are they like? He asked. The Death Eaters. Cunning, skilled, loyal, Tom said with a wave of his hand. Idiotic at times, weak, cowardly, foolish, traitors some of them. I wonder if we'll get to see those punished, Tom wondered, looking excited at the possibility. Harry turned around, feeling sick with nerves. You'll be fine, Harry, Tom said, his voice clear in his head. I'll be there to assist anyhow. Harry sighed and nodded. Just remember, confidence is key. Well, he wasn't wrong about that. Remind me how old you are. 14. Absolutely not. Say you're 15 if anyone asks. Or would they believe that? Furpa's not. Stick to 14. I suppose it sounds more impressive anyway, does it? Of course, after everything you've achieved. Bartemius Crouch was a most impressive kill, Harry, especially for your age. Voldemort would be a fool not to include you in this meeting. Thanks, Tom. On second thoughts, 14 sounds a little too immature. Say you're 15. Nobody will question it now that I think about it. They'll probably be too afraid. Please stop talking. Harry made his way to the garden, trying to kill some time before the meeting. He had dressed in a set of regal and dark robes, helpfully picked out by Narcissa, in hopes that it made himself look slightly older in front of all the Death Eaters. He stepped outside, inhaling deeply and feeling the fresh air drift inside his lungs, though for once it was not calming him down. Curling his fists, Harry reminded himself that everything was going to be fine. Voldemort would be there with him, as would Narcissa. All he had to do was put his head down and be quiet. Hopefully no one would pay him much attention that way. I don't understand why you're so worried, Harry. Tom had appeared next to him, his arms crossed, looking annoyingly judgmental. Harry groaned. Tom, please, not now. People aren't worth your worry, Potter. I know that, Harry said, suddenly annoyed. Then why are you acting all nervous? What is making you so worried? Tom asked impatiently. Harry sighed. I don't know. Okay. Well, pull yourself together. You're strong and powerful. An obscurial is something much more dangerous than a simple Death Eater. Well, I don't feel powerful, all right. Harry snapped. I feel like a silly kid playing dress up. Tom raised his eyebrows. And why is that? Harry swallowed. I've known Voldemort for what? 3 years. Some of these guys have probably known him for decades. They're fully qualified wizards and I'm just a kid. Tom shook his head. You're so much more than that, Harry, and I can assure you, their loyalty to Voldemort means nothing to him compared to you. You're one of his most valuable. Yes, I know, Harry said, sighing. I'm his obscurial. Tom looked at him for some time. Yes, he said slowly. That's what makes you special to him. And those Death Eaters, powerful though some are, can try for years to earn your place and still never come close. Stop underestimating yourself just because you're young, Harry. You'll have plenty of adults doing that in the future, he added bitterly. Harry nodded and bit his lip. Did you know any of them? He asked hesitantly. A few I went to school with, Tom said carelessly. And I was able to gain their loyalty and admiration when I was even younger than you. Age shouldn't hold you back from your true potential, Harry, don't forget that. Harry nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging Tom's advice. For once, it wasn't full of insults or sneers. It wasn't even half bad. And besides, Harry jumped as he heard Tom's voice clear in his ear. You're not going in alone, you have me. Harry looked to where Tom had been standing moments before, to where the garden seemed to stretch on until it came to a stop by an iron fence. A hiss sounded behind him and he turned around just in time to see the end of Nagini's tail slithering past the glass doors. And suddenly an idea struck Harry, who looked back in front of him, to where the iron fence stood proud. Yes, Harry thought slowly, but I won't just have you. Slowly, he knelt on the grass and held out his hand, reaching towards the fence at the end of the garden. The Order was restless. Once news of the mass Death Eater breakout from Azkaban had reached Albus Dumbledore, he immediately summoned a meeting at Grimmauld. It was the fastest any of them had arrived, even quicker than they had upon discovering Potter's disappearance. There were more faces than before, some Severus had recognized but not seen in years. For example, Dumbledore's brother, Aberforth, was sitting moodily in a corner, passing a flask between Moody and Hagrid. As far as Snape knew, the man had been a member of the Order since they had been reassembled. However, this was the first he had joined their meetings. Charlie Weasley had also taken time off of his work to attend the meeting. He was engaged in conversation with his older brother, and they seemed to be discussing something serious, though every now and then a grin would form on one of their faces, a low chuckle sometimes heard from across the room. They were able to stay calm, it seemed, even with all the chaos ensuing. Their parents were seated on either side of them, Arthur talking across the table with Kingsley, Molly looking worried, fidgeting with her fingers and glancing at her sons every few seconds. It seemed as though she had a bad tick. Daedalus Diggle, who had been absent from several Order meetings, Severus didn't know much why, but he believed it had something to do with St. Mungo's and fireworks, was sat next to the Weasleys, talking rapidly to Hestia Jones. He seemed slightly anxious as he fidgeted with his top hat, though he was happy enough as Jones smiled and laughed at whatever he was saying. Severus stared at the two for a second before he got distracted by yet another new face. Elphias Doge rarely attended the meetings, and though he gave excuses of being far too busy, Severus knew the old bat was really just afraid of being openly associated with the Order. Seated next to Dumbledore, the old man looked annoyed and irritated, and Snape was certain that after tonight, he would never be seen at Grimmauld again. Snape did a quick mental count and saw that most of the Order members were here. Dumbledore at the head of the table, McGonagall and Dodge on either side, the four Weasleys, Diggle and Jones on one side of the table, Tonks, Lupin, Sirius, Kingsley and Podmore on the other. Moody, Hagrid and Aberforth huddled by the corner. The kitchen felt far more cramped than before, and Snape could see chairs had to be squeezed along the table so that everyone could be seated. Dumbledore began the meeting by welcoming everyone as usual, giving special mentions to all the newer members, including a man Severus had missed, Mundungus Fletcher. When Dumbledore gestured to the seat next to Podmore's, Snape had to do a double take. What he thought was just a dirty cloak turned out to be an equally dirty man snoring underneath it. Upon hearing his name, he awoke suddenly, nearly falling off his chair as he did so. "Ah, should we vote or summon? I agree with whatever Sirius said last." Severus stared at the man and then at Dumbledore, wondering if this was some kind of joke. "No, my bad then." Mundungus yawned loudly and then slumped back on his chair, resting his feet on the table as he did so. Severus wasn't the only one who seemingly disapproved of Mundungus. He saw Molly stiffen and pursed her lips whilst Podmore and Jones shook their heads. Charlie Weasley, however, sniggered, clearly finding Mundungus's behavior amusing. Dumbledore swiftly moved on, ignoring the mixed reactions to Mundungus. Snape did not blame him. A lot had happened in just a week. Time was the one thing they could not afford to waste. "How is the boy Severus?" Snape bowed his head. "I have not yet had a chance to see." "Merlin Severus, you didn't think it was prudent to immediately confront the boy after that fiasco with Crouch?" Dodge barked, causing Snape's lip to curl with irritation. "The Dark Lord has kept me busy, Alpheus," he said curtly, "and I'm afraid I do not have the luxury of having endless hours at my whim to freely disperse." "Well, as soon as you can, Severus, make sure to," Dumbledore said quickly, putting an end to any possible argument. "We need to understand whether he was forced to kill Crouch or did so willingly." "I'll tell you, Albus, I'd be very surprised if he wasn't willing," Dodge said. "Never knew how bad an obscurial was till I saw it, and I've read all about them, mind you. It couldn't have been more than, 10 seconds? The kid gave Crouch no time to even react to his attack, and that man's sharper than a pin. I tell you something, Albus, I won't be in a hurry to attend any more fortune balls in the future after what I saw." "What really happened that night?" Lupin asked, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. "We need to get a clear picture." "Oh, it was a slow evening. You know how these things are, a couple of drinks, some jazzy music, Fudge introducing himself to every wizard in the building." "There was no way of predicting it," Kingsley interrupted. "He came out of nowhere. I don't believe anyone even heard him beforehand. He emerged from the ground directly in front of Crouch and just exploded into him. He must have flown halfway across the room until he hit the wall. It was in no way a painless way to go." "Horrifying, really, and then he tried to escape, didn't he? Tried to leave once he did it. But he was stopped by the Aurors. For once they proved useful, sent him crashing through the upper floors, left a very nasty mess indeed. I immediately joined the Aurors, once ensuring everyone's safety in the ballroom, but by that point he had gone," Kingsley said. "From what I can infer from the report I received, he had gotten into a duel in a drawing room. A lone Auror stupid enough to check a room without backup, left him added, giving Dumbledore a grave look. Bloody miracle he didn't kill anyone else," Dodge muttered, "and I." "So he's learned it?" McGonagall interrupted in barely a whisper, looking fearful. Dumbledore bowed his head. "It would appear so, Minerva." "Oh, Merlin, what's next?" she asked desperately. "The Cruciatus, I would assume," Severus responded. "According to Narcissa Malfoy, he has started reading up on it." A tense silence followed this, broken by Moody's grumbles. "Should have been there," he said. "Bloody stupid of me not to attend. Maybe now you'll learn to live less paranoid," Tonks said warily. He shot her a look but said nothing, and Snape knew that he reluctantly agreed with her. "Well, if we are passing around the blame, then by all means, Alistair, I should have attended too. I would have had I known what was to come." Dumbledore trailed off, looking distant, as though he was imagining a possibility where he could have stopped Potter. Snape lowered his gaze and said nothing. Only the most distinguished wizards were invited to attend the fortune ball. Moody and Dumbledore had both received invites alongside Dodge and Kingsley, yet both had not attended. Snape couldn't help but wonder what could have happened if Dumbledore was there to help Harry, or to stop him. "I suppose now we ought to remain more vigilant," Dumbledore continued, his eyes suddenly blazing with fiery determination. "I understand that the danger of being in the Order has only increased after the Azkaban breakout, but we could have had a chance to save Potter and failed." "The Azkaban breakout that freed the Death Eaters," Molly Weasley corrected sternly. "I'm sorry, Albus, but you must understand some of us need to draw as little attention to our leaves as possible," she added when Arthur shot her a look. "I understand, Molly," Dumbledore said politely. "Safety of course comes first. I wouldn't dare ask any of you to risk your lives for Harry's sake." "I would," Sirius interrupted. "That's why we're here, no? Saving Harry, by any means necessary." "Your life should not be the price we have to pay for getting Harry back," Dumbledore reminded him softly. "I'm his godfather. If that's what I have to do, I'll do it," Sirius replied firmly. Dumbledore said nothing, looking at Sirius sadly. "Speaking of Death Eaters," Hestia Jones said slowly, "how is it that they came to escape? Shouldn't we have known about this?" she added with a slightly pointed look at Severus. "Been wondering the same thing myself actually," Dodge said accusingly. Snape narrowed his eyes, mentally trying to stop himself from reaching across the table and punching Dodge. "From what I understand, the Dark Lord created a very complicated plan to release his Death Eaters. Those who remained were only privy to parts of that plan. He never told us the whole thing." "Shouldn't you have seen this coming though?" Snape gritted his teeth. "He told more to those he trusts. I'm not yet in his trusted circle, and you have less chance of being so now that they have all returned." "Enough, Alpheus," Dumbledore said tiredly. Snape felt himself brim with anger. "The only reason I carried out any of his orders was to get closer to him, as instructed." He spat. "He told each of us snippets of the plan, none of us had much of a clue what was happening as we carried out his instructions. We were puzzles in the final piece of his grand plan. You asked me to gain his trust, he said, directing his anger solely at Dumbledore. And I have done as commanded. I have served the Dark Lord, on your behalf. I apologize that I aided in the Death Eater's release, but I had done so solely on your orders. The table had gone very quiet now. No one dared speak as Snape glared at Dumbledore, and Dumbledore calmly surveyed Snape through his half-moon spectacles. No one here questions your abilities, Severus, or blames you for their escape, Dumbledore said with a disapproving glance at Dodge. I am sure that had you known what Voldemort's true intentions were, you would have told us in an instant. No one knew, Snape muttered. Then no more can be done, Dumbledore replied simply. Voldemort's Death Eaters join him once more. Now we must work on stopping him from receiving any more aid. The giants, Hagrid said. Yes, and the werewolves. No. We've said this before, Albus, Lupin exclaimed. We've already had this discussion. We all swore to stop Voldemort from receiving any support, and we've already failed. Remus, one setback doesn't mean we give up, Dumbledore said, looking surprised. Yeah, but the Death Eaters, Dumbledore, they're bad, Sirius said, shaking his head. Some of them are nearly as bad as he is, and for them to now be around Harry. Snape saw him fidgeting with his fingers, looking down at the faded tattoos he had gotten in Azkaban. Sirius had spent 10 years with these people. Even Severus could feel a scrap of pity for him. The Dark Lord has called a meeting with his Death Eaters, Snape said, and Sirius's eyes snapped towards him. I'll be there in a few hours. If he's there, I won't let them get too near. Something passed between the two men, something like a mutual understanding. They were by no means friends, but they recognized that for Harry's sake they would work together. Properly this time. I know it seems like all hope is lost, Dumbledore said quietly. But this is exactly what Voldemort wants. He wants to scare us, to make us feel vulnerable, weak. I beg of you all, do not let fear win. There is still hope. Every day he's there we lose a little hope, Dumbledore, Jones whispered, her hands clutching at her face. He needs to get out of there, now. They will only corrupt him further. Daedalus Diggle put a reassuring hand on her back, looking at the scared woman worriedly. I know, Hestia, but we will get him back, Dumbledore said softly. I'm sure of it, he added firmly. How, Albus? Snape begged, his mouth to form the words, to question the man who kept telling them to. Stay hopeful. Jones was right. Every day they lost hope, and for good reason too. The boy only seemed to be worsening by the week. Shouldn't Dumbledore be offering them better advice? He should demand that the man say more to ease their worries, should yell at him to do so. Snape's mouth remained shut. Dumbledore cleared his throat. As much as I wish we could talk more of Harry, I'm afraid there are other matters we must discuss. And there it was. Snape immediately recognized the subtle shift away from Harry. Dumbledore finally drawing the focus away from him. He had been the subject of every order meeting for months. But at last, it had happened. They were slowly moving on from him. A part of him felt angry at Dumbledore. Had he just accepted that Harry may never return from Voldemort? Was he going against his own advice and giving up? Snape opened his mouth to say something, but someone beat him to it. Other matters? What could possibly be more important than my godson? Sirius snarled. Dumbledore bowed his hand. Sirius, there's not a lot we can do for Harry at the moment. Rest assured, we are all looking for ways to rescue him. However, there is the disappearance of Emmeline Vance to consider. She has not been heard from since last week. She was dead. Snape had no proof of it, but if it had been a week, then there was no hope she was alive. Voldemort must have killed her. Though he would have liked to mention this to Dumbledore and ask to focus back on Harry, he knew deep down that Dumbledore was not wrong for what he was doing. They had been trying for weeks to find ways of saving Harry, and none were working. It was down to him now. He had to find a way to get closer to the boy, to gain Voldemort's trust. There would be no moving forward without it. She's only been gone for a week. There's a big chance she's had to lay low for a while. She is a valued and respected member of this organization who deserves our time and focus. If Snape had not been looking at Dumbledore, he would have thought it was him speaking. Instead, his eyes traveled around the room until he saw Aberforth, looking furious. Lubbling like children. No wonder nothing useful gets done, he snarled. Dodge looked angry. How? Oh, shut up, Dodge, you useless, cowardly git. Aberforth growled. Albus sighed. Aberforth. I used to think these meetings were a waste of time. Merlin, how right I was. There has been a mass breakout from Azkaban. The head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation winds up dead and one of our longest-serving members goes missing, and you're all still talking about Potter. Lupin looked horrified. Harry is the reason for half of our troubles. Forget him. Forget the boy. Don't even say his name, Aberforth. He's gone, all right. He's gone. You have to prioritize now. Harry is a priority, Sirius yelled. Aberforth shook his head. Maybe he was, he said. But not anymore. Forget the boy Black. Focus your time on fixing the real problems now. He's a child, Sirius barked. A child who just killed one of the most important members of our government. Listen, you might never get that kid back. What now with Voldemort's Death Eaters back? I doubt you'll ever see him again. He's won this round, Black. The sooner you all accept that, the quicker you can get some real work done. Sirius looked as though he would very much like to punch Aberforth. He wasn't the only one. Around the table, people shot glares at the man, some shaking their heads and muttering. But here and there, Snape saw the look of acknowledgement, a twinge of agreement lingering in some of the Order's faces. It wouldn't be long until more of them thought the same, and he knew it. And now, with Dumbledore shifting the meetings away from Potter, Snape wondered whether he would ever get there in time to save Potter. Harry, come inside, the Dark Lord wants you in the drawing room before everyone arrives. Harry turned around to find Narcissa Malfoy watching him from the door to the garden. Without a word, he walked back inside, following her to the drawing room. Just stay close to me, she murmured. Don't be nervous, you have nothing to fear. Harry nodded, mouth too dry to speak. When they reached the entrance to the drawing room, Harry saw Lucius Malfoy waiting for them, cane in hand. He met his wife's eyes and some kind of mutual understanding was exchanged between them. Then, with a curt nod to Harry, he opened the door. Already a few Death Eaters were inside, either seated at the long table or else standing close by it. Voldemort himself was seated at the head of the long table, exchanging words with a man Harry recognized as Severus Snape. At the other end of the table sat Peter Pettigrew, shaking and looking scared. At the sight of Harry, he whimpered and quickly looked away, terror flashing in his eyes. 3 Death Eaters were seated in the center of the table, 2 men and a woman deep in their own conversation, though one turned to give Lucius a respectable nod as they entered. Harry didn't know who any of them were. The woman seated followed her companion's gaze when he nodded at Lucius. Harry saw her face light up into a smile. Sissy, she said, grinning as she bounded over to them. It took Harry a second to realize that Sissy was Narcissa. He stared as the woman embraced Narcissa warmly, the latter stiffening slightly before returning the gesture. Bella, she murmured. Then it hit Harry. The woman was Bellatrix, Narcissa's sister who had been sent to Azkaban. Harry observed her closely, trying to find the similarities between her and Narcissa. They did slightly resemble each other, but there was no denying that whilst Narcissa gave off an air of class and sophistication, her sister lacked this. She had dark, untamed curls that fell down to her waist, heavily lidded eyes and deathly pale skin. Whilst she seemed to echo beauty, Harry assumed something, probably Azkaban, had left her looking crazed and ghost-like, as if her beauty reassembled the shards of a beautiful but broken mirror. Hello, Lucius, Bellatrix said mischievously, flashing a wild grin at her brother-in-law. Bellatrix, Lucius said curtly. The woman's eyes fell on Harry. Gradually, they swept from the bottom of his robes to the top of his head, pausing at the scar on his forehead. Feeling scrutinized by her gaze, Harry pushed his fringe down to obscure it, and only then did the woman meet his eyes. You must be Harry, she said, sounding colder as she addressed him. Well, I remember this crazy bitch. Watch yourself around her, Harry, Tom said, and Harry could almost picture his smirk. Hi, Harry responded, ignoring Riddle. The woman's face broke into a wide grin. Barty, get over here, she called loudly over her shoulder. A man, who looked only a few years older than Tom Riddle, scrambled out of his seat at Bellatrix's command. He's been wanting to meet you, she told Harry with a smirk. The man stepped over to them quickly and stood next to Bellatrix. Harry noticed he looked slightly familiar, though he couldn't place his finger on why. Harry, this is Barty Crouch, Bellatrix said. Harry felt himself frown. Crouch. Oh well, you must know his father, didn't you kill him just a few months ago? Bellatrix asked slyly. Oh, Harry said, looking at Barty awkwardly. Sorry about that. Sorry. I'm only upset I didn't get to see the old man go, Barty said, grinning maliciously. I owe you one, Potter, can't thank you enough. Harry stared at him and looked at Narcissa to see if he was joking. But the woman just pursed her lips and looked straight on, and Harry realized that Barty was actually thanking him for murdering his father. Yes, I was just reading all about it, Bellatrix drawled on. I must say, Potter, for someone so young you were quite bloodthirsty. That's enough, Bella, Narcissa said irritably. Just thought he should know, Bellatrix said, smirking. Harry saw Lucius narrow his eyes at her, looking angry. His neck prickled and he felt himself being watched. Looking up, Harry saw a man still seated at the table, recognizing him as the Death Eater Bellatrix and Barty had been talking to moments before. He had not left the table to join his companions, and when Harry caught his eye he looked away, instead watching Bellatrix with an unreadable expression on his face. Harry looked away and instead took in more of his surroundings. He noticed there were two men standing in a shadowy corner, talking so quietly that Harry hadn't even heard them when he had walked in. One of them had blonde hair and was muttering something under his breath to his friend. The other man had dark hair and a rather twisted face, and Harry noticed he wasn't paying much attention to the blonde man, his eyes trained on Harry, recognition flickering in them. Harry froze, recognizing the two men. He looked back to the Malfoys, Bellatrix and Barty, and noticed Lucius looked even angrier, Bellatrix sniggering at a joke he must have just missed. Despite Narcissa telling him to stay close, Harry sensed his absence would not be noticed and quietly stepped away from the group, towards the Death Eaters in the corner. You both brought me here, Harry said when he reached them. The night I lost control. The dark-haired man blinked. So you do recognize us? Harry nodded. Forgot your names though. Dolohov, the dark-haired man said, introducing himself. Antonin Dolohov. Harry looked at the blonde man. Rowell, he muttered. Thorfinn Rowell, Dolohov corrected. Rowell scowled but said nothing else. Oh, these two. You know them? Dolohov I know well, he is strong and loyal, it would be wise to keep him close. I take it you've been well? Dolohov asked. Harry merely shrugged. The Malfoys must be treating you as such, if our master commands it. They have, I'm grateful. The Dark Lord is merciful, Dolohov said softly. When he sees potential, he makes sure not to lose it. I wonder what he saw in you, Rowell drawled quietly. Harry's gaze flickered to him. I don't know, maybe you should ask him? Rowell narrowed his eyes. The Dark Lord requires our utmost loyalty, you should consider it an honor to serve him, he said through gritted teeth. I don't serve irritably. You kill for him, do you not? Rowell asked. We have an agreement, Harry said shortly. I don't serve him. Of course, Dolohov intervened, perhaps sensing Harry's anger. You are still young, it is foolish to think he would allow you to take the mark at this age. Harry didn't know what he meant by mark, but he nodded along anyway. Harry, Voldemort's low voice carried itself across the room, and Harry saw him watching him from the table. Automatically, Harry walked over to him, sitting on the seat to his immediate left when gestured to. I see you've met Dolohov and Rowell. Harry nodded, aware that Snape was also watching him closely. What do you think of them? Harry shrugged. They seem loyal, unless they were just sucking up to you because I was there. The man laughed, but Harry saw Snape frown. And what of dear Bellatrix? Harry remembered Riddle's words. Think I'll have to watch myself around her. Something like smirk gleamed in Voldemort's eyes. You are observant, he remarked. Harry shrugged. They're not that hard to read. From the corner of his eyes, Harry saw Snape stiffen but ignored it. They mentioned a mark, Harry said suddenly. What did they mean? Something about me being too young to be marked? Ah, a sly smile formed on Voldemort's face. They're talking about my mark, Harry, the mark one used to recognize my Death Eaters. What does it do? Summons them to me when needed, or vice versa. Only my most loyal are gifted with one. Harry saw Snape's left forearm twitch. Can I see it? He asked. Voldemort's smile widened. Of course, Severus, your arm if you will. Immediately, Snape obeyed, pulling the sleeve of his left arm up and holding it out to Voldemort. Harry saw a tattoo-like mark ingrained onto the skin, picturing a skull with a snake crawling out of its mouth. Voldemort pressed his finger to it and immediately the mark darkened and Harry watched in awe as the snake began to move, slithering around the skull slowly. Snape winced and Harry guessed the mark was burning him from his reaction. It was one he knew all too well. Harry looked around and saw the Death Eaters react similarly, clutching their arms and looking towards Voldemort. "Sit," he said softly. "Let us wait for the others, they know now not to be late." The small group made their way over to the table, Bellatrix and Barty taking their seats once more next to the other Death Eater, Dolohov and Rowell a little more to the end, next to each other. Harry saw Narcissa flash him a worried look but Lucius gripped her arm and guided her to a seat opposite Bellatrix, down the middle of the table. Harry and Snape remained seated on either side of Voldemort. As the minutes ticked by, a steady group of Death Eaters arrived. A tall, strong-looking man walked in first, removing a mask he had on and bowing respectively to Voldemort before taking a seat next to the Death Eater seated with Bellatrix. Harry noticed they resembled each other slightly, brothers, perhaps. Next, two Death Eaters, a man and a woman, walked through the doors, taking off their own masks and bowing to Voldemort as well. "Carrows," he said softly. "Siblings. Amicus and Alecto. Completely brutal. I'd recommend steering clear of them." Harry watched as they sat together near Dolohov and Rowell, setting their masks out in front of them. Harry looked closely and saw that they were a gleaming silver, similarly decorated though differing slightly in detail. Not too long later a man walked in, this time unmasked though he wore dark robes like the rest of the Death Eaters. He looked slightly older, with a lined face and very pale blonde hair tied neatly into a plait. He bowed to Voldemort, who regarded him well. Riddle let out a sneer at the sight of him but said nothing. "Yaxley, next to Severus," Voldemort commanded. The man obliged, seated diagonally across from Harry. He briefly met his eyes before looking away quickly, turning instead to face the door. Harry saw the Carrows flash Yaxley an annoyed look. It seemed that only those with permission were allowed to be so close to Voldemort. For half an hour, Harry watched Death Eater after Death Eater walk into the drawing room. Some came alone, others in pairs or trios. Nearly all had masks, and all of them were removed before bowing to Voldemort, allowing Harry to see heavy, rough faces, a few sporting injuries no doubt picked up from their time in Azkaban. Some Voldemort acknowledged, others he ignored completely. Tom gave comments here and there, advising Harry on who he should get to know and who he should stray far away from. Some he dismissed completely, implying they weren't even worth his time. Others he seemed to like more often, the ones he had gone to school with. Harry wasn't sure what to think of any of them. He had never seen Voldemort be treated with such respect he almost never showed him. Why was Harry allowed to get away with answering him back, barging into his office, snapping at him, when his Death Eaters looked as though they never would have dared? Soon the table was full and Harry glanced at Voldemort, expecting him to start the meeting. But he said nothing, looking towards the entrance of the drawing room as though still expecting one more. A few Death Eaters fidgeted, most remained still, none of them dared speak. "Nagini," Voldemort hissed, the sound slithering down the back of Harry's neck uncomfortably. Harry saw some of the Death Eaters flinch, looking scared, and he reminded himself that as far as he knew, only him and Voldemort were Parseltongues. He wondered what the rest of them could hear whenever Voldemort spoke the ancient language. He would have to ask Draco later on. A soft hissing could be heard, and soon enough, Nagini had slithered into the room, her red eyes narrowed at the large crowd in front of her. She curled herself up onto the table and many of the Death Eaters' hands went flying out of the way as she slithered towards Voldemort. The giant snake nuzzled against Voldemort's outstretched hand, then slithered across his arm and curled herself around his shoulders like a scaly scarf, hissing indignantly and glaring at the Death Eaters before her. At last, Voldemort spoke, his voice unusually soft as he addressed his followers. "My friends," he began. Harry noticed that the S at the end of his words hissed a little, so that he appeared even more snake-like. Harry wondered if he did it on purpose. "You return to me once more." There were several happy murmurs running down the table. One of the Death Eaters yelled out, "We live to serve you, my lord. 13 years since last we met. Yet you answer my call as though it were yesterday. You all remain loyal." A few more quitter murmurs, triumphant looks shared, "Or so I thought." The smiles were gone from the Death Eaters' faces, the murmurs vanished. Voldemort's voice was cold now, his eyes narrowed in disgust. "My lord!" Voldemort silenced the Death Eater with a glare. The man shrank back, mumbling apologies. "Have I not trained the best? Did I not pick only the strongest to be my Death Eaters?" "Well?" The Death Eaters rushed to agree, muttering and nodding rapidly. "Then why," and there was real venom in Voldemort's voice as he addressed his followers, "did you all fall so quickly? Why had just a few remained to do my bidding whilst the rest of you rotted away in Azkaban?" The Death Eaters looked terrified. Harry stared at Voldemort, unable to understand how a man could switch moods so quickly. He thought back to the days when he walked down to breakfast after a particularly loud meeting the night before. He remembered seeing Lucius's handshake, Narcissa, refusing to look at anything but her food. Now he was beginning to see why they had reacted in such a way. There were some who did show true loyalty, Voldemort continued, looking at the 4 Death Eaters seated in the middle of the table. Bellatrix Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. glowered at the praise whilst the 2 Death Eaters who looked like brothers sat indifferently. They of course will be rewarded. He looked down TTICED 4 empty seats at the end. 4 of my Death Eaters failed to return, Voldemort said quietly. 3 dead in my service, another 2 scared to come back. He will be killed of course. Harry felt a twinge of pity for whoever had not returned. It was clear Voldemort was going to make them suffer dearly for it. "But the rest of you," Voldemort's cold voice returned. "I expected better." The table held their breath, not even daring to move. There was no telling what Voldemort would do to those who displeased him. Harry could practically taste their fear. "But Lord Voldemort is merciful, is he not? Lord Voldemort Forgvays. I will offer you all a chance to make up your debts to me, to prove your worth once more. 13 years you have been absent, I expect 13 years of repayment back." The Death Eaters looked relieved. Many were praising Voldemort, swearing to do him proud. Harry felt himself sigh and lean back on his chair. He realized he had been eager to see some of them punished, practically waiting at the edge of his seat for it, and felt disgusted. What was happening to him? As the meeting droned on, it was easy for Harry to ignore what was being said, instead choosing to get lost in his thoughts. He wondered what he would do with Draco once the Hogwarts term was over and whether the boy would bring him more cigarettes as promised. Harry hadn't touched the ones Draco left behind. When Draco left to return to Hogwarts, Harry had thrown them into his desk drawer and, admittedly, forgotten all about them. Perhaps he should smoke more, every now and then. If they were so comforting to Draco, then perhaps they would be comforting to him. Harry's neck prickled as he felt himself being watched again. Tearing himself away from his thoughts, he noticed the pale blonde Death Eater named Yaxley surveying him with narrowed eyes, and when Harry met his eyes again, the man did not look away again, instead looking back at him defiantly. "Tell me about Yaxley," Harry asked Tom. Well, he's not the worst, certainly seems to be favored by Voldemort right now. He's a ministry rat, was probably the most helpful in orchestrating the escape due to his position in government. Why does he keep looking at me like that? Intrigue. Caution. Who cares? Corbin Yaxley is not someone you need to associate yourself with, Harry. Just ignore him. But Harry could not ignore him. He looked away from the man, instead watching the end of Nagini's tail curl around Voldemort's shoulders, and still felt his eyes on him, burning Harry with their intensity. "Yaxley, you seem to show an interest in Harry here." Harry's attention snapped to Voldemort, who was watching Yaxley musingly. The man looked startled at the sudden address but quickly composed himself. "Forgive me, my lord. I suppose we were all curious to catch a glimpse at the first obscurial since 1926. Harry felt many pairs of eyes turn his way, heard Riddle and Hale but say nothing, felt his fists clench in his hands to stop his nerves worsening, his gaze shifting from Voldemort to Yaxley. "Is it true, my lord? Did he really kill Bartemius Crouch?" Yaxley asked, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Voldemort gave a lazy nod. Yaxley looked at Harry. "You don't look strong enough to kill, boy." Harry felt Riddle's anger as well as his own at the statement. "Funny, I could say the same about you." What was wrong with him? Was he seriously annoyed about being underestimated for being a killer? Some of the Death Eaters chuckled at Harry's response. Even Voldemort was smirking. Yaxley looked murderous. "Ferps, you should not underestimate the Death Eaters, Potter," he said quietly. "Or you me." The man shot him a look. "He seems to have quite the mouth on him, my lord. Yaxley said without taking his eyes off Harry. Voldemort hummed. I've heard worse, he said, and Harry felt himself smiling slightly in spite of himself. I see great potential, Yaxley. Such power far outweighs petty teenage behavior. Forgive me, my lord, but all I see is plain. But Yaxley never got a chance to finish his sentence, for all of a sudden a snake lunged from the tangles of Harry's robes, his fangs aimed straight at Yaxley, who yelped and fell back in his chair. Harry had to stifle his laugh as the small creature hissed at Yaxley from the edge of the table, the man scrambling back, horrified. Snape, who was seated next to Yaxley, had also flinched slightly at the sudden appearance of the snake. However, his reaction was far calmer than Yaxley's. He looked more shocked at Harry than the snake, his eyes traveling from him to the reptile in disbelief. A few Death Eaters had very different reactions, letting out whoops of laughter at Yaxley's fear Bellatrix and Crouch, the loudest of them all. Others had reacted similarly to Yaxley. Pettigrew had actually let out a squeal of terror despite being on the other end of the table. Some, like Snape, were trying not to react, though Harry could see the fear plain in their eyes. His eyes swept past Narcissus for a brief second and he saw her face, horrified, staring at Harry as though she couldn't believe he would do such a thing. Harry tried to ignore it. Harry, his eye caught Voldemort's, who, although was meant to look disapproving, had amusement written clear on his face. Just having a laugh, he said innocently. Come. The snake slithered towards Harry's outstretched hand after giving Yaxley a final hiss. Harry let it curl in his hand as he leaned back in his chair, sensing the Death Eater closest to him eyeing the creature warily. Yaxley had gotten back in his seat, brushing himself off and shooting Harry a foul look, though he said nothing else. He remained silent for the rest of the meeting and was the first to leave once Voldemort dismissed everyone. You embarrassed him in front of his master, Tom murmured as Harry got up from his seat to leave. He'll be looking to get back at you. Harry mentally rolled his eyes. Just admit you're impressed. It was mildly amusing. Harry smirked but said nothing else, knowing that was as close to a compliment from Tom as he would get. That was something, Potter. Harry turned as Dolohov walked towards him, shaking his head and grinning. By the door, Harry could see Raoul with his arms crossed, looking sour. What? You expect me to sit at a table with a bunch of dangerous criminals without some form of protection? Harry said, smirking. Dolohov shook his head amusingly as if to say, like you need a snake to defend yourself. So, another Parseltongue, you like snakes, Potter? Harry shrugged. They're okay. What about that one? He gestured to Nagini, who was still curled around Voldemort's shoulders. Harry felt himself smiling slyly. Why? You afraid? Dolohov shook his head. If she's good enough for my master, then she's good enough for me. Harry looked back at Nagini. She was much larger than his simple garden snake, her slitted blood-red eyes narrowed dangerously, her curling body looking as though it could crush someone to death. Don't think Yaxley likes snakes very much, he murmured. Dolohov laughed. Well, you certainly showed him, Potter. Behind him, Harry could see Raoul glare at Harry, looking impatient. You better get back to him, Harry said, nodding at Raoul. He looks like he's about to set a snake on me. Dolohov glanced at his fellow Death Eater and shook his head. Don't know why I ever thought you couldn't kill Crouch, Potter, he said. I think you could kill all of us here and laugh. Then he's a terrible judge of character, Tom said, shaking his head as Dolohov walked over to Raoul, and together, they disappeared out the drawing room doors. Yeah, Harry responded half-heartedly, because he was too busy imagining how long it would take. Draco felt like shit. A dull pain was beginning to ache against his head as the loud music blared on, and he knew it wouldn't be long until it grew into a migraine. Guilty, he looked down at the drink in his hand, knowing he should put it down and get up to leave. It was nearly empty now, though he hadn't technically drunk all of it. Some in his nice shirt, and he made a mental note to clean it up before he went back home. The Slytherin end-of-year party had initially started off great. Together with the rest of the fourth years, Draco had snuck into one of the empty spare classrooms on the higher floors of the castle, the combined efforts of the year resulting in a silencing charm powerful enough to stop any of the professors from overhearing them. Some of the girls had closed the curtains and cast lighting spells on the classroom, so that the green and silver Slytherin colors illuminated the whole room brightly. As more people arrived, they added their own spells to the room, so that the lights began flashing quickly. Blinks of black added to the house colors. Someone had even brought a phonograph, and soon enough the Weird Sisters were playing on full volume, booming obnoxiously loud. Greg and Vince had arrived a few minutes later with a large supply of booze hidden in their school bags, and it wasn't long before everyone began levitating desks and chairs out of the way to make room on the floor to dance, drinks and smokes in hands as they did so. Draco and his friends celebrated with the rest of his year, relieved with exams being over and the Hogwarts term coming to an end. Draco was already in a good mood. Harry had sent him a very special gift for his birthday, one that no doubt took him a long time to make. Draco had awoken on the morning of his birthday to find an owl tapping at his window, a small parcel in its claws. When he opened it, he found a simple snow globe inside, with a small model of the Eiffel Tower. Draco sat on his bed, confused, until a note slipped from the package. "Happy birthday, Draco. Hope you like your gift. Tom Riddle. P.S. Don't forget to shake it." Draco stared at the snow globe unsurely, feeling like a child as he held it in his hands. He didn't want to look immature shaking a snow globe, but everyone else in the dorm was still asleep, so he shrugged and shook it slightly. Then he felt his eyes widen. Two miniature figures had appeared in front of the Eiffel Tower. One had dark hair and glasses. The other a pale blonde. A message was inscribed on the globe, written in a shiny gold font. "As together one day." Draco had never felt himself smile as much as he had then. Even his parents' usual hoard of gifts could not compare to this one. He tucked it safely in his trunk, making a note to thank Harry the soonest chance he got. Afterwards, as he made his way to the Slytherin party, Draco still felt drunk with the happiness from that morning. But after a few hours, once the alcohol had started to take effect and the flashing lights began to hurt his eyes, Draco didn't feel as good. The party had thinned out. The rest who had remained were now either chatting and smoking amongst themselves, dancing drunkly, or else paired together in an obscure corner of the classroom, enveloped tightly together and ignoring everyone else around them. Draco looked down at the drink in his hand again and realized his cup was empty. He put it down, confused. Had he drunk most of it or just splashed it on himself when he stumbled to get a seat? Draco couldn't remember much. Was he meant to do something later on? "Draco. Y'all look like shit, mate." Draco winced as Theo came bounding towards him, noisy and drunk, the night clearly having an opposite effect on him. "Now Theo," Draco mumbled. "Come on. Let's dance," Theo slurred. No, I can't, right now," Draco garbled, weakly attempting to push Theo off him. Theo persisted for a while before getting distracted and bouncing off again, unintentionally leaving Draco with a bigger headache than before. After a minute someone else had joined him, sitting next to him a few inches away. They were saying something, but it took Draco a while to register their voice. "Okay. Draco, can you hear me?" I said, "Are you okay?" "Huh? Oh, why yeah." Pansy giggled. "I think you drank a bit too much, Draco." Draco gave her a weak smile. "Yeah." Pansy moved closer to him. "Can't believe fourth year's nearly over. It felt like we just returned. Draco? Are you even listening to me?" "Wah yeah, course I am Pansy." Pansy sighed and took his drink out of his hand. Hadn't he just put it down? "Don't drink any more, Draco. You're a total lightweight. Not." Pansy giggled, her soft laughter causing Draco to direct his full attention towards her. When had she gotten this close? "I'm scared, Draco." Pansy's demeanor changed suddenly. Her smiling face turned worried and taking Draco by surprise. He had to remind himself that she wasn't entirely sober herself. "'Bout what?" "Potter," Pansy muttered. "'Bout him." Pansy glared at him. "Why do you always ask that? It's obvious, Draco. No one can stop him. He just goes around and around and around and he's killing everyone." He's just misunderstood." Pansy scoffed. "How would you know?" "'Cause he's my friend." Pansy snorted. "Wow, you're drunker than I thought. I don't think dreaming about him counts, Draco." The song had changed. Now it was slower, smoother, more intimate. The couples in the corner never left Draco's eye. "You'll always protect me, won't you, Draco?" Pansy purred, leaning closer towards Draco's face. "Pansy, say that you will," she demanded. Course, you're my friend." Draco didn't know what was happening, didn't even know what he was doing until Pansy leaned closer and Draco had leaned closer too, Or maybe he didn't and she had just closed the gap between them. Her face had never been this close before and Draco took a second to study her features. She had put on some nice eyeshadow, dark green, slightly sparkly. He never appreciated how pretty her eyes were until now. A very dark shade, almost black. It matched her eyeshadow quite nicely. He opened his mouth to mention it and then she kissed him. Draco didn't pull away, didn't even register the kiss until he felt himself kissing back. The slow music suddenly drowned in his ears. Somehow, his hand had ended up around her waist, hers resting on his thigh, the other snaking up to wrap around his neck. Something in Draco took hold. Abruptly, he pulled back, pushing Pansy away from him instinctively. The girl blinked, looking hurt. "I'm sorry." Without a word, Pansy stood up, storming away from Draco whilst he called out to her. "Pansy, wait. Come back, I'm sorry." Pansy didn't even turn around, walking out of the classroom with her back firmly to Draco. Fuck. Draco collapsed on the sofa, exhausted. The lights started to dim slightly, the music completely drowned in his ear. Blinking his eyes, he could faintly see a few people standing around him, an odd pair still huddled in a corner, wrapped in each other's arms, others walking very slowly across the room. Draco squinted and saw Theo running in slow motion, roaring a laughter that barely met his ears. The world turned sideways, Draco barely able to stay awake as his vision blurred even more. The last thing he registered were two boys walking towards him, one tall, black and lean, the other slightly shorter and larger. "Come on mate," one said, lifting him upright. "Let's go back to the common room. Merlin Draco, how much did you drink?" They hauled him to his feet, stumbling as they struggled to support his weight. Draco remembered feeling sick with dizziness as blood rushed to his head. Then he blacked out. Chapter end notes. Yes, I know we got Draco and Pansy before. Dreary pensive face. They need time guys, but it will be soon. Smiley face. Also, I absolutely hated writing the Death Eater meeting dialogue. Luckily we had Draco to distract Harry from all the talking winking face. That being said, there'll have to be more in the future, so fingers crossed it gets easier to write. I did like writing the snake attacking Yaxley part though. Carrot. I reread my planning notes for this chapter and I literally wrote, Harry attacks Death Eater with snake, choose an annoying one, lol. Drunken Tears chapter notes. I was drunk when I wrote half of this, you have been warned. Shower thought. If you weigh 99 pounds and eat a poo 1% nacho. Also what the fuck are ibs? See the end of the chapter for more notes. Twisting and churning, the black mass curled around his fingers, under his nails, darkening the veins on his hands. Blood turned black like a disease. Well, that's what it was, wasn't it? Harry sat absent-mindedly on his bed as the obscurus floated around his hand, his eyes staring into nothingness as it coiled around his skin like a shadowy snake. Was it raw magic that he was harnessing? Or just the result of years of pain and abuse, ordinary magic turned black? He didn't understand how such a thing could rest inside him, why it would not go away. He had become stronger as a wizard after all. Learning spell after spell that Voldemort taught him, becoming more confident with his wand than he ever thought he would be. But still, he was possessed with this uncontrollable magic, magic that was being used to kill innocent people. But they weren't innocent, Harry. He reminded himself that whenever his brain would travel to that place between guilt and horror, they were enemies of Voldemort, which, by extension, meant they were enemies of him. Which also meant that, technically, he should be busy learning the Cruciatus Curse. The book he had borrowed from the Manor's library lay at the foot of his bed, open but untouched since he had brought it there. Harry didn't see much point in learning it. Why bother when he already had such powerful magic at his very fingertips? Voldemort told him it was one of the most important spells he would ever learn. The unforgivable curses. Harry sneered at the thought of them. Voldemort was obsessed with them, really, and even more obsessed with Harry learning them. Wasn't it enough that Harry could already cast an impressive array of jinxes and hexes? Okay, so the Imperius had been useful after all. Voldemort had been right about that. But why bother learning a spell to cause pain when all Harry had to do was unleash his obscurus on whoever he needed to hurt? Well, kill. Technically they were all dead before the pain could settle, but their deaths weren't entirely painless, were they? Or maybe, said the small voice at the back of Harry's mind, you just don't want to learn it because he had cast it on you. Harry gritted his teeth. Why did he always have to think about that time Voldemort had cast the Cruciatus on him? It had happened nearly 3 years ago and Voldemort hadn't hurt him since. And he only did it because Harry had broken one of his rules. It didn't even hurt that much, really. It just felt like being stabbed repeatedly by 100 knives or struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning and feeling as though the pain would never, ever end, which wasn't fair at all since it wasn't really his fault for losing control and leaving the manor. Because he had just found out that he had killed the Dursleys, so surely anyone would feel overwhelmed in that situation, so why had he been punished so severely for something completely out of his control, and why did he never confront Voldemort on what he had done? Smash! Harry jumped at the sound of glass shattering, his thoughts scrambling away from him at the harsh noise. He looked down at his hand, seeing his fists clenched so tight that his knuckles had gone bone white. The obscurus suddenly